Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.
Okay, so what I want to talk today is about a new model of historical analysis. How can we understand the movement of history? Why do people do what they do? Why do nations go to war? Why do nations have peace? Okay, so I'm looking at grand history. I'm looking at the large structural movement of history. And in the past, there have been two main models for understanding historical development. Okay? So the first is the idea of a cycle or a circle. And this makes sense, right? Because this mirrors what we experience in life. When we are born, but then we die. And then other people are born, and then they die. Okay, so it's a cycle. You look at the seasons. There's winter, but that gives rise to spring, which then gives rise to summer, then the fall, then winter again. It's a cycle. Okay? So for most of human history, most people have understood the movement of the world as a cycle. This is certainly true in Chinese history, right? Dynasties rise because they have the mandate of heaven. Heaven favors them. And they do justice when they first arise. But over time, for a variety of reasons, because of corruption, because there's a bad emperor, they lose the mandate of heaven, which allows a rebellion, which then creates a new dynasty. So Chinese history is almost a continuous cycle of dynastic rise and decline. Okay? Now, in the Western context, there's also a cycle. There are many different cycles, but let me explain one cycle that we've noticed in the Greek and Roman world. The cycle is this. There are three major factions in a society. There is the people, there is nobility, and then there is the king, or a great person. Okay? And each of these factions have a particular strength. The people, their strength comes from their numbers, right? They have mass. The nobility, it's only a minority of people, but they have authority. They are respected because they know more. They are better at war than ordinary people, but they have authority. Okay, people respect them. And the king has the army. Okay, so these are the three major forces or factions in a society. And these three factions are always in conflict. And what happens is a changing alliance where the two of the three get together to beat one, okay? And then this forces a new alliance, right? So what happens is this. You first have something called an oligarchy where the nobility is in charge. And everyone has to do what they do, what they command. Okay? But over time, this oligarchy becomes corrupt. And the way they become corrupt is by exploiting the people through debt. All right? So in the nobility, the nobles own the land. You have to work the land, but you get a share. And that's fine. But sometimes the weather is bad. So you can't work the land, you can't pay me the rent. So I give you a loan. And over time, this loan becomes a debt. And at a certain point, you can't pay off the debt. So what happens? You become my slave. And your children become my slave as well. Okay? So this creates a lot of conflict in society. How is this conflict resolved? Because one of nobility wants to be king. And he sees an opportunity in the civil conflict between the people and nobility. Okay? So he tells the people, if you make me king, I will clear your debts. And this creates a monarchy. And the first king is usually a good king because he had to work hard to obtain his position, and people love him for the fact that he cleared away their debts. This is what we call a jubilee, by the way. The word is jubilee. And this happens a lot in human history. But the problem is the king has a son who's not so good. And then the son has a son who's awful, okay? And so nobility get angry, the people get angry, and they rebel, and they create a democracy. Okay? But then in the democracy, because what happens in the democracy is it's the best people or the best speakers, the wealthiest people who control the votes. And so they get together, and what do they do? They create an oligarchy. Okay? Do you see how the cycle works? The cycle goes on and on and on. These three factions are always in conflict with each other. And and the way they form their alliances creates a certain form of government. Okay? When the nobility is in charge in an oligarchy, but then a king and the people work together to overthrow and create a monarchy. And then the king becomes corrupt, and so the nobility and the people work together to create a democracy. Okay? And you can see the cycle happening today in the United States as well, right? Because who is Trump? Trump is a king. Does that make sense to you guys? What is Trump saying? Trump is saying to the people, the elite are corrupt. The elite are stealing from you. The elite are lying to you. Vote for me, and I will destroy the elite, and I will give you more economic opportunities. Okay, do you understand? So this is a really important idea. Trump is not going to be president for 4 years. His ambition is to be king. Okay? And we see the cycle throughout human history. So that's the idea of a cycle. All right? We also have another model of human history development, of human historical development, which is a line. Okay? A line. And the idea of progress towards truth. Okay? So that's the other competing model. Okay, there are two main models. There's a cycle, and then there's a line. And the idea of a line is human society does not go on and on in a useless cycle. It is moving towards a truth. It is moving towards a good end. Okay? So then this idea has been around for a very long time. Remember in the Bible, when King David first sponsored the writing of the Bible was a line where Yahweh the God, he was looking for a friend. He was looking for someone who he could trust to rule his kingdom of heaven. And he first tried Adam and Eve, and they disobeyed him. Then he tried Noah, then he tried Abraham, and then he tried Moses, and then he found his true friend, who is David. Okay? So the truth is David in the Hebrew Bible. Then you have the Romans. Okay? Remember, the Romans Virgil wrote something called the Aeneid. And in the Aeneid, Troy was destroyed so that Rome could be founded. And when Rome was founded, Rome will have to fight this series of wars that will eventually lead to the rise of Augustus Caesar. And this will create something called the Pax Romana. And this is the end of history. This is where all movement ends. Because once you achieve the Pax Romana, there'll be no more war. Okay, so it's the idea of a line. Obviously, this is not true. But back then, when they came up with this history, they thought it was true. And I want to argue why these two models don't really work. And it has to do with the fact that history, as an academic discipline, it's just not very good. It's just not. What I mean by that is, you look at the world today, there's this Trump presidency, there's this conflict in the Ukraine, there's the Middle East conflict, and you would expect historians to come out and say, oh, this has happened before, and we can then predict what will happen, and so this is what's going to happen, okay? But guess what, guys? They're not doing that. Also, they're not very good at predicting things. They're just not. History is notorious for not being able to tell us much about the future. And historians say, well, it's because we look at the past. And for me, this is frustrating because if the history is any good, if the history is accurate, then it should help us predict the future, or at least better understand the present, okay? So the idea of truth, what is truth? Well, truth does two things. First, it explains. Why did this happen? Why did World War II start? And the answer we have today is like, Hitler was a bad guy. He was evil. Okay, that doesn't explain much for us. And then it also has to predict. It predicts. If it's truthful, then it predicts. And history doesn't do that. So I want to fix this problem by introducing a new model of history, which is a lot more complicated, okay? I'll be honest with you, it's a lot more complicated. But I think for our purposes, it's more useful at explaining why things happen the way they do. And it helps us also predict what will happen. Okay? And this model is what I call the oceanic currents of history. Imagine the world as a huge ocean. And within each ocean, there's an ecosystem which has currents. And then these currents come into conflict with each other, which leads to a new development. Okay? So think about hurricanes. And the thing that's really important about this model that I'm proposing is there's no moral judgment in it. Okay? I mean, obviously in the line, the end where we're going is good and where we're at now is bad. Okay? But what I'm saying is this moral judgment saying this is good, this is bad, it's not helpful. It doesn't really tell us anything. All right? Okay, I'm much more interested in explaining why this happened, how this happened, and where this is going. Okay, so let's look at the world to understand this theory. What I'll show you is the world is divided into cultural ecosystems. Okay? Cultural ecosystems. This is a really important idea you need to know for the rest of the semester. What I will argue is that culture is the meta-reality. Meta-reality. So, what's meta-reality? Meta-reality is the understanding of the world from which all other understandings derive. So what I'm saying is that culture is the most important part of who you are. Much more important than your gender, much more important than your race, your ethnicity, much more important than your economic demographic, okay? You're rich, you're poor, okay? So to understand this idea, why culture is so important, I will do a thought experiment, okay? A thought experiment. And the thought experiment is this. Let's take a random guy from China 2,000 years ago, okay? Just a random guy. We'll take him off the streets and we'll put him into China today. All right? Now, in 2,000 years, China has changed a lot, right? We now have the internet. We have computers. We have cell phones. We have skyscrapers. We have cars. We have roads, okay? So China has changed a lot in these 2,000 years. How long would it take for him to adapt to the new China? And I would say at most 5 to 10 years. Because even though on the surface, China has changed a lot, deep down inside, Chinese culture has stayed consistent for the past 3,000 to 4,000 years. So he would understand how to make friends. He would understand if he were to get a job, how to associate with his boss and his colleagues. If he were to get married, he would know how to raise his children to have them succeed in China. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? It would take him time to learn how to use a cell phone and how to use a computer and how to drive a car, but he can do so. Does that make sense? Now, let's do another experiment. Let's take a random guy from China today and put him in Germany today. Germany, okay? What I will argue is this. He will never, ever be able to adapt to the culture. He may get a job as a pizza delivery man, who knows, okay? But he will never, ever make friends who are German. He won't find a German wife. Whatever job he does, he won't know how to succeed. He won't know what to say to his boss. He won't know how to associate with his boss. Okay? Does that make sense? This is a guy who knows the internet, who knows how to drive a car, who can speak English, but because of the culture, he's always a stranger. Does that make sense? This thought experiment, I hope, shows you the persistence of culture. It's the most important part of who you are. It drives everything else. It drives how you see the world. It drives how you interact with others. Okay? So what matters is the culture and nothing else. And what I want to show you is, this semester, is the world can be divided into cultural ecosystems because of the history, because of the geography, because of the demographics. Okay, does that make sense? So, look, Europe is a cultural ecosystem. All right, meaning someone from Germany can go to Italy and still feel at home. They don't speak the same language, the geography is different, but they share the same cultural orientation, the same cultural values. All right? Someone who lives in the Middle East, okay, well, something called the Levant, Israel and other places, okay, but basically the Middle East. That's also another cultural ecosystem. Then you have the steppes. Okay, so remember the steppes are this grassland, this ocean of grassland that basically extends from Hungary to Mongolia, okay? And then you have China, India, okay? So but there are these different ecosystems, cultural ecosystems that are determined by their geography, their history, and the demographics. And culture is a response to geography, history, and demographics, okay? Does that make sense? All right? Now, what I will show you is that within each ecosystem, they're always interacting with each other. Okay? They're always interacting with each other. And when they change their interaction with each other. All right? So, let's ask a really important question, which is, why do empires, why do they fall? Why do they climb? Why do they fail? And this is a really important question. How was it possible for the Roman Empire to collapse? How were the Greeks able to defeat the Persian Empire? How were the Mongolians, the Manchus, able to conquer the Chinese Empire? All right? And what I will show you this semester is, when this happens, when empire is conquered, the pattern is the same. There's a consistent pattern in this. All right? So let me explain the pattern. And then for the semester, we'll go into specific instances of this pattern to explore the specifics. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So what happens is this. Why empires fall is, there's usually an empire, okay? Let's just say Rome. And as they expand, they encounter something called the borderlands. Okay, borderlands. Borderlands are just places that are the intersections of empires. Okay, so Mongolia is the borderland of the Chinese Empire, right? Arabia is the borderland of the Byzantine and the Sasanian Persian empires, okay? And the borderlands and the empire become, at first, symbiotic. Okay? Meaning they depend on each other. They work with each other, okay? In three ways. The first most simple way that they interact is through trade. Okay? They trade with each other. Second way they interact is through military cooperation. So what often happens is the empire needs mercenaries. And it turns out that people who live in the borderlands make very good soldiers, okay? Because they live in a time of war and chaos. In the borderlands, there's no central authority. So they're always fighting each other. So they make very good soldiers. And then the third way they interact with each other is some people in the borderlands will raid and pillage the empire, the outskirts of the empire, for resources, okay? So they are interacting with each other. So the pattern is this. The borderlands first start off as maybe an isolated region of the world. So Arabia, the steppes, and the Germanic North, okay? What we call Scandinavia today, okay? The Norsemen. So these are all isolated parts. But as the empire expands, they start to interact with these isolated ecosystems. And when they interact, what happens is these borderlands become energized. Okay? It's like the empire is adding fuel to the borderlands by giving them more wealth, by giving them more knowledge, by giving them more access to information. Okay? Does that make sense? And over time, what happens is, because of this new energy, the borderlands become much more populated, much more wealthy, much more knowledgeable. And then it creates internal conflicts within their borderlands. And the only way for them to resolve this conflict is to expand. Okay? They have to expand now. And in the process of expansion, what happens is, now and then they will conquer the empire. All right? That's a pattern. The borderlands. Why is it true that the borderlands are able to conquer the empire? And my argument to you is cultural. Culture. It's cultural. All right? So we have this prejudice or misunderstanding about civilization. All right? Civilization. Civilization is about cities. It's about writing. It's about technology. It's about wealth. And if you looked at it that way, then you don't really understand why is it these borderlands, the Mongolians, the Manchus, the Vikings, the Arabians, the Greeks, why are they able to conquer these empires? That makes no sense to you. So what I'm trying to say what I'm trying to tell you is this is a wrong way of looking at it. A better way of looking at it is culture. In the borderlands, there's a certain culture that develops because it's the borderlands. It's a culture that focuses on freedom, egalitarianism, and self-reliance, independence. This is true throughout the borderlands, okay? If you were to go back to Mongolia during the time of Genghis Khan, if we were to go back to the European North of the time of the Vikings, these are cultures that emphasize freedom, egalitarianism, and self-reliance. And as such, these were amazing warriors, okay? So let's look at an example. Let's look at the Vikings, okay? The Vikings didn't know how to read or write. They didn't have any mathematics. They didn't have cities. But from age 2 or 3, their kids were learning how to swim, how to row boats, how to cook, how to hunt, how to fight, how to ride horses. Does that make sense? And what are civilized kids doing? They're learning how to do test questions. Right? In a war, who's going to win? Well, obviously, these guys. Okay? Does that make sense? So this is the idea of the oceanic currents, okay? You have these isolated areas that are ecosystems amongst themselves. As the empire expands, okay, just think of it as a current, the imperial current. It's just expanding. That's what empires do. It energizes these areas. And these areas actually have much more energetic potential than the empire, which is dying, okay? And this energy forces so much energy in this borderlands that they are now become like a hurricane. And they have to ride through history. Sometimes they're defeated. But sometimes, like the Greeks, like the Vikings, like the Mongolians, like the Arabians, they win. And when they win, they create a lot of destruction, okay? And that's the idea I want implanted in your head. These are currents. These are natural forces that are unstoppable. Once they start, you cannot stop them. Okay? This war in Ukraine, it is a hurricane that will engulf all of Europe. This war in the Middle East is a hurricane that will engulf the entire world. Once it starts, you can't have a conference and decide to end it. These things cannot end until they reach their natural course. Okay? The hurricane stopped when it runs out of energy. Does that make sense? The hurricane does not negotiate with you and say, oh, well, you make a very good case for why I shouldn't destroy you, so I'll just stop. Hurricanes don't do that. Okay, these are natural forces. Right? And this is what I will show you this semester. And I will also show you how this connects to current events. And then once we do that, we should be able to predict current events. And just to let you know, spoiler alert, things will not end well. Okay? We are looking at the complete and utter destruction of the world we live in today. Nothing will be the same. Because these are oceanic currents. They destroy everything in its path. Once you unleash them, they must destroy.
Well, on that positive note, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Napstar says these are one of those electives you had to sit through on sit through on college. Ugh. Well, I, you know what? Had I been to the right college, I probably would have gotten something like a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry. I'm a huge believer, even as a science major. I eat up liberal arts because they tend to be interesting. So anyway, yeah, some people get bored by this stuff. I tend not to. And when I saw this particular lecture, it reminded me of a book called what is it? American Nations. And since I've had this show, and it is essentially about politics and culture, and then some other stuff. Um, I think American culture, if you go in and you kind of think about it, this idea that it's kind of like an ocean, or maybe because it's just one country, we'll call it a sea. But, I've heard culture, I've heard America called a melting pot. I tend to think it's more of a mosaic. It's one of these things where if you get close to the picture, you see one thing. If you move back, you see something else. But if you move close again, it's still there. I still hold true to that. But when, in this particular sector that I think I'm in, I watch a lot of these shows. Um, and I like the shows, but I hear the people talking about stuff that's going on in America, and I'm like, do we live in the same America? That happens a lot when I watch these shows. And it could just be that I'm older than a lot of you, but you can live in the same ocean, but you may be in a different current. And people don't seem to understand that. You know, People make grand pronouncements about white people are this, or black people are that, or Hispanics are this, or Asians are that. And life just doesn't work that way. And I just don't understand why I understand the need to make things kind of simple, but life is not black or white or Asian or Hispanic. It is literally like a current, or it's really like trends. It is like patterns, but patterns aren't static. Um, and patterns aren't cookie cutter either. So anyway, I there is an interview that a guy named Colin Woodard, who wrote American Nations, probably show that after all these news stories are over. We got quite a bit to cover, plus some videos that go along with some of these news stories. Um, Everyone, please make sure you hit the like. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you like it, and share it out if you like it a lot. So let us move on. Yesterday, since I did a show in the afternoon, we did quite a bit of coverage on the school shooting in Minneapolis. It was a Catholic school, which kind of strikes close to me because, you know, I went first through 12th to Catholic schools and made the right decision not to go to a Catholic college. But everyone pretty much knows the details by now. But one thing I wanted to, this article kind of, highlighted something that I've thought about: the other victims in school shootings, the children who survive. In a comment I made yesterday, it's really, some of these kids are going to carry this scar for life. So let's hear it.
The other victims in school shootings, the children who survive. This article is by Sarah Mervosh and read by an automated voice. They were, by some measures, the lucky ones. The children who were rushed to the hospital, bloody and scared. the ones who clutched their parents in emotional reunions that circulated on the news. They were the latest survivors of the latest school shooting, which killed 2 children, ages 8 and 10, in Minneapolis on Wednesday. Now the children of Annunciation Catholic School join a group that numbers nearly 400,000 America's children who have been exposed to gun violence at school. As Natalie Barden, the sister of 7-year-old Daniel Barden, who was killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown Con in 2012, put it in a letter to future survivors of school shootings. You are now part of this sad little club that is actually not so little anymore. More than 397,000 children have experienced gun violence at school since the shooting at Columbine High School in Littleton Colo in 1999, according to data collected by The Washington Post. That number now includes the students who hid under pews on Wednesday when a shooter fired through the windows of Annunciation Catholic Church during an all-school mass. In addition to the 2 children who were killed, 17 people were injured, 14 of them children. Experts say that children who survive school shootings deal with a host of complex feelings, ranging from anxiety and grief to guilt and shame. A common question they ask is, why them and not me? Why me and not them? Said Robin Gurwitch, a clinical psychologist who specializes in the impact of trauma and violence on children. Violence that happens in a place that is supposed to be safe, such as a school or a church, is especially hard to process. It basically violates the social contract that I had with the world. I expected to be able to go to school and come home, Dr. Gurwitch said. When that doesn't happen, she said, a child's worldview can be altered. Annunciation has about 390 students in preschool through 8th grade, according to public data. Many of them would have attended the beginning of the year Mass that is customary for Catholic schools, making for many survivors and witnesses. Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, citing the account of her former staff member's child, said one girl had watched a child get shot in the stomach and another in the neck. Norris Roberts said his step-grandson Andre Gunter was injured in the shooting. He had surgery and is no longer in critical condition, but Mr. Roberts is worried for the boy's future. Andre witnessed another child die, Mr. Roberts said. It's going to be tough on him, he said, wondering aloud whether Andre would struggle for the rest of his life. I can't fathom that happened, and you being stable, he said, adding, it's not normal. Survivors of other school shootings have described how the trauma has followed them for years. Panic attacks, migraines, a mental plan for how to escape any public space. Research from Stanford University and other institutions has similarly found long-lasting effects, including increased absences from school, lower student achievement, and even lower earnings in adulthood. Students in neighborhoods where school shootings occur show increased antidepressant usage for 2 to 3, even up to 5 years later, said Maya Rawson-Slater, an associate professor of health policy at Stanford who has studied the effects of school shootings. Still, experts said, children can overcome traumatic experiences with the right support. Initial struggles are to be expected. If a child is still experiencing anxiety, trouble focusing, irritability, and other problems a month after a traumatic event, those may be signs that the child needs more support, Dr. Gurwitch said. She said all parents, not just those living in the Minneapolis area, should talk to their children about school shootings, particularly after an event makes the news. Even children in preschool and kindergarten are more aware than many parents think. To assume that children won't know is a hope and a prayer that is not realistic, Dr. Gurwitch said. She said parents could start by asking what children already knew, validating how their children feel and focusing on what steps were being taken to keep them safe. We can never say, I promise it's not going to happen at your school, she said. We can say, we are doing everything we know how to do to keep you safe. Ma. Christina Morales contributed reporting.
Yeah, that is actually the worst part of school shootings like this. And I was watching something overnight, and the point came up that, well, you'll kind of see it here. I guess I'll just play this video and then comment on it. And wish Deacon Dave were here. He will be especially thrilled by seeing the amazing Lucas. But let's watch it. And this isn't the video I watched overnight, by the way.
Fatigue, though. Oh my goodness. So I'm sure we're all aware of the travesty that has struck Minnesota. It was apparently a black male who went to, excuse me 1 second. Oh, it wasn't a black male. Ah, okay, all right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm sorry. It was apparently a Latino male. Even worse.
Well, Napstar, this guy actually got all 3 of his weapons legally. I think he was 22 or 23. In the connection to the school, I think his mother worked there or something. I don't know. I guess it'll all come out in the wash. But this wasn't a kid getting a hold of a weapon. This was a full, grown adult. So we'll let this play, and then if there's still kind of questions, I'll look for another article or two, because there's several of them. But anyway.
See why Trump is trying to deport these people out of here. They're criminals. A Latino male that went to a Catholic school and give me 1 moment, I'm getting an update. So it wasn't a Latino male. Huh? That can't be. You guys double check? You guys sure? Okay, all right, that's awfully weird. Apologies. I've been updated, and since new information that's current and accurate is that it was a white male that went to a Catholic school and apparently did a horrible thing. That's what that's what happened to me. Bruh, listen, it's not funny, but I'm just letting you know this is what happens, okay? Y'all were so focused on the Smithsonian, right? Y'all were so focused on Black history. We got to erase Black history. We got to get rid of affirmative action. We can't have that. We got to get rid of a birthright citizenship. All this focus on that. All the focus on bastardizing Black jargon, right? When it comes to bastardizing the word woke, trying to use that as a negative. When it now comes to as far as trying to steal, which is what they're, that's what they're good at, if we're going to be honest, okay? Trying to steal and colonize Black fatigue. A term that we use amongst Black people to acknowledge the foolishness that we had to put up with the lineage of evil. Damn. Sure enough, they try to flip it and say, oh, we got Black fatigue. That's what happens. Now, how did all that prevent what happened in Minnesota? Can you all tell me? I'm all ears. Can you all explain to me? Because I just want to be perfectly clear. Never, I'll say in the last few decades in this country, have you ever had a Black person, okay, go to a predominantly white church and do a crime like this? You have never had a Black person go to anywhere predominantly white and purposefully, with the intent, trying to harm a group of people because they're white. Hasn't happened.
Well, so far, I'm unsatisfied with this. I'm finding, and this is, I haven't watched Amazing Lucas in a while, and I don't show him often because it's a little cartoonish. However, the topic looked interesting, and I almost never read articles or watch videos before I show them. Maybe I should work harder and start doing that.
Oh, you want to know what has happened? We had what happened in Buffalo, the little white boy there. And what you need to understand is that the chickens are coming home to roost.
He's out of line, but he's right.
It just is what it is. And I know there are a lot of good white people out there like, Lucas, I didn't have anything to do with this. This isn't fair. I understand. I hear you. I know it's not fair. But as the scripture says that y'all love to quote, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. Okay. So now, because y'all were silent while the lineage of evil were doing their evil, now it's coming to your doorsteps. Okay. And I want people to also understand when they want to talk about accountability, when they want to talk about responsibility, when they want to talk about, oh, Black people have been coddled. No. The number one group of people who have been coddled in this country are white people, specifically white men will say. And I'm not saying all of them. No, I'm talking about the lineage of evil. Because when they go and do something where they say, oh, well, little Timmy came from a good background. That's why we should give him a lenient sentence for what he did to that woman. We see this all the time. We had the 2 kids. Remember the 2 kids who had guns? All right, pointing at officers. And what happened? They didn't start pop, pop, going off at the kids, right? Because they were 2 white kids, 2 white boys. White boys. What happened? The officer came up and give me those guns. What did they do with Tamir Rice? What did they do with Elijah McClain? What did they do with Willie McCoy? Damn. Just letting you know, the number one group that has been coddled is them. As I've said before, every accusation is a confession. What they love to do is project. It's a form of gaslighting that they have mastered over time. Because as I said before, this lineage of evil comes here to kill, steal, and destroy. What have they done? Number 1 on the checklist. Number 1 on the checklist. What did they do in Minnesota? That's what they did. And it's unfortunate because what the conversation, what the discourse will look like 99.9% of the time. I'll bet my life on it, okay? I'm not even a betting man, but this bet I would take. You're gonna have 2 sides. You're gonna have people who are like, it's mental health. It's mental health. The people have mental health problems and we've got to address it.
How do we stop this? Obviously, we have a mental health crisis in this country. We need to deal with it.
You know that's what they're going to say, bro. That's what the Republicans say all the time. They coddle the white men, okay? They coddle their white ignorance. That's what they do all the time. And what happens is nothing gets solved because they don't do anything for mental health, right? They don't do anything for white males. So what they do is they gaslight them. That's what they do. They gaslight them and tell them, you're perfect, little Timmy. It's not you, it's them. It's the blacks. That's why you have mental health issues, okay? It's the CRT that they're teaching in schools. That's why you have the white guilt and you feel bad about yourself and you're mentally, not okay. It's them. And what happens? Black people are going, what is that? What? Huh? And what happens to little Timmy? Little Timmy goes on in this world thinking that he's perfect, thinking that he's flawless. They have revised the history books to protect little Timmy's frail ego, okay? Damn. And little Timmy starts to get into the real world. And he understands now that he has to compete. Little Timmy has never competed in his life. His grandparents didn't compete. His parents' didn't compete. Because little Timmy comes from a lineage of evil. So little Timmy starts to realize that he's inadequate. That, the black kid runs faster. The Asian kid is smarter than me. The Latino kid catches language easier than me. Little Timmy starts to realize that he's severely, let's say, compromised in a multitude of areas, okay? And then he tries to go for his girl, right? Tries to get girls. And he realizes the girls aren't really attracted to him. Because little Timmy's frail. Little Timmy doesn't know how to talk. Little Timmy's socially, awkward. And that's not what they go for. They usually go for the athlete. All right, they usually go for the cool guy. And little Timmy starts to get into depressed mode. And little Timmy starts to take it out on the world because it's the world's fault. It's never little Timmy's fault because little Timmy has been told since he was a knee-high to duck that little Timmy, you're perfect, you're good, you're A-okay. It's the blacks, okay? And really, little Timmy, it's the Jews. Those are the people that are the problems, okay, in your life. It's not you. You've done nothing wrong, okay? We've done nothing wrong. That's why the country tries to attack us, okay? We've just tried to help this country. We built this country, and our ancestors built this country. But they just want to do anti-white racism. But it's okay, little Timmy, you'll be fine. And that's what little Timmy's been told. So now little Timmy is going in his head. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, the blacks. Oh, man, this is going on. I can't even get a girlfriend. And little Timmy has been raised in a culture, because y'all know how they love to talk about black culture. Oh, it's the culture problem. That's what it is, y'all. You have to understand, it's a culture problem. And then the real racists, what they want to say, it's the IQ problem. They're just low IQ. It just is what it is. Low IQ, high testosterone, low impulse control. It's a recipe for disaster. So,
well, that's be brave.
In the meantime, between time, while they're spending all this energy on black people, little Timmy is going to the firing range. And little Timmy doesn't look too good. Little Timmy's walking like this, talking to himself. Little Timmy's taking guns, right? Because his daddy showed him how to do guns, because they're all about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment shall not be infringed. And little Timmy's learning how to fire his 9. He's learning how to fire his AR. Little Timmy's learning about defensive maneuvers, defensive tactics. Oh, this is a smoke grenade? Oh, okay. Oh, you dead. Little Timmy's, just sitting at home, taking in all this culture, right? All of his culture. Just so we're clear. We got nothing to do with this. Eventually, little Timmy goes off, okay? Little Timmy goes off because he's realized, well, I should be doing this, but that's not what's happening. All right? And it's black people, and that's not right, and this is my country, and they're doing the crime. And little Timmy goes off. Little Timmy goes on, we'll say, a hunting spree. Except this time, little Timmy isn't hunting rabbits, okay? He's hunting white people, okay? Now, I could be mistaken. Maybe this white kid was probably trying to hunt, okay? And he just happened to mistook the white people as rabbits. He just thought, oh, wow, these are really big rabbits. All right, I'm gonna win a prize. I'm gonna win the fair prize. Let me get all these rabbits. I don't know. I'm not in his mind.
Well, new today at noon, the man charged with killing a Hartford teenager pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity.
Outrage as the monster known as the frat boy cannibal is declared not guilty by reason of insanity.
A man accused of wielding a machete during a 2020 assault plans to plead temporary insanity in his case. Police say Martin Georgiev hurting 2 people back in October of 2020 in Davenport.
Officers Ryan Hardy and Matthew O'Connor sat in court as the man, prosecutors say, shot them in 2016, went before a judge.
At the time that you committed these 2 attempted murders, were you suffering from some sort of mental disease or defect?
Yes.
Someone cooked here.
But what I can tell you is that the chickens are coming home to roost. You cannot tell a group of people that they're A-OK when they're skyrocketing in mental health. You can't tell a group of people the problem is black when they're the ones that are committing the crimes. They're the ones that are doing the heinous crimes. They're the ones that are doing the school problems, all right? They're the ones that are DVs when it comes to their girlfriend, when it comes to their family, when it comes to their children. They want to label black men. Oh, they're not present in the household. That's a lie. You look at them, it's white men. But they will always have an excuse. Well, per capita, Lucas, per capita. How does per capita help the white community? How does per capita help the white community? You all are so focused on black people that y'all have let your own community go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Damn. And what they are doing is now attacking your community. They'll always attack us. I mean, it just is what it is. Now they're attacking y'all because that's what you've done. You've gaslit them. You've gaslit just as Charlie Kirk has done. Told a bunch of all these young Zoomers, right? Go out and have families. In the meantime, between time, how are you going to have a family on $7.25 an hour? How are you going to have a family, they working 40 hours a week and still can't pay for rent, much less get a house, much less be able to provide for a family, but they gaslight them. So naturally, yes, they're going to have some mental health issues. Naturally, they're going to be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And we see this. We see this in the birth rates. Birth rates declining, mental health issues skyrocketing. The list goes on, diseases skyrocketing. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you can do except to expect this. And if you think I'm joking, it's so crucial. It's so overt right now. It's no denying it, right? That even Fox News, Trey Gowdy is admitting that, hey, the problem is white males.
It's always a young white male.
Yeah, but
always.
Trey Gowdy.
Did anyone this morning
subscribe
think, I
to
wonder
his
if that was a
podcast.
female? Did any of y'all think that? I mean, there's been one school shooting involving a female. One. At Tennessee. But other than that, it is usually young white males.
Someone cooked here.
Now, you just heard it out of the horse's mouth. But will anything come out of it? I highly doubt. Like I said, you're going to have the right who's going to say mental health and do nothing about mental health. And then you're going to have the left who says, hey, it's a gun problem. It's a gun problem. That's what's going on. And then you're going to have the goofies who try to blame trans people. That's the one that always gets me. I'm like, wait, trans? Y'all going to try and blame trans? It kind of reminds me of when they say, oh, it's the Jews, Lucas. I'm like, okay, let's have fun with that, right? I'm going to take that argument. I'm going to raise you, all right? What type of Jews? Are these Ethiopian Jews? No? Okay. What type of trans? Are these black trans? No? Okay. And it all goes back to them. It all goes back to the lineage of evil. Damn. But until other white people can take accountability and admit, hey, we've got to do something about this lineage of evil, they're going to get harmed in the process. Because for the longest, they thought they were infallible. They thought, hey, well, it's just going to hurt the blacks. It's just going to hurt the Japanese. It's just going to hurt the Mexicans. We're good. Goes back to Lyndon Johnson quote. As I've said time and time again, these mofos have been so conditioned. They've been so conditioned to hope for our defeat more than their victory. Because what they have done is condition them to believe that our defeat is their victory. So if our defeat is their victory, then they can stay poor. They can die. They can wither away.
That is a very good point. And again, I was educated in Catholic schools, and from 7th to 12th grade, it was like mostly white, as in like 90 to 95%. There is a zero-sum game. And it's just the way American culture is. You'll often hear they're winners and losers. Winning is everything. We actually, as a culture, and it's not going to happen in the next 200 years, but the zero-sum game, you win, I lose. Life is getting way too complicated. This economy has gotten way too complicated. You can lose and win. That's how complicated things can be in this zero-sum game. There's a book called Non-Zero by a guy named Robert Wright that one of these days I'll get into. It's a fascinating book. But life is not a zero-sum game in the larger scheme of things.
Hey, y'all just being used. I'm just the first person, maybe not the first person. I'm probably far down the road in the people who have tried to warn you in history. But let me just say, I'm warning y'all. Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe. Look, it's mental health. That's what it is.
Yeah, we'll stop it here because he wants to get into all this silly shit. This is kind of where he goes and where, I'll go briefly. Newsweek, MAGA responds after Annunciation school shooter identified as transgender. And these people just fucking went way off the deep end. Prominent MAGA personalities are responding to court records that show that the Annunciation Catholic school shooting suspect applied for a name change due to her gender identity. Well, I heard it was the mother who did it back in like 2018 or 2019. They say 2020. So Robin Westman, 23, perfectly adult, was granted a name change in 2020 when she was a minor, according to Dakota County District Court records. Reviewed by Newsweek, the order states that the name change is in the best interest of the child because minor child identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Westman is the suspect in the shooting at the Minneapolis school that left 2 children dead and at least 17 people injured. Police said shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, or it might be Frey, it's probably Frey, addressed the comments directed at the transgender community during press conference. Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity, Fry said. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids. The context. Following the shooting, several conservative personalities are arguing that transgender individuals should not have access to firearms. So essentially, transgender Americans should not have access to the Second Amendment. Love that. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Georgia Republican, who, by the way, her district is just north of the district I live in Georgia, wrote on X, "Gender dysphoria is a mental illness and children are being targeted by the multi-billion-dollar medical and pharmaceutical industry. If they are willing to destroy themselves and how God made them, then they are willing to destroy others, and we saw that happen today." That is literally cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. If you are crazy enough to want to hormonally and surgically, quote, change your sex, you have a mental disorder and you are too crazy to own a firearm, Charlie Kirk, founder and president of Turning Point USA, said on X. Oh, my Lord. Tommy Lahren, a conservative political commentator, said, "To all those on the left and the right who support red flag laws, would you concede that transgender dysphoria is a red flag?" Oh, boy. I don't even know what to say. This is like absolutely stupid. I don't, this fairness meter, I don't actually look at this meter too much, but what I have to say is that these types of school shooting, how many transgenders have done this? They literally want to glom on to, I think the one in Tennessee was well, let me put it to you this way. And I've always found this kind of a way to simplify matters. Most of these school shooters have had X chromosomes with Y chromosomes. That way we can just kind of simplify it down to a common or to its lowest common denominator. Take transgender or transsexual out of it, XY. So, that's how I'm going to do it. I just don't think the problem is that. I think it's a cultural problem, to be honest. I don't think it's so racial. I don't think it's even genetics. I think it's culture. And, culture includes parenting. It includes, the video games you play, the media you consume, etc. So I will move on from there. Everyone, please make sure that you like the show, please. And if you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the show. More news articles to get into, and there will be a Colin Woodard video at the end of it, because I want to follow up on the opening video. So I honestly don't know what MAGA thinks. And Benny Johnson, who's some right-wing commentator or MAGA commentator, he also said that Christians are under attack. And I think that's a stupid assessment too. Very reactionary and just plain old uneducated. So we'll move on. Trump, Gabbard fired top CIA Russia expert days after the Alaska summit, and I suspect it was because Putin told him to do it, but I haven't read the article, so I don't know. And we won't get through all of the article, but we should at least have an idea of why this guy got fired.
You're listening to Trump.
Oh, wait. By the way, look at Trump holding a picture of him and Putin. I guess they airbrushed the part out where they were actually holding hands.
Gabbard fired top CIA Russia expert days after Alaska summit, a news story written by Warren Strobel, Ella Nakashima, Greg Miller, and Karen DeYoung, and read by an AI-generated voice. In the days leading up to President Donald Trump's August 15th Alaska summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, one of the CIA's senior-most Russia experts worked grueling hours, helping Trump and his team prepare for high-stakes diplomacy over Ukraine and making sure they were adequately briefed, according to a former agency colleague. 4 days later, the CIA officer, whom the Washington Post is not naming for her protection, was at work at the spy agency's Langley headquarters when she was abruptly ordered to report to the security office. She was informed that her clearance to look at classified material was being stripped. In a span of minutes, her 29-year career in public service was essentially over. The officer had been expecting an imminent move to Europe to take up a prestigious assignment approved by CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Instead, she became the latest casualty of a widening cull by Trump and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, fueled at times by far-right activist Laura Loomer, targeting national security professionals whom they deemed to have engaged in politicization or weaponization of intelligence to advance personal, partisan, or non-objective agendas, according to Gabbard's August 19th memo announcing the revocation at Trump's direction of security clearances. The memo, posted on X, listed no specific infractions, but to many current and former officials, it looked to be a revenge-driven loyalty purge. Among the 37 people whose clearances Gabbard publicly revoked were senior U.S. intelligence officials, including the CIA officer. The CIA declined to comment. The CIA officer did not respond to a request for comment. The forced ousters have cut across priority issues on the U.S. national security agenda, removing one of the government's foremost experts on artificial intelligence. Leaders at the National Security Agency, whose vast electronic eavesdropping hall makes up some of the most vital intelligence sent to the White House, the head of U.S. Cyber Command, as well as the director of the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency. Early in Trump's administration, experienced officers who had taken temporary stints involving diversity programs were fired. Probationary employees, including nuclear engineers and Chinese-speaking analysts, were let go. The axe has fallen on spy agency personnel with decades of experience dealing with Russia and Ukraine, potentially depriving the Trump administration of expertise as it conducts high-stakes diplomacy with Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to try to end the conflict that began with Russia's February 2022 invasion, former U.S. officials said. As they see colleagues fired, reassigned, or stripped of their clearances, those who remain will be less willing to report intelligence that contains unpalatable truths or contradicts Trump's views, the official said, speaking on the condition of anonymity out of concern that they could also be targeted. Former U.S. officials who worked closely with the ousted CIA officer described her as highly respected and apolitical, with no presence on social media and no record of voicing any criticism of Trump or his policies. The officer once said is the antithesis of a political operator. The CIA officer's dismissal sent shockwaves through the workforce, a second former official said. If it can happen to her, it can happen to anyone. What analyst in their right mind is going to write something that in any way challenges what they think the administration's view is if they think they're going to get fired over it? Trump has long disdained expertise that resides in government bureaucracies, trusting instead his instincts, personal ties with world leaders, and close associates, often from his days as a businessman. He has dismembered the White House's National Security Council staff, which has served presidents since Harry S. Truman, by bringing together disparate national security agencies to share information, debate opposing views, provide options for the president, and ensure their decisions are carried out. It's actually quite positive, the fact that this is now a top-down president leading the charge, instead of so-called experts who have read a lot of books but never talked to Putin, a Trump official said. The White House sees aides such as Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, a real estate developer and Trump golfing partner, as more valuable than the experts because he knows and understands the president. Trump is not the first president to have soured on powerful U.S. spy agencies, which have sometimes failed to warn of attacks or minimize risks, such as in the disastrous CIA-sponsored 1961 invasion of Cuba. At other times, U.S. presidents have ignored warnings, to their peril. President George W. Bush and his advisors, for example, dismissed multiple CIA reports assessing that a U.S. invasion of Iraq could ignite civil strife and ensnare U.S. troops in a distant war. The danger now is that such warnings won't come at all, former officials said. It's the prerogative of the policymaker to say, I know what you intelligence people are telling me, but I'm going to do it this way. But to not avail themselves of that information is really risky, said Evelyn Farkas, executive director of the McCain Institute at Arizona State University and a former senior Pentagon official handling Eurasia matters under the Obama administration. It's really important to know as much as we can about our adversaries' intentions and even their strategy, said Farkas. To eliminate the knowledge and expertise of these people from your arsenal is like throwing bullets down the toilet. The Trump administration has specifically targeted former and current officials associated with a 2017 assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 U.S. presidential election in part to help Trump over Democratic rival Hillary Clinton. The ousted CIA officer held a senior role at the time involving intelligence on Russia and Eurasia.
Well, yeah, I noticed Trump has been doing a whole lot of, if you don't agree with my agenda, and then there's John Bolton. This is going to wind up being a problem, but more a long-term problem than a short-term problem. Trump has been on a firing spree this week. Now, this is a rather interesting story, and if I understand it correctly, there are 4 other more or less career CDC, like civil servants who were very senior, who quit just because they don't agree with Robert Kennedy, who is a fucking moron. I don't know where they got this crackpot, but of course Trump is going to think, well, Trump just wants to be associated with the Kennedys. I'm sure he said more than once, oh, hey, I got a Kennedy working for me. So here we go. And she put up a little bit of defiance. And Trump had to come to Robert Kennedy's rescue.
New CDC director is fired, White House says. This article is by Cheryl Gay Stolberg, Apoorva Mandavili and Christina Jewett, and read by an automated voice. The White House said late Wednesday that it had fired Susan Menarez, the new director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, after a tense confrontation in which Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. tried to remove her from her position, and she refused to resign. Dr. Menarez, an infectious disease researcher, was sworn in just a month ago by Mr. Kennedy, but had clashed with the secretary over vaccine policy, people familiar with the events said. 4 other high-profile CDC officials quit en masse, apparently in frustration over vaccine policy and Mr. Kennedy's leadership. Because Dr. Menarez had been confirmed by the Senate, previous CDC directors were not subject to such confirmation. She served at the pleasure of the president. Mr. Kennedy most likely did not have the authority to dismiss her. Her lawyers insisted she was staying put. But at 9:30 p.m., a spokesman for President Trump, Kush Desai, said in an email message that Dr. Menarez had been terminated. As her attorney's statement makes abundantly clear, Susan Menarez is not aligned with the president's agenda of making America healthy again, Mr. Desai wrote. Since Susan Menarez refused to resign despite informing HHS leadership of her intent to do so, the White House has terminated Menarez from her position with the CDC. Dr. Menarez's firing, along with the resignations of 4 of the CDC's top leaders, will undoubtedly throw the nation's public health agency into further turmoil after a tumultuous month in which agency employees were laid off and a gunman fired a barrage of bullets at the Atlanta headquarters, killing a policeman and terrifying employees. Dr. Menarez's lawyers Mark S. Zaid and Abe Lowell asserted in a statement earlier Wednesday that Dr. Menarez's situation was symbolic of larger issues. It is about the systematic dismantling of public health institutions, the silencing of experts, and the dangerous politicization of science, Mr. Zaid and Mr. Lowell wrote. The attack on Dr. Menarez is a warning to every American. Our evidence-based systems are being undermined from within. The clash between Mr. Kennedy and Dr. Menarez, which had been brewing for days, burst into public view on Wednesday. That afternoon, the Department of Health and Human Services announced on X that Dr. Menarez was no longer director of the CDC. Without elaborating, the agency thanked her for her dedicated service to the American people. adding, ATSA Kennedy has full confidence in his team at cdc.gov, who will continue to be vigilant in protecting Americans against infectious diseases at home and abroad. Hours later, Mr. Lowell and Mr. Zaid disputed the department's account, saying Dr. Monarez has neither resigned nor received notification from the White House that she has been fired, and as a person of integrity and devoted to science, she will not resign. Mr. Kennedy and his department, they said, have set their sights on weaponizing public health for political gain and putting millions of American lives at risk. Neither Dr. Monarez nor the department responded to requests for comment. Dr. Monarez and Mr. Kennedy were at odds over vaccine policy, according to an administration official who is familiar with the events. The official, who spoke on condition of anonymity for fear of retribution.
And I'm going to stop it right there because the next article deals more with Kennedy, who's a fucking moron. Even his family doesn't like him.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know... Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, deadly.
Strongest state school vaccine mandate laws. A news story written by Anumita Kaur and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration is urging West Virginia to offer religious exemptions from school vaccine mandates, alarming public health advocates who see it as part of a broader campaign to undermine an effective immunization strategy. West Virginia, which has one of the nation's strictest vaccine mandates, has been embroiled in a dispute over Republican Governor Patrick Morrisey's demand to let parents decline shots for their children by invoking their religious beliefs. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services backed the governor's efforts last week by sending a letter to West Virginia officials warning that the state may be violating civil rights laws. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., a critic of vaccine mandates who founded an anti-vaccine organization, followed up with an ex-post supporting Morrisey and vowing to defend every family's right to make informed health decisions. Anti-vaccine organizations that have been waging a legal battle to force states to allow religious exemptions praised HHS for getting involved. Some proponents of vaccination say the federal government is overstepping. Both groups see the administration's approach to West Virginia as unprecedented and a sign that other states may be next. HHS is testing the waters of what they can do in regards to influencing state decisions regarding school entry vaccine mandates, said Madison Hardenstein, an assistant research professor at Georgetown University's McCourt School of Public Policy, who has tracked the mandates. I wouldn't be surprised if it decided to publish similar letters. Every state has laws requiring certain vaccines for students to attend school. West Virginia is among 5, along with California, New York, Connecticut, and Maine, that do not allow any non-medical exemptions. Shortly after taking office in January, Morrisey ordered the state to allow people to claim religious exemptions, but other officials have resisted. The GOP-controlled State House rejected a bill that would have made religious exemptions part of state law. Members of the State Board of Education unanimously maintained that the agency will not offer religious exemptions. 2 lawsuits on the issue are now winding through West Virginia courts. Kennedy, a longtime vocal vaccine critic, on Monday urged state lawmakers to side with Morrisey. His executive order upholds West Virginians' religious freedom and parental rights while keeping the state in full compliance with federal law, Kennedy said in his ex-post. HHS will enforce conscience protections, he added. Days before, the Federal Health Agency sent a letter to West Virginia health officials, noting the lack of a religious exception in the school vaccine mandate and urging the state to make good faith efforts to ensure it and its healthcare providers comply with our nation's robust protections for religion and conscience. The letter invoked the state's participation in the Vaccines for Children program, a federally funded initiative that provides shots to children without insurance coverage. The letter was meant to remind West Virginia of its obligations for participating in the vaccine program, an HHS spokesperson said in an email. It does not mean West Virginia is failing to comply with the rules or that the state is under investigation, added the spokesperson, who declined to be named. Del Bigtree, CEO of Informed Consent Action Network, an anti-vaccine organization that opposes vaccine mandates, described HHS's intervention in West Virginia as historic. We also know the President of the United States supports freedom of choice when it comes to medical decisions, said Bigtree, who worked on Kennedy's 2024 presidential campaign as communications director. This is
Well, the problem with freedom of choice is people don't actually understand what it is. If your choice only affects you or your immediate family, then you go do it. If it affects other people, then you're not giving them their freedom of choice. You are infringing on their rights. This is so frustrating to hear dummies who don't quite understand that. So frustrating. So this is the crux of some of the turmoil at the top of the CDC. Well, at the FDA, but it all intersects. It all comes under Robert Kennedy. So FDA limits approval for new coronavirus vaccines to high-risk people. Well, my question is, why is it safer for high-risk people than others? Doesn't make sense as someone who is at least trained in a science. It sounds dumb on the face of it.
You're listening to FDA limits approval for new coronavirus vaccines to high-risk people, a news story written by Rachel Rubin and Lena H. Sun, and read by an AI-generated voice. The Food and Drug Administration signed off Wednesday on coronavirus vaccines for those considered higher risk, narrowing approval for shots once routinely provided to nearly all Americans. The agency cleared shots manufactured by Pfizer, Moderna, and Novavax.
And actually, there's a Johnson & Johnson. I hope they mention it. And then the other question I have, and hopefully this article covers it, if you are not high risk, do you have the choice to take it anyway? That part I'm interested in.
Moderna and Pfizer, which make mRNA vaccines, said they will begin shipping their updated vaccines to target new strains immediately and expect the shots to be available in the coming days. The shot from Novavax, which doesn't use mRNA technology, will be available in the early fall, according to a spokesperson for Sanofi, which is handling the commercialization of the vaccine. The move comes as the country is in the midst of a midsummer wave of coronavirus cases and ahead of an expected winter uptick. The FDA limited approval of the new vaccines to those at higher risk, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said in an X post announcing the approvals. But public health experts and industry groups said the narrowed approval injects uncertainty for Americans not considered high risk who want to get another coronavirus vaccine. They said it's not clear who will ultimately be able to get the shot, whether insurance will cover it, and whether they can get vaccinated at their local pharmacy. Trump administration officials previously described those at higher risk as being age 65 and older, or having an underlying condition that increases the risk of severe disease. An HHS spokesman pointed to a New England Journal of Medicine article written by top FDA officials in May that listed coronavirus risk factors, including asthma, smoking, physical inactivity, and obesity. That article accompanied an announcement from the Trump administration that it would take a new targeted approach to coronavirus vaccines, rejecting universal recommendations for all Americans ages 6 months and older to receive annual shots. Health officials under President Donald Trump argued there was insufficient data to justify sweeping recommendations and that the United States was an outlier. These vaccines are available for all patients who choose them after consulting with their doctors, Kennedy said in the X post. It's possible a vaccine could be provided off-label to groups not covered by FDA approval, but pharmacists and doctors may be hesitant to do so or face regulatory constraints. For people who are not in the categories of high risk or over 65, I think there's no certainty they will get the shot. Dorrit Rice, a professor at the University of California College of the Law at San Francisco, whose research focuses on vaccine law and policy. It's not clear that the doctor would be willing to push to recommend it. The vast majority of Americans get vaccinated for the coronavirus at retail pharmacies. In nearly 20 states, the authority of pharmacists to offer vaccines is tied to federal immunization recommendations, according to Bridget Groves, the Vice President of Professional Affairs at the American Pharmacists Association. The other states rely on the patient population the FDA approved the vaccine for, making it unclear if healthy Americans younger than 65 will be able to get the shot at a pharmacy. Pharmacists could decide to give the shot off-label, but it could open them up to liability concerns and potential repercussions against their license, Grove said. Access for high-risk children depends on their age. The Moderna vaccine was approved for ages 6 months and older, Pfizer for those 5 years old and older, and Novavax for those 12 years old and older. In some previous years, Americans started to receive coronavirus vaccines at no cost after they were recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. That committee is expected to meet September 18th and 19, and the coronavirus vaccine is among the items on the agenda, according to 3 federal health officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to share information that has not yet been made public. Kennedy previously fired all members of that committee and replaced them with his own picks, most of whom have criticized coronavirus vaccine policy. It was not immediately clear how insurers will handle covering the coronavirus shot this year. Spokespeople for several major insurers either did not respond to a request for comment or did not specify whether plans will cover the vaccines for people not considered high risk. A spokesperson for Highmark Health, an affiliate of Blue Cross Blue Shield that has more than 7 million members in 4 states, said it would cover the shot for people whose physicians say it is necessary, including those who are not in the high-risk category. In May, top FDA officials telegraphed the agency's upcoming move to limit approval of coronavirus shots. Vinay Prasad, a prominent critic of annual coronavirus vaccinations for all Americans who now serves as the FDA's chief vaccine official, dismissed the benefits of annual shots for the purposes of protecting a medically vulnerable relative, and said the FDA is interested in companies conducting studies to show whether there is a benefit to vaccination for healthy people. Last week, the American Academy of Pediatrics urged parents to get their youngest children vaccinated for COVID. The major medical association is recommending that all children 6 months through 23 months old receive the shot because that age group is particularly vulnerable to being hospitalized with the virus. For older children, the AAP's guide says that healthy children can get a shot if their parents or guardians want them to get the protection. The AAP blasted the FDA's decision to narrow the approval of the vaccines. Any barrier to COVID-19 vaccination creates a dangerous vulnerability for children and their families, the group's president, Susan Cressley, said in a statement. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists also recently released guidance advising pregnant women get an updated coronavirus vaccine. David Ovalle contributed to this report.
Oop, that's my phone going off. Very interesting. This is an interesting comment. SKC and I are having a dialogue in the chat, and my thing is, this next crime bill, which is not going to happen because Trump is the law right now. I think we've reached a tipping point. I think, and this is my uneducated opinion, but we're there. They were talking about authoritarianism. They're talking about, how we subvert elections. We're there, folks. And SKC seems to appreciate the Dodge City that America is going to become. And my response is, well, you know what? I appreciate your frontier justice attitude. I called him a tumbling tumbleweed. And his response is someone has to be the more educated, complex-minded folks have criminals unafraid of the consequences. Well, my response is that consequences equals punishment. Criminals don't fear the punishment. They fear getting caught. And those are literally 2 separate things. People tend to either commit crime out of passion, as in they weren't thinking, they just reacted, or they think, hey, I'm not going to get caught. Therefore, I don't have to worry about the punishment. Now, why people don't think they're going to get caught? Very few people are that smart. Consequences actually is just like Neanderthal thinking. It's frontier justice. If you draw slow, you're going to get the punishment. You're going to get the consequences. And you know what? I don't think I'm going to draw slow. Therefore, I don't think I'm going to get punished. this frontier justice bullshit is not about intelligence. It's actually about culture. And life is way more complicated. There is no Matt Dillon. SKC, Donald Trump is no Matt Dillon. So your argument really is a peculiar one. I prefer authoritarianism. That part I get. You are a Matt Dillon kind of guy. So anyway, let us move on. Department of Homeland Security moves to bar aid groups from serving undocumented immigrants. Now, this is like one of the dumbest. Dude, this story is full of Donald Trump as dumb. It's Donald the Dummy Trump today. DHS serves to bar aid groups from serving undocumented immigrants. You mean the immigrants who don't have medical care, who could actually interact with people who are documented or American citizens, that they could spread disease to? No, we don't want to. We want to leave them disease-ridden and destitute so they can become criminals. One of the dumbest moves that Donald Trump has done, and it seems minor, but it could be major. Donald Trump is dumb.
You're listening to DHS
and worse
moves
than
to...
that, let me modify that. Donald Trump was dumb. Now he's at a point to where he's listening to dumb people. Either people like Stephen Miller are cruel, but not dumb, or they're dumb like Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking dumbass. Marjorie Taylor Greene, dude, surrounded by cruelty or cruelty to the left. Donald Trump is cruelty to the left of him, stupidity to the right of him. That motherfucker needs to put his ankles and his feet into some Johnson foot soap. That's what my grandmother used to use when her feet were aching.
Bar aid groups from serving undocumented immigrants. A news story written by Brianna Sachs and read by an AI-generated voice. The Department of Homeland Security is now barring states and volunteer groups that receive government funds from helping undocumented immigrants, according to a Washington Post analysis of updated guidelines and interviews with Federal Emergency Management Agency employees. The new rules also require groups to cooperate with immigration officials and enforcement operations. Several disaster assistance groups, FEMA employees, and emergency management experts said the new requirements in the department's fiscal 2025 aid contracts would make it harder for nonprofits to help the most vulnerable people in the aftermath of a disaster. Some members of the National Volunteer Disaster Group Network also questioned whether the new requirements are constitutional and point out that they seem to violate some local and state laws that prevent asking about a person's immigration status. By accepting the federal grants and awards, the new documents state, volunteer organizations that help after disasters must agree to not operate any program that benefits illegal immigrants or incentivizes illegal immigration. That could put groups that provide food, housing, mental health support, and other assistance in disaster-stricken states in the position of having to verify aid recipients' legal status before providing assistance, experts said. There is no historical context for this, said Scott Robinson, an emergency management expert and FEMA historian who teaches at Arizona State University. The notion that the federal government would use these operations for surveillance is entirely new territory. The affected contractors include faith-based groups and nonprofits such as the Salvation Army and the Red Cross, which states usually rely on to set up shelters and deliver basic assistance. They often serve communities with large Latino populations, where people often have trouble getting federal aid because they are uninsured or live in multi-generational households, so they can't all apply to FEMA. They serve those who have lost their homes or incomes after a catastrophic event, but are not in the United States legally. Such humanitarian organizations typically do not ask about religious beliefs, political affiliation, or documentation status when offering aid. The federal government first awards funds to states, which then bring in organizations once they have accepted the contract and its rules. The DHS document states an award recipient, such as a state, must make all contractors and subrecipients follow its terms. In a statement, Acting FEMA Press Secretary Daniel Largues said any recipient of a DHS or FEMA grant is required to follow the DHS standard terms and conditions, noting most funding is awarded directly to states, tribes, and territories. Another new section of the document states all award recipients must comply with federal statutes that prohibit state and local governments from keeping information about a person's immigration status from DHS. They are also barred from harboring, concealing, or shielding from detection illegal aliens, have to agree to provide access to detainees, such as when an immigration officer seeks to interview a person who might be a removable alien, and not leak or publicize an enforcement operation. This is likely to have a chilling effect on any undocumented person seeking assistance, Robinson said, adding that it might even deter someone who fears their legal status may be questioned. While the federal government has always had wide-ranging authority when setting conditions for grants, a review of contracts going back to 2016, the first year they were posted, found past DHS contracts for federal assistance have not had any language about undocumented immigrants. One FEMA official said the new regulations move away from past terms that focused on civil rights and place more emphasis on exclusionary powers the government has. These standards are not just limited to nonprofits, but could apply to all applicants, sub-applicants, and even other federal agencies that work with FEMA, such as search and rescue groups, said a former senior FEMA official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitive nature of the matter. Officials at disaster volunteer organizations across the U.S., many of whom embed all across communities after major hurricanes, floods, or fires, said they were caught off guard by the new conditions. Several members raised concerns that federal contracts cannot make nonprofits violate local laws that protect people's privacy. The bulk of disaster volunteer groups that work with the federal government are also faith-based organizations, which some groups said could create constitutional concerns. We see this as a free exercise issue under our First Amendment rights, said Peter Gudaitis, the executive director of New York Disaster Interfaith Services. First, the federal government has never attempted to tell the nonprofit sector who we can and cannot serve. Further, as a faith-based organization, we have the right to determine who we serve. The new terms and conditions also target diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, stating that the department's awards cannot be used to advance or promote DEI and/or DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, or discriminatory equity ideology. To meet the needs of the communities they serve, nonprofits often hire Spanish speakers and people of color, and Gudaitis and other members of the nation's disaster volunteer network questioned whether the anti-DEI provision would affect this approach. There are states and cities that don't allow such organizations to ask about a person's immigration status. In New York, for example, disaster workers can register anyone in any affected zip code regardless of their citizenship. These groups, represented by a broader umbrella group called National Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, are grappling with the new requirements, said the Reverend David Guadalupe, the organization's interim president, who also runs Puerto Rico's Volunteer Disaster Aid Group. Each group will have to make an independent decision as to whether they can and will abide by these terms when a state asks them to assist, he said. That could put many groups in a very difficult position, he said, and goes against an ethos to serve anyone in need. Their shared mission is to serve all disaster survivors with compassion and dignity, especially those most vulnerable, and to work together to help communities recover, he said. The network reached out to the administration on Monday about the new terms and is awaiting a reply, Guadalupe said. It is hosting a town hall next week to discuss the new policy and how its members will proactively prepare for impacts on the funds they rely on to manage disasters, according to an email obtained by the Post. These groups often work with states through FEMA's Disaster Case Management Program. In its description of the program, DHS notes, without federal support, the state may be inundated and unable to address the size and scope of the needs, or unable to sustain the length of time the services are needed. There are already strict rules surrounding federal assistance that states and subrecipients, such as volunteer groups and nonprofits, have to follow. These entities have to cooperate with compliance reviews and investigations. they are audited several times a year, and, according to the conditions, have to give DHS access to examine and copy records, accounts, and other documents and sources of information related to the federal award and permit access to facilities and personnel. If a state rejects these conditions, an agency official explained, it would be ineligible for FEMA funds. Nonprofits and disaster response groups worry that the terms could have a ripple effect on mixed-status households, where the parents might be undocumented, but their children are citizens, which means they would be entitled to federal disaster assistance. So will our government now deprive a household with a citizen member of assistance because undocumented people live in the household too? Asked a state VOAD chair who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution. Is the federal government saying that a disaster case manager can't even advise someone where to get help if they are undocumented or their family is? Is that really what we've come to?
All right, well, that was from the Department of Dumb. So, let's see, next story. Well, to continue the trend, HUD threatens funding for public housing authorities shielding illegal immigrants. Whew, they're going hard on these illegals. President Donald Trump's let's make every one of the things that I've said is Americans should not suffer because Trump wants to go after illegals. If there's the possibility, and most of it has been, there have been minor children that have been deported along with their non-citizen mothers, which I find unacceptable. Besides being cruel, it's just un-American. An American child deserves an American childhood. If a child is a citizen and his or her mother is not, then you make an exception unless that mother or father is a criminal. Then, you send it to an immigration judge and we figure it out. But just going, oh, hey, non-citizen mother, do you want to take your kids with you? They are citizens, but do you want to take them? Of course she's going to say yes. Cruel, unusual, and stupid. This is one of the stupider. Donald Trump managed to be stupider in his second administration. That is an amazing feat. He's more organized, but stupider. So HUD basically says, hey, if you're shielding immigrants, I could imagine a mother in, I don't know, Section 8 housing or something like that who has American citizen children, then you make an exception. But Donald Trump's not that smart. And Donald Trump is, I'm beginning to think that, they are telling him, hey, sir, real estate, can you build a grand ballroom while we take care of what we want to do? Biden, this is going to be Biden Jr. I'm not 100% convinced that Donald Trump is going to be, let's see how he looks in the new year. The dude is not looking well. So anyway, President Donald Trump's Department of Housing and Urban Development is giving every public housing authority in the country 30 days to share citizenship status of tenants or risk losing their federal funding. What the fuck? Send ICE, it's cheaper. By law, every public housing or PHA, public housing authority, is required to share eligibility information, including citizenship status, with HUD. Section 214 of the Housing and Community Development Act specifically bars illegal immigrants from public housing programs. However, two senior HUD officials granted anonymity to discuss sensitive information tell the Washington Examiner that a significant number, have either not shared citizenship information with the government or were simply never collecting that information in the first place. Well, comply with the law and then go from there. But again, the exception will be if there are American citizens who are minor children, and if their parent is not a U.S. citizen, if their parent is here without documentation, exceptions shall be made. Those children deserve an American childhood. And if that citizen, if that non-citizen is here legally, we're golden. If that citizen is a criminal, then send it to a judge and we figure it out. So, no child who is an American citizen shall be harmed. Exceptions should be made. And if you are like here, no adult American citizen should be detained or deported by accident. Totally unacceptable. There should be penalties for people, ICE agents or the executive branch in general, for inconveniencing adult American citizens by accident. There should be pain. And this is another good one here. Dad deported by ICE despite judge-approved bond. Now, this is going to be dicey, but we're going to and we might play this afterwards. So, a Guatemalan man has been deported from the U.S. despite having a bond approved by a federal judge, his attorneys told Newsweek. The arrest comes as President Donald Trump's administration ramps up. I hope they refunded the money, at least. I bet they didn't. Donald Trump's administration ramps up immigration arrests in a bid to deport millions of undocumented immigrants as part of a hardline deportation operation. Critics say that's a English error there. Critics say the government has not been abiding by due process rights for immigrants. Well, of course, we suspended habeas corpus, right? We suspended the 14th Amendment, right? Oh, this all I have to say is it's a slippery slope. I'm literally saying that we have slipped into authoritarianism. That line that gets crossed isn't like a speed bump. You just don't know you've crossed it until you're there. If a judge says, hey, we want you back for a hearing, it used to be that the executive branch would at least, let the judicial process flow. And I see SKC is here. And I see 12th Man is here. And I see CKJ3. I suspect all three of these people are going to have interest convergence and disagree with me. And that's all good. We need a smarter president and a president who is not slipping slowly into decline. So I mentioned this yesterday. Prosecutors failed to obtain indictment against man who threw sandwich at federal agent. Now, I have a couple takes on this, but I don't know if everybody knows. I do wonder, it was in front of a Subway, so he probably did get that Subway. I can tell you he took a bite of that Subway sandwich and said, hey, you know what? Y'all are pissing me off. I don't like the fucking sandwich anyway. Fuck you, cop. Subway sandwiches aren't that good anymore. They used to be.
Prosecutors fail to obtain indictment against man who threw sandwich at federal agent. This article is by Alan Foyer, Devlin Barrett, and William K. Rashbaum, and read by an automated voice. Federal prosecutors on Tuesday were unable to persuade a grand jury to approve a felony indictment against a man who threw a sandwich at a federal agent on the streets of Washington this month, according to two people familiar with the matter. The grand jury's rejection of the felony charge was a remarkable failure by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, and the second time in recent days that a majority of grand jurors refused to vote to indict a person accused of felony assault on a federal agent. It also amounted to a sharp rebuke by a panel of ordinary citizens against the prosecutors assigned to bring charges against people arrested after President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops and federal agents to fight crime and patrol the city's streets. The rejection by grand jurors was particularly noteworthy given the attention paid to the case of the man who threw the sandwich, Sean C. Dunn. Video of the episode went viral on social media. Senior officials talked about the case, and the administration posted footage of a large group of heavily armed law enforcement officers going to Mr. Dunn's apartment. It remained unclear if prosecutors plan to try again to obtain an indictment against Mr. Dunn, 37, a former Justice Department paralegal. They could also forgo seeking felony charges and refile his case as a misdemeanor, which does not require an indictment to move forward. Mr. Dunn was initially charged on August 13th in a criminal complaint, accusing him of throwing a submarine sandwich at a Customs and Border Protection officer who was on patrol with other federal agents near the corner of 14th and U Streets in the northwest section of the Capitol, a popular part of the city filled with bars and restaurants. Before he threw the sandwich, the complaint asserts, Mr. Dunn stood within inches of the officer, calling him and his colleagues fascists and shouting, "I don't want you in my city." Mr. Dunn's lawyer, Sabrina Schroff, declined to comment. It is extremely unusual for prosecutors to come out of a grand jury without obtaining an indictment. Because they are in control of the information that grand jurors hear about a case, and defendants are not allowed to have their lawyers in the room as evidence is presented. But Mr. Trump's decision to flood the streets of Washington with federal agents and military personnel who are generally not trained in conducting routine police stops has resulted in a flurry of defendants being charged with federal crimes that would typically be handled at the local court level, if they were filed at all. It has also led to an increasing number of embarrassments for federal prosecutors, who have had to dismiss weak cases or reduce the charges that defendants were facing in recent days. On Monday, for instance, prosecutors refiled a felony assault charge as a misdemeanor in the case of a woman who was accused of injuring an FBI agent during a protest last month against immigration officials at the local jail in Washington. The charges were reduced against the woman, Sydney Lori Reed, after prosecutors failed not just once but 3 times to obtain an indictment in the case. That same day, at the request of prosecutors, a federal magistrate judge dismissed all charges against a man who was arrested at a Trader Joe's grocery store last week for what the police said was possession of 2 handguns in his bag. At a hearing, the magistrate judge Zia M. Faruqi lambasted prosecutors for having charged the man, Torres Riley, in an apparent violation of his constitutional rights. Lawlessness cannot come from the government, Judge Faruqi said, according to HuffPost. We're pushing the boundaries here. In a separate case, the judge blasted federal prosecutors and corrections officials on Tuesday for having allowed a woman, Cristal Rios Esquivel, to remain in jail for nearly 6 days after she was arrested for allegedly spitting on a National Zoo police sergeant. Ms. Rios Esquivel's lawyer, H. Heather Shaner, had submitted an emergency motion to the judge seeking her release and ended her filing with a single word, "Help!" While Ms. Rios Esquivel was ultimately freed, Judge Faruqi pointed out in an order that she had somehow been allowed to languish behind bars, even though prosecutors had not asked for her to be detained. "This is inexcusable," he wrote. Mr. Dunn is scheduled to appear next week in federal district court in Washington for a preliminary hearing where another magistrate judge, G. Michael Harvey, will determine if there is probable cause that a crime was committed during the sandwich throwing incident. Prosecutors typically have 30 days to secure an indictment after a defendant is arrested. If they fail to do so within that window, they either have to reduce the charges to a misdemeanor or dismiss the case altogether.
Oh, vendetta will require a second swing at the bat. This is, I think I've talked about Stacey Patton earlier, and I kind of agree with this take. Reason being is I've watched some footage about where some of these, I've literally not seen any black people. Now, I'm not watching a lot of video footage, or, I don't live in DC, so I don't have a full picture. Just so happens that, all the media stuff I've seen has been fairly well-dressed white people, like the sandwich slinger, who, are more upset at the police than any of the black people I've seen. I've seen relatively few black residents of DC having that big a problem. So Stacey Patton, and she's a professor at Morgan State in Baltimore, but she's also pretty funny. She's actually really good with words. So we'll listen to this just because it made me chuckle.
And quote, "Get out of our neighborhood," end quote. The Optics of Washington, D.C. by Dr. Stacey Patton. This Substack is reader-supported. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber. I keep seeing these viral videos out of DC where white people are hailed as heroes because they stand on the sidewalks or in the streets yelling at ICE agents and cops as they smash car windows, drag Latinos out of their cars, cuff them, and drive off. The crowd shouts, "Get out of our neighborhood. Go home, ICE." And eventually the agents get back in their vehicles and leave. The video goes online, it racks up views, everyone shares it, and suddenly we're supposed to believe we just witnessed the front line of anti-fascist resistance. These clips are shot with the same dramatic framing we're used to from reality TV or breaking news. You hear the glass shattering, the screams, the chanting. You see the agents in black vests and helmets, faceless symbols of state power. And then there's the shot of white neighbors standing in the street, screaming their lungs out at the state. That's the image that sticks, the one people screenshot, share, and caption. Look at this hero on social media. These moments are consumed like mini action films. They're 30 seconds of adrenaline, danger, and catharsis. When people scroll past these clips, they often feel an immediate emotional rush. For some, it's outrage, anger at the violence, fury at IC, disgust at the police. For others, it's a jolt of inspiration that says, finally, somebody's doing something. They hit retweet or share, typing out. This is what allyship looks like. Still for others, it's relief or comfort seeing white people yell at the state reassures them that maybe all is not lost. Maybe someone is fighting back. These videos get consumed as proof that resistance is alive, even if only in fragments. But that's also the trap. Because the emotional high of watching them does its job. It simmers people down, gives them a sense that something has been done, that the fight is happening, that there's a moral balance at play. Rage, inspiration, relief. And then the scroll continues. Dinner recipes, sports highlights, celebrity gossip. The violence fades into the feed. By the next day, it's yesterday's outrage. That cycle of emotional churn. Shock, outrage, inspiration, relief. Numbness ends up being the product itself. These videos don't just document resistance. They become spectacle in themselves, circulating to keep people watching, reacting, posting, but rarely organizing. That's why law enforcement doesn't mind them. They know people will yell, the clips will go viral, the public will feel something, and then everyone will go back to scrolling. The ICE vans still drive away with bodies in them. The raids keep happening. Deportations keep happening. Families are still ripped apart. Communities remain terrorized. Nothing systemic bends just because some white residents yelled at law enforcement and posted it for clout. It looks radical for the feed, but it doesn't interrupt the machinery of state violence. And the worst part is, law enforcement doesn't even flinch. They know these moments are catharsis, not disruption. This is protest as performance, content creation dressed up as liberation. Fascism doesn't collapse under a chant. It thrives while you're uploading. And part of the problem is that Americans don't actually know how to be radical. They don't know how to fight fascism. They've been raised on obedience, trained since childhood to ask permission. to play by the rules, to believe that yelling at authority is rebellion instead of just noise. Generations of schooling, policing, and cultural messaging have socialized people into submission. So even when they think they're resisting, they're still operating inside the boundaries of the system that's crushing them. Meanwhile, in the 7th and 8th wards, in black neighborhoods east of the Anacostia River, and all up and down Georgia Avenue near Howard University, the videos tell a different story. Black people sitting on their own steps are harassed. People are stopped for smoking weed, which is legal. Cars are broken into by cops. Students are pulled over and questioned simply because they're black and visible. But you don't see those clips celebrated and boosted with the same fervor. There's no halo of heroism around black suffering, just another routine of state-sanctioned humiliation and violence meant to purge DC of black and brown bodies. And the irony is that many of the white allies shouting down ICE are the same ones who gentrified these neighborhoods. They priced out longtime residents, called the police on go-go music and cookouts, petitioned for more policing, and then turn around and film themselves cursing at those same cops for clout. Their resistance is conditional. When the violence lands on immigrants in their newly colonized neighborhoods, they rage. When it's black residents being harassed, they're silent or complicit. Now, let's talk about the social media pipeline. Because every time one of these videos goes up, it feeds a platform built to numb us. Yes, citizen journalism has power. It documents, it archives, it sometimes mobilizes. But this country has grown desensitized to images of state violence. We scroll past broken windows and brown bodies being dragged away the same way we scroll past recipes and dance challenges. Outrage spikes, empathy drops, and the cycle repeats. That's by design. The techno-fascist bros who run these platforms want us to watch until we feel helpless, until we feel there's nothing to be done but post another clip, drop another comment, hit share, and call that resistance. It's not. It's consumption. If white people really want to fight fascism, they have to stop mistaking the algorithm for a battlefield. They have to stop confusing virality with victory. Real resistance isn't safe, isn't aesthetic, isn't built for clicks. It costs something. It means housing undocumented families, funding lawyers, blocking IC vehicles, building sanctuary networks, standing with black communities under constant assault. It means dismantling the very structures like policing, surveillance, and gentrification that make both IC raids and everyday harassment possible. Fascism doesn't collapse because you yelled at it while somebody else pressed record. Fascism collapses when communities starve its systems of power, when solidarity makes it impossible for the state to operate unchallenged. Until then, all we're doing is feeding the machine the very spectacle it craves. If this piece spoke to you, I invite you to become a paid
Well, I still think she's funny, and there is one more piece we're going to hear from her today. I don't know, good 20, 30 minutes from now. I agree. The white folks, in like part of it, and I don't think John is in New York. I'm sorry, in DC right now. He probably fled. I guarantee you he fled. That's why he's in New York, because, but I don't know that there's a huge police presence in Southeast. Someone will have to tell me. I've seen nothing in the news, but I don't follow DC news that closely. I tend to look at the national news, so I'm sure I'm hopefully wrong, but most of these folks should be in the hood. They were cleaning up national parks, the National Guard was, and they're limited to federal property, so I understand that. But see, this is what I mean by Donald Trump being performative. He's full of shit. And Georgetown is going to look nice. The national parks are going to look nice. But the problem is not being confronted, at least as far as I know. So someone out there probably knows more about DC. I guarantee you, because you would always see John Galt taking pictures of overturned public trash cans and bins and stuff, and people sleeping out on the sidewalk surrounded by trash. I guarantee you it's still there. Donald Trump isn't fixing that shit. Only in the gentrifiers' minds is this happening. Sandwich Slinger, I guarantee you, his punishment should be to work in a Subway for a week. So this is going to be a little bit of a departure, at least for now. This guy's called Political Punk, and I actually usually watch him overnight till I fall asleep. He has a very interesting thing that I totally disagree with, but he makes a point about populism, which I disagree with. But let's let it play, and it won't be forever. But he's gonna frazzle some of you button-up shirt types, button-down collar types. But I think he's pretty funny, and I also think he's pretty smart. And Uncle Fatty's not here, but because I see Uncle Fatty in his chat every now and again. But let's play it.
I get it. There are a lot
All
of earplugs to
Liberals, you guys are not in the driver's seat. I don't know how else to say this to you for you guys to fucking understand that in 3 years, we are not going to listen to what you have to say. Your strategies, your thought processes, they are ridiculous.
I don't know who this chick is talking about, but in 3 years from now, what's going to happen is the American people are going to vote. Somebody's going to win the primary, and everybody on the left better get behind whoever wins the fucking primary. And I don't care how you feel about them. That's my thing. When we get to 2028, it's going to be real simple. Root for who you want, but when that primary's over, I don't care who fucking wins. I don't want to hear one goddamn voice on the left, not one motherfucking voice on the left, utter anything but support for whoever wins that fucking primary, period. Okay, that's it. You either fucking pony up, show up, and fight for the victory against these fascist fucks, or you can just fucking bounce, kick fucking rocks, and shut the fuck up and stay out of my sight forever. Okay? No more fucking around. Okay? No more fucking around. Right? Once that primary is over, we are going to fall in line behind our guy or girl, and I don't want to hear another goddamn word. None of this, you got to earn my vote. No, fuck you. Okay? There's going to be a primary winner that already has their vote, and that's it. And if you're not doing that, you're not doing your civic duty. Okay? That's it. All right? None of this shit. This whole after the primary's over, oh, now you got to win my vote. Fuck you. All right? No, your civic duty is to make sure that JD goddamn Vance and Peter Thiel don't butt fuck us with the goddamn King James. All right? That's it. That's it. And I don't want to hear anything else about it, or I'm going to give boots in the ass. Okay? Period. Oh, there it is. Let's go.
And this is Donald Trump's America. People who can't express themselves freely because it's freedom of...
Dude, oh my God, some guy came and took the flag. What a dink, bro. Who does that, bro? Freedom of speech. They don't believe in freedom of speech. You know what I'm saying? These MAGA fucks, dude. They don't believe in freedom of speech, dude. They're fucking freedom of cuckoldry is what they are. That's what they are. They're fucking Trump cuckolds.
Here's why home equity...
Why does everybody in the National Guard have that porn mustache from the 70s? You guys look like bottom gun. Anyways, it's good to be here in Iraq. No, I'm just kidding. This is like Comic-Con out here. I love the National Guard.
Dude, this guy's hilarious. You hear that?
Why does everybody in the National Guard have that porn mustache from the 70s? You guys look like bottom gun. Anyways, it's good to be here in Iraq. No, I'm just kidding. This is like Comic-Con out here. I love the National Guard, or as I like to call them, the Washington Commanders. The Commanders have a little bit of a better record at the moment. The U.S. military, they went about 0-20 years in the Middle East recently.
My God,
we just created a bunch of power vacuums over there, which is not a Dyson product, unfortunately. I think the National Guard and the Coast Guard should just play a volleyball game and then kiss. Let's get it over with. Okay, we're having a good time. Why does everybody in the National Guard have that porn mustache from the 70s? You guys look like bottom...
Oh, shit, that's hilarious. Establishment Dem leaders. Dude, see, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they just need to be voted out. right? But I'm not going to let J.D. Vance and fucking Peter Thiel take over because Charles Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are fucking corporate pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? But we should find a primary challenger for both of them and try to beat those guys. You know, try to get them out of power, right? You know what I mean? I mean, that Andrew Cuomo shit of like asking for Trump's help. Like, bro, what are we talking about? That's how you know who needs to be replaced. Any Democrat that supports Andrew Cuomo, we need to get them out of office because we see their allegiance. Their allegiance is more with Trump than it is with somebody who wants to get us health care and make sure we're fed. You know what I'm saying? Dude, let's go. Think you're too worried about that? No liberal's going to split the vote? Yeah, I don't know, Matt. I mean, I'd like to believe that, but I thought no liberal would want to split the vote in 2024, but it didn't work out that way.
Hey
right?
guys, we're just about to head to home.
You know, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I just know what how the line I'm drawing, right? We're either getting on board, right? But we do need to fucking replace Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, like without a doubt. Those guys, like without a doubt, man. And I believe maybe it has something to do with Ken Martin getting super PACs out of the primaries. If we can do that, I feel like if we can get Ken Martin and the DNC to take super PACs out of the primaries, so we're not going against like $5 million of APAC money or $5 million of health insurance money in the primary, then I think we can bounce some of those fuckers. Okay? That's what we got to do. I'm trying to figure out how we can best do that. I don't know how to voice, like, I don't know enough about the DNC to know how we can get our voice heard with that. If you guys have information on that, on how to fight for the DNC to change the rules about that stuff, like, do you go to your local, like, DNC or is there, like, national convention you could protest? Or, like, I need information about that. I don't really know much about the inner workings. But again, though, the thing is we will use the super PAC money in the general election because we needed to compete with the Republicans. But the primaries, if we could get it out so people have to be funded by the people, that would make a big difference because then those guys they're not safe. Like right now, Hakeem Jeffries is safe because he has $5 million, right? Same with Chuck Schumer. Okay, but if they have to get money from actual people, dude, now they're accountable. Okay, now they're not safe anymore. Now they can't sit there and jerk off with their fucking sternly worded letters. You know, they need to actually show up for people.
Liberals get upset over the dump.
I wasn't driving.
I was ready to blame Lovable.
Trump is a punk ass bitch. Trump is a punk ass bitch. Trump is punk ass bitch. Sing it, Secret Service! Trump is a punk ass bitch. Trump is a punk ass bitch.
He hasn't done anything wrong.
I'm thrilled to see people reject liberalism towards leftism. That's very exciting to me, and I like that was even included.
It's a working class ideology.
This is going to be a problem.
I take my inspirations from the labor movement. I take my inspirations from the civil rights movement. American history is not a history of working people asking permission to get things from those in power. Every good thing that we have got.
You've had to fucking rattle the people in power to get it. Exactly. I mean, this is so true. Every good thing we've gotten has come from some form of resistance.
Quite frankly, for working people in this country, does not come from writing a strongly worded letter to someone in power and then they just give it to you. We need to build power. We need to build organizational power, both in communities and workplaces. We need to build a much deeper structure of power through our political apparatus in a way that we can leverage it far after campaigns come and go.
See, here's the thing that I want to see, and I'm going to close on this, okay? Because I'm going to go make some videos. But this is what I want to see from leftism in America. All right, you ready for this? So what I want to see with leftism in America is I want us to convert leftism from talk online and talk on the internet to actual boots on the ground success. Okay? Which means instead of us all being fucking people who talk about if the Dems did this, if we did that, if we had this platform, we need to have more people running and winning on a platform that is outside of that conventional conservative liberalism. Okay? But like what happens now is most of the leftism is commentary and reflection as opposed to like boots on the ground winning and getting in office. There's only a little bit of it in office, like 5 or 6 members in office. And it could be on the state level, it could be at the school board level, right? We just need more leftists to be actually running for office instead of just talking about what they want their politicians to be doing. And that's my biggest complaint about leftism is most of the like voices don't actually want to run. Nobody actually wants to run on leftism. They just want to talk about how great leftism would be if people use that platform. And I think we have to run. I think trying to convince corporate Democrats or liberal centrists to be left, they're not going to do it until the left starts winning. And if the left starts winning, everybody will become the left because they're going to gravitate towards what wins. That's it. That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? And you know, there's been a lot of success when people show up. You know, there is, but we have to, I feel like we got to run. You know what I'm saying? How do they not see how popular AOC and Bernie are? I mean, they do, but AOC and Bernie, though, are like, you know, like their AOC is in New York City, right? And so that is a place that it's a lot easier to be AOC in New York City than it is in Nebraska. Okay. Right. And Bernie is just sort of a weird exception. Okay. I mean, he's been doing it for like 40 years, 50 years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So he's got it dialed, right? You know what I mean? That message resonates. I mean, it does. It does. But at the same time, though, like, what's crazy about it is it resonates, right? Like Bernie and shit will go to Nebraska and there'll be 30,000 people there resonating with the message. But then look at who they vote for in Nebraska. They have not voted for a single goddamn person like Bernie anywhere in their fucking government. Okay, so the message resonates, but they're not actually voting for that shit. So why are they not voting for it? Because people in Nebraska aren't running on that message. But if 1,000 Nebraskans ran on that message, maybe a couple of them would win. But that's what I'm talking about, is it's just theoretical. Even with Bernie, right? Bernie went out and had a message that like inspired the whole world. But like I watched state after state in the South and everybody voted for Hillary like 70%. And I was like, God damn, why are none of the people in the South voting for Bernie? Like, why is he getting killed in Alabama and Mississippi?
Why is he getting killed in Alabama and Mississippi? And I think he might have mentioned South Carolina. Well, for several reasons. The South has more of the black population, the legacy black population. In my opinion, black people in America understand America better than most of the majority demographic. And he'll get to actually the point I wanted to talk about. But the reason Bernie didn't win is because the left, like the DSA type left, they literally want to ignore American history and talk about class. They are essentially, class essentialists. And I understand why they think they're right, but I don't think they are. America's not Europe or Eastern Europe. It's not Canada. It's not Australia. Bernie didn't win in the South because he pretty much said, fuck reparations. I have better things to do. And it turned off even blacks in the South who don't, aren't or kind of tepid on reparations were turned off. Bernie cares more about class, and we should care about class. We should care about working people, etc. But he managed to piss some black people off. That's why he lost in the South. White workers, historically, white workers and black workers as a class were cleaved against each other for 200 years, maybe forever, in American history. It does not work that way, and Bernie failed to understand that. Or he thought he could overcome it, and he was wrong. That's why Bernie didn't win South Carolina. Let's face it, blacks tend not to be that far left. That's the actual reason.
Mississippi and Georgia and North Carolina. Like, why? They're resonating with the message, but they're still not voting for him, And like, that's what's so weird. Like, that's why I think we need to flood the zone ourselves, You know what I mean? Like, I think if 1,000 people ran for office in Nebraska, certainly one of them would win. But
and
Matt,
I think
though, the thing is you got
it's fairly interesting that he wants to flood a zone with leftism. Horseshoe politics. He's going to mention left populism. Populism is populism. It does not work. That's why MAGA is going to fail. That's why the Tea Party did fail. Even in the heartland, Americans tend to be kind of centrists by nature. So a left revolution versus a MAGA revolution, neither are going to work, at least not in my lifetime.
Stop saying he got sabotaged by Dems. You're going to get sabotaged. Anytime you run for office, you're going to get sabotaged by Dems. You're going to get sabotaged by Republicans. You're going to get sabotaged by the business people who want to thwart you. If you run on Medicare for all, every insurance company on the planet is going to try to sabotage your ass. But you have to fucking have enough people running and building a groundswell of thousands of candidates running on that shit so you can overcome the sabotage. You can't just have Bernie, okay? Right? Like, and you can't just be like, oh, they sabotage me. Like if you have 1,000 candidates, right? If every election had 100 Bernies running for it, they wouldn't be able to sabotage all of them. Okay? But the people, though, that support Bernie are running.
The problem, there was a guy named Marcel Dixon who ran against Jim Clyburn in South Carolina. I think it was back in 2016. And Clyburn, problematic as he is, trounced Marcel Dixon. And the reason why Marcel Dixon was just erratic, if not outright, just kind of... he was eccentric. And America is not populist. They tend to be more centrist. It doesn't matter whether the populism is left or right. The American system was not built for democracy. It was not built for the working class. And there's some history things that, political punk. And I think he's right, except he's talking about something that doesn't exist. America, you got to deal with its history. And if he knew the history well enough, he might be less inclined to be this frenetic. However, I do respect him. I started listening to him overnight.
You know what I mean? The people that are like, yeah, I love Bernie. I love Bernie's policies, but they're not running for office. And we need them to run for office, okay? Because it's not about Bernie. It's not about the president. It's about the Congress and the state legislatures. That's what we need. We need like thousands of Bernie Sanders who are just regular.
However, MAGA is subverting Congress. Look at Texas. Look at, how Trump is basically the Congress and the judiciary, for that matter. You might be a little too late.
Regular working class people running for state legislatures and running for fucking, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't there. Dude, I was there. I was alive in 2016. I watched that campaign. I watched the primaries. I watched the way people voted. I watched the way the black vote stuck with the mainstream Democratic Party. And they weren't giving Bernie a chance because they didn't trust him, right? And there weren't enough people. There weren't enough other voices, right? We didn't have Congress. We didn't have like 100 Bernies in Congress. We have one Bernie in Congress. We need 100 people like Bernie in Congress. That's what we need. And short of that, there's going to be no change. A Bernie president, we need like 100, 150 people like Bernie in Congress. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We need like 100, 200 people like Bernie in Congress. And if we don't get that, there's never going to be any change. We can argue.
And the oddest thing, the working class doesn't vote for working class. It's the way we've been educated. At least when I was a kid, you wanted your president, you wanted your politicians to be examples. Used to be when I was a kid, you wanted a president who had good character. And up until maybe George Bush in 2000, character mattered. That used to literally be kind of like a political slogan, character matters. It no longer does. And that went away with Clinton's second run for president, I think. The working class in America doesn't vote for working class politicians. It never has. There are exceptions, of course, but it rarely happens. So again, he's dealing in a utopia that doesn't take into account American history.
About Bernie and the Democratic Party all day and night long, but we need 200 people that believe in the shit Bernie did getting into Congress, which means we need 5,000 people running for Congress, and then maybe 2,200 of them will eventually win, right? And we need to do that, though, at the state level, too. Like, man, if every leftist in America who complained about Bernie being sabotaged, if every one of those people ran for office and filled the airwaves with that platform and won people over in their state and local governments, if we all did that, we would be making ground, right? We would.
Another point that I probably should have covered earlier. There's a reason there's a Citizen United decision. You can't be working class and be a politician, not a full-time politician. The Texas Democrats who escaped to Chicago, perfect example. I'm sure one of the main reasons they wound up going back is they're not full-time politicians. They were basically regular working people, and they couldn't afford to be gone forever. They didn't have trust funds. They had to get back to their jobs. They had to take care of their kids because they couldn't afford to hire nannies. The American political system since day one the founders were not working class heroes. Not even Benjamin Franklin. He was rich by the time he got involved in politics. America is not set up from the fundament. It's not set up for populism to work. And I would argue that Western civilization, even if you go back before America was founded, it was based on aristocrats and monarchies, which goes back to that first video I showed at the opening of the show. Working class is not how America was. It's not the base or the foundation of American government.
We can't get fucking discouraged because Bernie got sabotaged or because so-and-so got sabotaged. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? It's true, man. I mean, upside down, you don't have to agree with me, but I'm just saying you can cry about Bernie all you want, and that's not going to change anything.
I can literally make a historical
it's not. Like,
argument.
we need people to run for office.
Nope.
You should
It's not
run
a matter
for
of
office.
agreeing.
You're
It's a
so
matter of
convinced
you're
that you
wrong.
know it all, then get out there and go win. Run for office and win that shit. At your local level, show us. You know what I mean? Don't fucking, like, wait for me to tell you. Like, you have all the answers. Just do it. Show us. You were there. You know everything about Bernie. You know all about that. So go do it. Make it fucking happen. I believe in you. Right? Just quit crying about Bernie being sabotaged and go win. Okay? Go win. Learn from Bernie and go win. You know what I mean? But this crying about the sabotage,
Learn
we have
from
to
the
overcome the
burn.
sabotage. You know what I'm saying? We do. We have to overcome the sabotage. You know? You're trying to tell me the truth? Well, you're telling me the truth, but we can look at the election totals, okay? The vote count totals in the primary, and in the South, like Bernie lost in the South because the same reason that like a lot of the older black voters in New York City.
Once again, Bernie was running as a Democrat. The black population in the South, the legacy black population, Bernie pissed him off when he said, hey, reparations aren't something I would even consider. Even if you are a legacy black American like myself, and I don't think reparations will ever happen. However, just discounting the idea is why he lost in the South. The South is more conservative. That in the middle of the country are more conservative. Even if they're Democrats, they're not DSA types. That's why they lost. And, you know, this guy's an actual interesting person. He's grounded in being a good person. He doesn't know politics. And politics is how the sausage is made. You got to be a pragmatist. And DSA, MAGA isn't grounded in pragmatism either, except at the, at the blunt end of whatever instrument they want to use to get what they want. MAGA won't survive 2028. That part I'm pretty sure of. Now, I could be wrong. I was wrong about Kamala losing, but she had some disadvantages. But the bottom line is Trump is here now. He is doing everything he can to stack the deck for 2026 and 2028. I'm guessing he's going to fail. Look at his poll numbers. Once he goes, and he can't last forever, and that's becoming readily apparent. Not going to happen. And I don't see 2028. I don't see J.D. Vance. It won't be J.D. Vance who is president if MAGA wins in 2028. That part I'm sure of.
Didn't vote for Zora Mamdani. They voted for Andrew Cuomo because they're still attached to the Democratic Party, okay, that like did the Civil Rights Act in 1964. Older voters of color are staunchly like Democrat Party traditionalists. And so the Bernie movement needs to be able to win those voters in the South, okay? Because you have to be able to win the primary in the American South, in the Democratic Party, in order to win that Democratic fucking
win in the South.
like nomination,
Bernie didn't.
right? And that's what's really hard is there's that weird party loyalty that happens with older voters. Now that's going to change
It's not
40
weird
years from
party
now
loyalty.
when as
This is
voters
why I don't
age.
think this guy
But that
knows his
definitely
politics.
hampered
Not real well.
like 2016. That was a huge fucking problem. And then in 2020, it was like Joe Biden was like had the Obama thing, which was weird because Joe Biden's not Obama by any
No,
means.
it's not weird.
He was like the conservative white guy that they used to make
Biden
Obama
had been in
palatable
politics
to
for
middle
50
America.
years. He understood American
it fucking,
politics.
but like, dude, I don't know. I'm just not one to like cry about like getting sabotaged, you know what I'm saying? Like even in my own life, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like even in my own life, like I went and
Well, we'll stop this here. He makes a point about the left populism, which pretty much America's not set up for populists. The Constitution was not written by populists. There are literally, it wasn't set up. America was set up as an elite enterprise. They needed populists, for the vote, and they would outright lie. Sometimes, if you've ever read the Federalist Papers and then, compare it to what actually happened out in the field. But anyway, let us move on. House targets Midwest as fight for majority intensifies, which goes back to my point. They're out in the heartland, folks. They know they're going to get the South. But now they're out in the heartland. House Republicans are ramping up their push to protect one of the narrowest majorities in modern history, sending Representative Brian Jack, Republican Georgia. I actually don't know who he is, on a recruitment swing on Tuesday through two Democratic-held House districts that President Donald Trump carried in the last election. Republicans currently hold a 219 to 212 edge in the House, with 3 Democratic seats vacant following the recent deaths of Representatives Raul Grijalva, Arizona, Sylvester Turner, Texas, and Jerry Connolly, Virginia, along with 1 Republican seat left open by resignation. Special elections are scheduled to fill these seats later this year. Won't matter. So bottom line is Ohio, 9th District, etc. And I am growing to love the Washington Examiner. It's a good little Republican rag. But bottom line is Republicans and MAGA specifically knows they look at polls. And I'm not absolutely sure. We still have a year and a half, well, less than a year and a half, a year and a couple months before 2026. I don't see MAGA surviving to 2028 unless it clamps down more. Winning in 2026 will assure the 2028 a little bit more, but these are long range predictions, so I'm getting a little out of my league. So next, more than a dozen killed in Kyiv after fiercest attack since Alaska summit. That's Russia basically going, hey, what you gonna do, Trump? That's Putin going, hey, Trump, I walked your red carpet, I flew away, and I'm still gonna do what the fuck I want to do. That's Putin's message to your dear leader, SKC.
You're listening to More Than Dozen Killed in Kyiv After Fiercest Attack Since Alaska Summit, a news story written by David Stern and read by an AI-generated voice. Kyiv. Russian forces pummeled Kyiv overnight into Thursday, sending wave after wave of airborne attacks at targets in the capital and across the country, killing at least 14, including 3 children, and injuring 38, Ukrainian officials said. It was the most ferocious attack on the Ukrainian capital since President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin's summit in Alaska failed to yield a ceasefire, and the number of casualties suggested unusual weakness in Ukraine's air defenses. Loud explosions shook the center of Kyiv as attack drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles battered the city for hours. City officials said the strikes damaged more than 20 locations in Kyiv, causing fires in residential buildings, damaging a shopping mall and kindergarten, and leveling a section of a 5-story apartment block. Emergency services said it had rescued 3 people from under the rubble at one of the locations. There is a high likelihood that people are still trapped under the ruins, it said in a statement. At least 12 were killed in just one strike on a building in the Darnistki district, according to the Interior Ministry. Search operations are still ongoing, it added, with 10 people still missing. A missile destroyed the building next to the one housing the European Union mission to Ukraine, sending a blast wave through the delegation and residential tower where the EU employees live, said its ambassador Katerina Mathernova. She said many were shaken and horrified, although there were no injuries. The war touched them directly last night. The war touched the European Union, she posted on Facebook. And no one will convince me that this was not Putin's intention. The EU Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kos, called the attacks a clear sign that Russia rejects peace and chooses terror. Ukraine's Air Force said Thursday that Moscow launched 598 drones and 31 missiles against targets in Ukraine, of which 563 drones and 26 missiles were shot down. The Air Force did not say how many of those were directed against Kyiv, however. Unfortunately, the handwriting of the Russians from attack to attack is typical, Timur Tkachenko, the head of Kyiv's Municipal Military Administration, wrote on Telegram. Combined strikes from different directions, and systematically, targeting ordinary residential buildings. Thursday's attack is part of an intensifying offensive against Ukraine, which is taking place even as Trump tries to end the conflict, and Ukraine's European partners debate how to provide Kyiv security guarantees against future aggression by Russia. Russian forces have steadily moved forward along the front line, and claim to have advanced into Ukraine's southeastern Dnipro region for the first time, signaling that Putin possibly intends to fight until he achieves his full war aims. In addition to regular aerial attacks on Ukrainian cities, including a strike last week on an American-run factory in western Ukraine, Russian forces have also targeted the country's gas and energy infrastructure, Ukrainian officials said. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, writing on Telegram, said the latest attacks proved that the international community should introduce tougher sanctions against Russia and to force it to commit to a ceasefire. Russia chooses ballistics over the negotiating table, he wrote. It chooses to continue the killings rather than end the war. Zelensky called for stronger diplomatic reactions from China and Hungary, 2 countries that have preserved close relations with Russia. Russia must feel its responsibility for every strike, for every day of this war, he wrote. The assault takes place as Ukrainian and Western officials hammer out a framework for security guarantees for Ukraine that they hope could accompany a potential peace plan to end the conflict, which began with Russia's full-scale invasion more than 3 years ago. However, a deal still seems to be some distance away, as the 2 sides disagree on key points. Putin is pushing for concessions from the Ukrainians that Kyiv views as a capitulation, such as ceding territory that Russia does not control and allowing Moscow a say in Ukraine's internal affairs. Putin is also resisting a meeting with Zelensky.
All right, well, let's see. Seems like a time to go. Everyone make sure you hit the like button. Everyone, if you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Maybe I'll get monetized in, I don't know, somewhere between 7.5 and 8 years so far. But stay strong, stay strong. Let's get monetized. Dave, I've lost track of this Cassandra thing you keep talking about. Can you remind me? So we're going to switch gears and talk a little bit about state stuff, but still related to the fight for the House of Representatives and Congress in general. California Supreme Court rejects latest. Let's see, can we get rid of that? California Supreme Court rejects latest GOP redistricting challenge. California's going to be able to check Texas more than likely. I suspect it'll hit federal. And my prediction is that depending on which hit one of those districts out west, states control elections. There's not much the federals can do about how states control their elections. So it'll go to federal court from the California Supreme Court. It'll be interesting to see what happens, but it is literally in the Constitution who controls what. And the Supreme Court basically telling Colorado it couldn't toss Trump off the ballot back in what was that, 2019? I'm sorry, 2023, maybe it was, or maybe it was 2022. That was problematic. But anyway, looks like Newsom's going to be able to do what he wants to do, at least so far. Civil rights groups, including NAACP, sued Texas to halt new congressional map. Basically, same thing. Texas controls its districting, its redistricting, or whatever it is they're doing. And I know the Fifth Circuit, they're going to support, and so will the Supreme Court. Texas will win this one. California will win theirs. Louisiana asks, again, more voting stuff. Louisiana asks Supreme Court to gut Voting Rights Act and ban use of race in redistricting. You're not going to be able to do it unless they just, I suspect in this one, this might be the case that gets rid of the Voting Rights Act pretty much forever. And then MAGA's going to have a free-for-all. And I guess I'll have to brush up on, my Voting Rights Act, because it's one of the more complicated civil rights acts. Section 2 broadly prohibits discriminatory election practices based on race, color, or language, minority status. In redistricting, Section 2 has resulted in the drawing of majority-minority districts, which are meant to give Black, Latino, or Asian voters a meaningful ability to elect candidates of their choosing. I think that's going to be struck down. Argued, and hopefully SKC will be around. This is scheduled for October 15th of this year, with a decision to come by 2026. Let's hopefully we'll be around. Let's plan for that. I definitely want to hear this case, SKC. That it might be epic. So let's see here. What do we got? Something about Greek. I don't remember Cassandra. Was that the Swan thing? Do you pay attention to your viewer turnover rate or viewer replacement rate, gain loss ratio? I kind of do, Richard. That's an excellent question. Probably the best question I've been asked all week. What I do see is I get a lot of shit. I will have 11 people, I'll bump up to maybe, sometimes I'll get up to 30. But the end numbers always wind up, the viewer numbers. So I don't really, I think what I suspect, Richard, and this is serious, people come in, see what I'm talking about. If it's not interesting, they'll remain a couple minutes, then go to something more interesting. So I get a lot of viewers, but not a lot of people in the chat. And my, the average time that people remain in the chat so far has been right around 10 to 15 minutes. Now, sometimes, you know, if I go and I look at the YouTube studio, it's still around 20 minutes, but, you know, that's not a number that's, you know, I think on weekends people stay longer. I think during the week they stay shorter, but, you know, kind of the way I run the show is almost like a morning, like a Today Show or Good Morning America. Most of the people come in, say hi, listen for a few minutes, and then they arrive at work or they're getting ready for work. And then, you know, hey, I got to get in the car. So you tell me. It's an excellent question. I don't know that much about YouTube. I do pay attention to the numbers. Some of it I understand. Some of it I don't care about that much. It would be nice to get monetized, but you know, my demographics are, I'm 60. Most of my demographic is between, I think, 35 and maybe up to 55. So most of the people are younger than I am. So I look forward to your thinking on it. That's everything I know. I have a high turnover rate, if you want to call it that. But, you know, people visit, they give me likes. That's the other thing. Compared to, say, my average, like there are what? 11 people in the chat right now. At the end of the day, you know, I'll have 30 people who like the show. So I'm always open to learning. I don't know that much about YouTube. So whatever you think, give me your thoughts. Gates Foundation, and actually I skipped over one, my bad. This was going to lead into the next story. 2 Microsoft workers fired after occupying president's office to protest ties to Israel. I assume they mean the Microsoft president, not the president. They weren't in the Oval Office. 2 Microsoft employees were fired for participating in a sit-in at the president's office, but not in, to protest the company's ties to Israel during the Gaza conflict. Microsoft spokesman stated the terminations were due to serious breaches of company policies and code of conduct. Haddle, no idea what that is, an activist, claimed that Microsoft enables genocide by providing tools to Israel, demanding reparations for Palestinians. The group, No Azure for Apartheid, No Green for Apartheid Money, demands that Microsoft cut ties with Israel and pay reparations to Palestinians. So, knowing what I know, and you know what? I'm not going to speculate. That would be dumb. But in somewhat related but very unrelated news, Gates Foundation quietly cuts ties with firm linked to Democrats. Now, this is kind of interesting. Officials made no mention of politics in cutting ties with a network of nonprofit funds, but Bill Gates has made other moves to insulate the charity from political pressures. And if I recall, he's looking to go to zero, like the charity will no longer exist, at least in his mind, after I think it's 2035. So let's listen to a bit. We won't listen to all of it.
Gates Foundation quietly cuts ties with firm linked to Democrats. This article is by Theodore Schleifer and read by an automated voice. America's largest charitable foundation has quietly ceased backing a nonprofit network closely associated with the Democratic Party and criticized by conservatives, a symbolically significant blow to a powerful player in liberal politics. The Gates Foundation decided in late June to halt making grants to nonprofit funds administered by the consulting firm Arabella Advisors, according to an internal foundation announcement reviewed by the New York Times. That decision, attributed to the foundation's chief executive, Mark Sussman, has sparked unease in the world of progressive philanthropy. Some nonprofits that work with Arabella are already seeking distance from the firm in order to preserve their relationships with the Gates Foundation, which primarily supports health initiatives around the globe. In addition to its consulting work on behalf of nonprofits and philanthropists, Arabella also manages several dark money funds that support Democrats and the progressive movement. For the organizations that the foundation's grants ultimately support, large sums are on the line. The Gates Foundation has disbursed or pledged about $450 million to nonprofit funds administered by Arabella over the last 16 years, according to the foundation's records. It is one of the earliest and largest backers of nonprofit funds managed by Arabella. In its internal announcement, dated June 24th and sent to some Gates employees who oversee grant programs, foundation officials did not mention politics. Instead, they cited a desire to engage more directly with grant recipients and cut back on the use of intermediaries like Arabella entities. Teams are increasingly working directly with programmatic partners, organizations that are deeply embedded in the communities we serve and closely aligned with our mission. The note reads, "As we look ahead, this is a chance to build deeper, more durable relationships with those partners, and to reinforce the kind of legacy we want to leave behind." The move to cut ties could have happened even sooner, according to two people, one close to the foundation and one with knowledge of Arabella's internal operations. Over the last few years, Arabella has become a target of conservative watchdogs because of its work with groups that funnel money toward progressive causes. With President Trump back in the White House, the political risks have only mounted. They and others interviewed for this story spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal and sensitive conversations. Mr. Trump made scrapping foreign aid and dismantling the vast global health infrastructure intertwined with the Gates Foundation among his very first orders of business. More broadly, he and his Republican allies have embarked on a campaign to cripple the machinery of the left, including directing the Justice Department to investigate Act Blue, the leading Democratic fundraising platform. In recent months, Bill Gates has grown preoccupied with protecting the charity that he founded and has led for nearly 3 decades, particularly at a time when Mr. Trump has threatened individual philanthropists with ties to Democratic politics and the tax-exempt status of specific nonprofits. Mr. Gates has made a series of other moves, including de-emphasizing the type of diversity and inclusion initiatives that Mr. Trump abhors to insulate his charity from political pressure. The foundation said in a statement that its move to cut ties with Arabella was a business decision that reflects our regular strategic assessments of partnerships and operating models. It is true that the Gates Foundation has gradually been pulling back from intermediaries, according to a person close to the foundation. Firms like Arabella have historically been key for the $77 billion foundation to direct large-scale gifts to nonprofits. But the Gates Foundation has been changing some tactics. In May, Mr. Gates said the foundation will significantly increase its yearly grants as it tries to spend down the foundation's assets by 2045. But it is also true that Arabella, one of the nation's most prominent philanthropic consulting firms, is seen as a power center on the left. Arabella, which had 425 employees as of 2023, according to an internal study issued that year, helps manage several nonprofit funds, which in turn act as something called a fiscal sponsor, supporting the back-office operations such as payroll for non-political nonprofits, active in fields like global health, gender equality, and education. These funds also provide similar services for nonprofits that functionally have a political objective through what they call civic engagement work, such as registering voters. Arabella also administers explicitly political funds that donate to Democratic super PACs, for instance. Taken together, the Arabella-administered funds oversee billions of dollars in spending that can flow into progressive causes, all while keeping most of their donors anonymous. Arabella...
Okay, we'll stop it there and we will move on to the story of the day. Cracker Barrel to keep old logo. Probably everybody knows this by now. After public outrage over redesign, we said we would listen. I suppose says Cracker Barrel. It was not public outcry. It was MAGA. They just, well, you'll like Stacy's commentary on it. Cracker Barrel is returning to its old logo, which featured an old man leaning on a barrel. after its simplified logo was met with backlash from the public and President Donald Trump. You know what? They can't get back. You know what? Aunt Jemima might come back. Who knows? The company announced the move in a statement Tuesday. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. The food's not that good. So, again, Stacey Patton, in my opinion, kind of gets this right. Ye old rednecks.
America's favorite cracker returns to his barrel. The geezer on the slop keg is a mascot for bad food, racist comfort, and white grievance politics dressed up as a South that never stopped grieving the Confederacy. By Dr. Stacey Patton. This Substack is reader-supported. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber. I am so freaking annoyed by all this cornbread-scented nostalgia over Cracker Barrel and its old man leaning on a Dixie slop keg like he's waiting for Strom Thurmond or some other ghost of the Confederacy to text him back. Seriously. Folks have been out here weeping over that logo like it was Jesus on the cross, when really it's just a cartoon geezer propped up against a barrel of diabetes. I'm not going to mince words. Cracker Barrel is where taste buds go to die. It's a mausoleum of overcooked meat, gluey dumplings, and biscuits that can sand drywall. The only thing down home about the place is the way it drags you back to the plantation fantasy white folks can't seem to quit. For decades, Cracker Barrel has peddled a kitschy fantasy of down-home Southern hospitality. A front porch full of rocking chairs, country store trinkets, and a smiling old man named Uncle Herschel slapped on menus and immortalized in bronze. But behind the warm, buttery biscuits and mason jars of sweet tea lies a company with a long, ugly record of racism, discrimination, and exclusion. Uncle Herschel wasn't just a menu item. He was a real man, Herschel McCartney, the founder's uncle, a folksy figure meant to embody traditional values. But here's the truth. Those values were always about comforting white customers, not protecting black dignity. Cracker Barrel's entire brand is nostalgia for an America where black folks cooked the food, scrubbed the floors, and weren't welcome at the table. The chain's history proves it. In the 1990s and 2000s, black customers sued Cracker Barrel for segregated seating, poor service, and outright refusal of service. The Justice Department investigated and found systemic discrimination. Employees, especially black workers, faced racist harassment, hiring bias, and hostile work environments. The EEOC had to drag them into multi-million-dollar settlements to get them to even pretend to change. This same company once banned hiring openly gay people, proudly writing homophobia into corporate policy until shareholders forced their hand. That's who Uncle Herschel represents, a good old days whitewashed of struggle and pain, where the smiling old man leans on a barrel while black families get shown the door. So when the company recently ditched Uncle Herschel in favor of a clean, text-only, all the more rebrand, people cried. And then last night, Cracker Barrel officially reversed course and announced it would bring the old-timer back. The company said, "We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old-timer will remain." And as usual, Trump is crowning himself, claiming credit. He demanded they go back to the old logo, admit a mistake, called customer sentiment the ultimate poll, and called the move a brilliant PR play. The White House even weighed in. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Buttigieg said Trump's intervention prompted the reversal, and that Cracker Barrel executives acknowledged his impact. Right-wing commentators and GOP figures seized the moment, celebrating it as a culture war victory. The tears over the logo ain't really about nostalgic branding. They're about white fragility and the frantic defense of symbols that anchor a mythic Jim Crow past. The outrage over losing old-timer isn't a longing for rocking chairs. It's a defense of a cultural regime that sidelines black people, queer people, and others. The tragedy isn't that Cracker Barrel brought back a cartoon relic. It's that they've never truly confronted the hate their myth-making supports. They've never reckoned with the violence behind the brand, with the customers and workers who were shoved out, the sanitized image sold at our expense, or the nostalgia that feeds white grievance politics. The outrage over losing old-timer is the same outrage fueling book bans, voter suppression, anti-LGBTQ laws, and Trump's federal occupation of D.C. It's not about rocking chairs and biscuits. It's about preserving a Jim Crow comfort zone. This is why the Cracker Barrel backlash matters. It's not just about a restaurant chain with bad grits and overpriced kitsch. It's about how whiteness turns even a corporate logo into a battlefield. It's about how MAGA America demands cultural props to soothe its fear of change, clinging to heritage like a security blanket while stomping on anyone who doesn't fit the story. The rage over Uncle Herschel's disappearance is the same rage Trump stokes when he ends cashless bail in D.C. or sends troops into black cities.
About that.
The terror that without symbols of
I had
dominance
so
and
many
systems of
comments
control, the
about
facade
your
of the good old
comments in the
days
chat.
will finally collapse. And let me say this, the food at Cracker Barrel is absolutely trash. Y'all know I ain't lying. Let's not act like Cracker Barrel is even worth defending on the culinary front. Their food is the kind of beige-on-beige tragedy that could depress a damn rainbow. The biscuits taste like drywall that's been left out in the rain. The hash
That's
brown
not
casserole
quite true.
tastes like somebody
Well,
scraped the
hold
bottom
on
of
a
a
sec.
Waffle
Let me-
House
let me
fryer,
stop this right
glued it
quick.
together with Velveeta, and
Now, I'm going to say the nearest Cracker Barrel is probably 20 miles away. And I honestly haven't been to a Cracker Barrel. It hasn't compelled me to go back. It's easily 10 years since I've been in one. The last time I can remember going to a Cracker Barrel was Front Royal, Virginia, because I lived in Warren County. And the food, I usually went for breakfast. I can't remember the last time. I used to meet friends over there, back in the day, 10 or more years. We'd meet there for breakfast and then go to a farmer's market or two. But the breakfast is good. It's hard to fuck up grits if you're paying attention to it. Biscuits are easy enough. I honestly never found a problem with their breakfast. But I don't eat pancakes. I tend to just like eggs, grits, and sausage. I don't like sweet stuff for breakfast. I have, but shit, it might be 20 or more years since I've had a dinner there. Back in the day, even their fried chicken was pretty damn good. It was bland. It wasn't my mother's fried chicken or Popeye's fried chicken, but it was definitely edible. It was more herby than spicy. But I don't know. I think she's right, but is this really important? My guess is no. You vote with your dollars. You vote with, whether you go there. Let the white people have their Uncle Cracker.
called it down home.
Or whatever.
The grits
Uncle
are a hate
Herschel.
crime against corn. They're lumpy, flavorless, and somehow both watery and stiff, like they've been cooked in
Selective
someone's
outrage?
bathwater.
I don't even know what that means.
Order the chicken and dumplings if you want to know what Elmer's glue would taste like if it had separation anxiety. The meatloaf is just a gray brick of sadness wearing a ketchup toupee. And don't get me started on them pancakes. Big-ass floppy coasters that taste like they were made by somebody who hates joy, maple syrup, and themselves. Every plate
Well, they
looks like it
do
was
hate
prepared
joy
by a
if they
committee
have
of
to cook in a
racists trying to
restaurant
punish
these
your
days.
taste buds for existing. The whole menu
Good
is comfort
food
food
is
for
first
people who
made
think
with
mayonnaise
love,
has
at
too much
least
kick.
That's what they say on
So
the
no,
Food
it's not
Network.
just the logo that deserves to go. The whole damn menu is a crime scene. Bring him back if you want. But Uncle Herschel is less a mascot and more like a Klan after-party guest of honor, suspenders still warm from the noose he tied, satisfied with the kill while leaning back against that keg grinning and waiting for biscuits as stale as his soul. This Substack is reader-supported.
Okay, the reason she's going after Substack is because MAGA figured out how to politicize a change of logo, which is a private company's decision. It's the stupidity of a movement that is faux populist. Believe me, when you're coming home from working in a coal mine. You don't give a fuck about a logo. You just want to eat. It's Donald Trump and his little elite boys in flannel shirts pretending that they're working men who made a big deal of this. People in West Virginia don't give a fuck. They just want to eat. Or, as I used to do, hey, you meet some old friends, and you know what? As long as the food isn't horrible, you're really more interested in just meeting your friends and, bullshitting before you go fishing or to the farmer's market or whatever. It's the people you voted for, Ponder. And there was another point somewhere back here that I wanted to make, and I cannot remember what it was. Oh, you know what, Richard? You asked some really good questions. I'm impressed. Here's the deal. I don't want to do, and I don't know how familiar you are, with some of these people I'll mention. I got into even an interest in doing a YouTube show, somewhere from CT to John Galt to Portia, who will always forever be my culprit, my fellow culprit in inflicting Stanley versus the world on YouTube. But I can tell you honestly, even after the Great Rift, Portia will always be, that girl I wish I had for a daughter. I don't have any daughters. She's just an amazing person, a great young lady, and she's supportive. I think she just feels sorry for old men. But I'm 60. I am good at fucking with people, even from the chat. I love conflict, but I don't like, 9 people on a panel talking about the same fucking stupid shit for every show forever. I don't give a fuck about, well, black men need to lead and black women need to follow and all this it is so goddamn boring and inane. These people generally don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. And there may be a lot of societal ills, but in my opinion, I literally, and I go on maybe 5 to 6 shows regularly. 2 of them I always tune into besides my own. But honestly, most of the black people, legacy black Americans that I run into in this particular anti-black sector, they're fucking morons. And I'm going to pick on some people. John Galt, clueless. He literally has tunnel vision about what he thinks. John Galt can't think outside of his business. He has no clue. Be brave, waste a white skin. He failed, and now he's trying to make the best of it, and a YouTube show too. The people who love Be Brave and think he has something to offer, I tend to be amazed with. Black conservatives in general, sometimes they make good points, but this worship of whiteness is basically degradation of self. I won't say they hate themselves. They're just too easy to degrade themselves. And I don't know why, and I don't give a fuck. There are a couple shows. One show in particular, I think the host of that show is just a good young man. And he knows who he is. If he hears the show, people who know who I'm talking about will know. There are other young men relative to me, because I'm 60, who are kind of aligned with me, kind of in my outlook or politics, that I think are trash. And I, I'll listen. I'll kind of do like a lot of people do to my show, Richard. I will fucking, go in there for 10 minutes, and then if it gets too horrible, I just move on, or I get bored with it. So I'm going to have to suffer. Dude, I'm a boring motherfucker. I literally just showed, I literally, as my opening video, showed some Asian professor talking about a theory of history. And the next video, let's see, what do I have here? Got one more, and I'll probably hold that for tomorrow. One more Substack essay. I'm just 60, and I don't, hearing about how black men should lead in the family. Most of y'all don't even fucking have families. What the fuck? It's excuses. I'm not married because black women don't know how to lead. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Most people don't know how to be married until they commit and become married. I can tell you from my personal experience and stuff that I've read, and I have parents and grandparents, that first couple years are cool until you have a kid. Life is a series of changes. It's almost like walking upstairs, and most of the stairs you have to take big steps to go to the next stair. You can't predict how a marriage works out from dating someone a couple years. You have an instinct. I encourage long dates. I encourage meeting the family. But you know what? Sometimes lightning strikes. It's what happened with me. I knew, of course, I was older. I was in my upper 30s, but I knew when I met my future wife, yeah, I can't live without her. And it worked. But, she felt the same way about me. So it worked out. And it was till death do you part. Everybody's got to die, I guess. But I get bored hearing, young people talking about how I want my marriage to be, and you have no fucking clue. Part of the problem might be that maybe most people haven't seen what a proper marriage dynamic can be. But the few that I do know that did grow up, in a, two-parent household are vastly different from the ones that didn't. And even the one that I know who had a mother and a father, I guess they're married, who knows? There were some problems in that marriage. And, I won't name names there, but, if you listen to people enough, you'll figure out who I'm talking about. So, bottom line, Richard, is I'm going to do it the fuck I want to do, the way I fucking want to do it. I'm always open to suggestions that make sense, but I'm not going to dramatically change. This is not going to become 9 young people on a panel going back and forth over something that really doesn't matter. I have history. I have stuff that I like doing, and I want to share what I like to do. As dry and as boring as it might be, I have, some folks who don't tune in every day, but you know what? I've had enough people tell me, well, hey, this news stuff on my way to work, hey, I appreciate you doing it. I've had people call me the voice of reason. I always try and stay consistent. I've had several people call me, well, you know what? I may not agree with Stanley. I may think Stanley's an asshole, But the one thing is he's always consistent. I don't waver because I actually have beliefs. I actually have a point of view. And, at worst, I try and take what I see or hear and struggle to get it into my point of view. And sometimes my point of view expands with what someone says. That's called growth. But, in a way, it's kind of a very conservative position. Things don't change until they have to and until they make sense. And in my personal life, I have success. I literally have success. My son is off doing what he was raised to do, or what I at least influenced him to expect. So this channel will grow. By the way, I actually I've crossed the 4,000 view mark, and I started this show up in January. So it's taken me probably longer than, several other newer shows. But it's going to grow the way I think it needs to grow. Probably not fast. Monetization will be way slower than I hope it would. But I don't depend on this channel for money. I'll be fine. We'll grow it organically. And so we go. SKC and I aren't back and forth. I've got one or two conservatives who were comfortable enough to fuck with me and just chew me up, because they, that comes with the territory. But I'm not changing the show. I will expand it, but news, politics, culture, history, it's what I'm interested in. And as boring as it may be, it is what it's going to be. So I've gone to Cracker Barrel by myself for years. You know what? I could ask why, Ponder, you went to Cracker Barrel by yourself, but I'm not going to go there. Next time, go with someone else. You might appreciate the food better, or concentrate less on the food if it's that bad. Black relationship conversations, debates are held by selfish people who want dominance instead of love. Oh, motherfucker, SKC, you were 100% right. That is the crux. And now, you may agree, but I think they weren't taught how to. Hence, going back into, I've said for months that parenting is not just a Black American problem, legacy Black American, quote, community problem. It's an American problem. Bad parenting is how you get a Donald Trump. Silver spoons are not a curative, even if they put a little sugar in that spoon. A spoon full of sugar, if the spoon is silver, does not make the medicine go round, and it damn sure doesn't cure you of your ills. So, Richard, again, excellent question, and I'm so glad you asked it. Well, if your desire is to do what you want in the channel, content outweighs your desire for having a big channel, then that's what you should do. No, dude, what the fuck? What on earth would I do with a big channel? I'd love one, but I don't know, dude. I'm 60. There is one guy, Barry Cunningham, who seems to have a fairly big channel, and he's probably my age, maybe a little younger. I don't want to do that. I'm just trying to get back to. By the way, I'm going to try and keep doing 6:45 during the week. Friday shows are always going to be optional so far, and for the past couple months I've been doing them. Saturday shows, basically Friday through Sunday, those are optional shows if I have something to say or catch up. I still consider this more or less a Monday through Thursday. So I'll do better and say, hey, ain't doing a show on Friday and send it out. But what would a big channel look like for me? Get it monetized enough for beer on weekends. That would literally be good enough for me. Beer and some potato chips, some pork rinds, maybe buy a new camera, maybe get an extra camera. I don't seek to be a CT. I'm too old, and dude, they're not enough. I love CT, even though I think he is literally a racist. I think John Galt's a racist. Some of the people that are aligned with me on the left, leftists can be racist. I hear it all the time. Some of the dumbest shit that I hear are from young black male hosts who don't know what the fuck they're talking about and dabble in stuff they probably, but anyway, CT, if I ever got as big as CT, that would be my limit, but that would be too much. You have to get a channel that big, you literally have to tolerate people that I'm not 60 and gonna tolerate fucking fools. And young fools, they're old fools that are problematic, young fools who don't want to listen, or even worse. CT would be my limit, and if I could do half of what CT does, I'm happy. I don't need a whole lot. And don't desire to be as famous as CT. Let's see. News, politics, history. That is no. No. You forgot some caveats. Oh, with my manner and behavior. Oh, that's the other thing I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna motherfucking change for a YouTube channel. I think it was Jewel of Aquarius said, "Hey Stanley," and I should have made it a show title. She said, "Well, Stanley, you can't act like an asshole and expect people to come to your channel." And my response was, I know. I don't expect any and everyone to come to this channel. Push back effectively, see through the idiocy, but I'm not going to change. The way I am has literally gotten my son into an elite university. I'm retired and I do YouTube for a hobby. I don't have to scrape up dead bodies or do street interviews or dude, I get to do what the fuck I want to do. Literally. I literally get to do this is a fucking dream. I do what I want to do. I cook what I want to cook. Now, regrettably, it would be nice if my wife were still around. I might have to, not always do exactly what I want to do, but literally, I'm in this house 100% by myself. The goal will be to do a crock pot dinner, which I haven't even started yet. Probably should, but I'll get around to it. My son is at school. Probably the biggest thing, if I want to go out and get more beer, that might be the most effort I put into doing something other than explaining why I don't give a fuck. My manner and my behavior shall not change, Ponder. If you come up to, it's called Stanley versus the world. Portia was smart enough to kind of realize it. She's always been kind enough. No, you know what? She actually did say, well, Stanley, you can be difficult and I can kind of overlook it, but sometimes you go too far. She has said that. So I know I go too far. But I'm not going to change. It is what it is. No. And I thoroughly disagree with you, Ponder. People want to hear news, politics, history. the way they want it presented, and I'm not going to goddamn pander ever. And as a matter of fact, that's why I'm in kind of a black conservative space, or was, because it's more exciting to tell black conservatives that they're fucking Uncle Toms and you should read a book. It's much more fun because they want to push back and I get to trash their dumb asses. What? So this is not the law. Who's waiting for an apology? I apologize for being who I am. Questions to ponder. Is that what you're looking for, Dave? Y'all can hit the link. It's pinned at the top. But don't expect me, unless it's, now I can be kind and empathetic, but only when it's necessary. So it's the apology I'm willing to give, Deacon Dave. I won't change. And if Ponder is offended by who I am, who gives a fuck? I don't. Apology accepted. It better be, because it's not going to be more elaborate. So, enough talk. Sorry about that cough. So, this is one
President
quick
Trump
thing.
sending his clearest
there we go.
statement yet. He wants the U.S. military doing more to police American cities. It's the how and where that he's still fuzzy on. The president signed an order to create so-called specialized units in the National Guard trained in police work. National Guard troops are, as we speak, already patrolling the streets of this city, Washington, D.C., and as of this weekend, some are armed. The Secretary of Defense spoke on behalf of members of the Guard patrolling the nation's capital.
We're really proud to be a part of defending the nation's capital and ensuring it is safe and beautiful and working with law enforcement. And Mr. President, let me tell you, the morale of the troops, getting out there talking to them, they love this mission. They're grateful to be doing it.
Crime is actually down here in D.C., but the Republican-led House Oversight Committee is now investigating whether D.C. crime statistics have been manipulated after the president claimed they were without evidence. Questions loom as to where President Trump wants the Guard sent next. He has blue cities in states with governors who are Democrats in his sights, but it's cities in states that Trump won last election that have some of the highest crime rates, according to last year's statistics for local jurisdictions, a fact the president ignored today.
Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities that for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats.
The president did seem
Wrong. Just about was his little prevarication.
to back off for now the idea of unilaterally sending forces into other cities.
In a certain way, we should wait to be asked because they have cities that are so under control, out of control. So we go in and fix it. You really want to be asked to go. I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians like a guy like Pritzker.
For his part, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois offered this response to the president.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals. There is no emergency in Chicago that calls for armed military intervention. Mr. President, do not come to Chicago. You are neither wanted here nor needed here.
My law enforcement source tonight knows the reality of policing in Chicago and D.C. He served as chief of the U.S. Capitol Police, executive chief of the D.C. Police, and director of the Illinois State Police. Terry Gaynor is with us now. So, Chief, Capitol Police go through an intense 6-month training at Quantico. The D.C. Police Academy is 28 weeks, followed by more than a year of supervised probation. The Guard do have experience working with local police departments, but they are, I guess I'm asking you, are they ready to serve as specialized Whatever that may mean, I'd be curious to know what you think. Police units.
Brianna, thanks. It's good to be with you. No, the National Guard, as it's configured now, is not prepared to do this. There are good men and women there who are trained to do a particular function, war fighting or emergencies in the state, or train rails and fires and flood. That's good. They have some roles. In those years, I worked with in the Illinois State Police, or out in Washington. We partnered with the National Guard in a lot of ways. In this particular endeavor, arming those men and women and putting them in harm's way is risky and dangerous.
The Guard here in D.C. are now carrying weapons on their person. They had them in vehicles previously. Here's what Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said about the decision in the Oval Office today.
It's just
it's actually good to see. Maybe those are MP units. See that right there? I'm a tad more comfortable knowing that there's military police, at least in this small case. They're a little bit better trained. My father was an MP and became a police officer. So was my his brother, my uncle. So, but still, you got a captive audience in the military. If you're an MP, and I have stories, and none of them involved me, but I've had men that work for me that got in trouble with MPs. MPing in the military is not like being a civilian. I have a couple stories, but anyway.
About the decision in the Oval Office today.
It's just common sense to make sure they're armed as well. And so they were rolling out ensuring they're armed, capable of.
Do y'all, most of y'all won't be old enough to remember that Looney Tunes cartoon. Can't remember the bulldog's name. His name was Spike, but I can't remember the little chihuahua who used to always go, yeah, Spike. Oh yeah, Spike. That's Trump is the big bulldog Spike, and Hegseth is the little chihuahua.
Defending themselves and others if need be, supporting law enforcement, and we're proud to be there.
Trump's not even looking at the motherfucker.
You agree with
Hegseth is making all these hand gestures, trying to get Trump's attention, and Trump is half asleep.
that? Is it common sense that they're armed?
No, it is not. Again, when you put someone out on the street in an environment in which they are not normally operating, and in this area, crime fighting with a weapon, they're not trained for that. And so you mentioned at the beginning all the training law enforcement has, and we get a ton of it about the use of force and de-escalation, how to work with the community, know your community, have great communication, having worked with each other in tough situations, how to handle people in erratic situations. Police train incessantly for that and still re-screw it up on some occasions. So these men and women are just not prepared for it. He's overestimating his assessment of what those National Guard personnel can do now, and demonstrating his inexperience in policing in a complex environment.
You were, as I mentioned, with DC Police. You work closely with them as well during your time at the Capitol. The House Oversight Committee is looking into allegations of manipulated DC crime statistics. Did you ever have reason to believe that the city's crime stats were manipulated? And how big of a deal would it be for something like that to happen?
Well, it would be significant if someone was manipulating crime stats. It probably is a federal violation because we're reporting that up through the FBI. And the Metropolitan Police Department was aware of an allegation of misconduct against one of its commanders, and that's an active investigation. But I think it's a leap to go from there to say that all the benefits and gains that police department has made over the last couple of years, or particularly since last year, the year before, is because the numbers have been doctored. I think that's just a canard and trying to make excuses to justify what they're trying to do. And let me tell you this, the DC police and every police department I'm aware of, and I've worked with a lot of them over the country now, works very closely with the FBI and the DEA and the U.S. Marshal Service and ATF. They have good relationships in crime fighting. If there are extra personnel in those agencies to do more for a local police department, then continue partnering with the local police department in the lane of which they're best suited. So for instance, the U.S. Marshal's forte is generally serving warrants. There's a ton of warrants throughout the United States that could use help being served. The FBI, tremendous investigators, and they historically ran a 1 week or 2 week homicide investigation course, kind of a senior level investigative course. They haven't been doing that lately. They don't have enough personnel. So there's a right way to do this, to have a strategy to work together. And God love the National Guard. There is a role for them. We use them extensively during big events in Washington, like the State of the Union or the inauguration, for very particular things for which they were trained. So we can be partners, but throwing them out there, if I put officers on the street armed, asking them to fight crime with as little training as the National Guard is getting now to do that and being brought in from other states, that would be a dereliction of duty. So I think the people making this decisions ought to get their head straight and think through what they're trying to do to these men and women. You're putting people in harm's way.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker he had said this about Chicago. He had actually criticized the administration for cuts to law enforcement in Chicago. They have cut more than $800 million in DOJ grants for local law enforcement, and the president's budget calls for more than $1 billion more in cuts. Why do those kind of cuts stand out when the president is lamenting the state of crime in cities?
Well, in some respects, I think he's speaking with a forked tongue. I know this. In the last 10 years since I left government service, I've been working for the Center for Naval Analysis, one of the big contractors for the Justice Department, who was brought in senior law enforcement officers like myself, experienced in city and county and state policing, and we're working on things like the public safety partnership in some 60 cities across the United States. In the first quarter of those years, the grants were ended for those endeavors that would have focused on the very things we need to do to reduce crime. You may know there's 93 federal jurisdictions across the United States. Project Safe Neighborhood also was a funded program for which just after January of this year, the Department of Justice ended the support they were getting from senior law enforcement officers. Smart Policing Initiative, where law enforcement, the community, were partnering with educational institutions to figure out the socioeconomic causes of crime and then addressing that smartly. That also was ended. So what this governor in Illinois and others are talking about, this president, this Justice Department ended those. Now they come in saying, oh, and by the way, now we're going to help you doing it our way. We're going to send in the National Guard. We're not going to be too concerned about how the community reacts to this, but it sure as hell makes us look good.
Chief Terry Gaynor, great to get your perspective tonight. Thank you so much for being with us.
You know, actually, Ponder, the better question is, will you, if I'm vulgar to you, today, will you self-deport? Because I'm not going to ban you from this chat. I'm just going to self-deport. I want you to self-deport. So you got the link. We can hash it out. If it brings you up, so if apologizing to you will allow you to come up to this panel, so I can give you another reason to run with your skirts tucked between your legs. John Galt is a crime. Okay, the motherfucker goes from hood to hood and thinks all black people are interested in his views on the hood. Most black people don't live in the hood, and this dumb fuck lives in two hoods? Really? John Galt knows nothing about statistics. He can barely... Dude, this motherfucker is literally a baby daddy. And you are so prim and proper and Catholic and all that, and you worship a fucker who's a baby daddy? Ponder, you are sad. You go... Oh, and by the way, I actually do read and comprehend and sometimes store useful information. A woman who goes to Cracker Barrel by herself for breakfast, do you really think I'm going to trust that you have more than a spinster's view of a man you want to make your baby daddy? That's what I think you and John Galt are doing. You are just in these spaces looking for a baby daddy because your biological clock is ticking. You want a baby daddy, so you have something to complain about. That's my impression of you. No, I'm not going to apologize. No, I'm not going to stop calling a stupid woman stupid. I'm not going to stop calling a stupid man stupid. I'm not going to change my ways unless it's necessary or I get a lesson taught to me. My show's as it is. If you'll notice, I'm still doing the show at roughly the same time or when I want to do it. John Galt isn't. I'm consistent. Your druggy future baby daddy is not consistent. I have discipline. You do not. And by the way, you want to bring up 192 subscribers? Yeah, it's more than I had. Honestly, splitting from John Galt has shot my numbers through the fucking roof. Like, my number of subscribers in the past 3 weeks have literally gone up by 40%. If you'll recall, I was at 120. Now I'm at 190. I think it was 120. Maybe it was a little higher. But no, best thing. I've had people tell me, and I now agree with them, John Galt can be all inconsistent all by himself. I know what the fuck I'm doing, and if I fail, I can't blame a motherfucker. I can't blame John Galt if I fail. So you keep chatting away. Ha 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 ha. That's funny, SKC. I mean self-deport from the chat. If you don't like me, fucking self-deport. I do not Dude, these people actually think I give a fuck. And that's the other odd thing. This isn't a business for me. It'd be nice if I make some beer money. Dude, this is not a business. It's literally a passion. Richard, what's up? Good to see you. So anyone who wants to self-deport, Jewel of Aquarius said she was going to unsubscribe. No idea if she unsubscribed or not. I wasn't going to beg her dumb ass to stay. Yeah, okay. 4 weeks ago. So I've gone from 126 to 196. I don't know what to say other than that's cool. I'm so glad for my subscribers. By the way, I never do enough housekeeping. I gotta get better at this. Maybe I'll set some bot up to remind me. Look, everyone who has subscribed to the show, it is so much appreciated. everyone that gets pissed off with me, you can always hit the link and fuss at me. Look, the people that rock with me, I actually respect because I know they can fucking push back. I know they can go toe to toe. So, if it means it takes me 7 years to get monetized. However, I do have 4,000 views. So, there's some other things I have to do to get monetized. But dude, I care more about other things. I actually have a life. I have a father who's, over 80, in good health, but it ain't gonna last forever. There's a whole possibility I might wind up moving back to Savannah. And what if I do? I'll spend a whole lot less time online. I'm going fucking fishing. Dude, do y'all know how much I love saltwater fishing? I could be out on the goddamn water every day. Every fucking day. Last time I lived in Savannah, I used to go 4 days a week. Now I can do it anytime. I can follow the goddamn tides. Dude, we always have tide charts if you live out on salt water. Sometimes in the tide are better to fish than others. And the neat thing is sometimes the tide at 5 o'clock in the morning under some godforsaken bridge is the place to be. Dude, Salt Life, there's a brand of clothing or some saying or something. Motherfucking Salt Life. But anyway, I digress. This is Colin Woodard. It's called American Nation. It touches back about culture being more like a tide or more like ocean currents. Most of the motherfuckers that I run into day in and day out on YouTube have no fucking clue about what culture is. They have no fucking clue about the politics or man and woman relations. They literally, I honestly think there's some stupid people I run into, and they're the ones like God damn, dude. There's some people who unsubscribed, and Richard, you know more about YouTube than I do, and SKC, you definitely know. Is there a way you can boot people off? Like you can go, hey, I don't want your subscription anymore. Is it possible? And I know if you went behind the scenes, if I could get into the code, I could. Is there a way to just go, hey, I don't want you as a subscriber anymore. Don't come back. God damn it, Richard. Why not? I'm gonna have to join YouTube's corporate board and propose that. With Uber, you rate the driver and the driver rates you. I honestly think YouTube should support a functionality like that. I don't like you as a subscriber. So get the fuck out. So, Ponder, you still here, Ponder? Ponder, hit the link so I can apologize properly. Oh yeah, you know what, CKJ3? You know what? The timer has always existed, and it was Mike. Look, the one thing I can say about Mike is this motherfucker made me grow. He asked for a timer, and I'm like, well, God damn it, I don't know how to do a timer. So I Googled it, and lo and behold, there were timers there. So shout out to Mike123. Dude, sometimes you grow in the least expected manner. So, you know what? Mike will always be appreciated. I'll never boot Mike's ass or block him. He made me grow and made the show more. By the way, I think he made the show more entertaining. People have mentioned that timer several times. Sometimes you learn shit. serendipitously. Is that a word? My content is to get dumbasses out of my chat right now. Ponder. Don't be the world. So anyone who wants to hit the link, because I'm at almost 4 hours. That's the other thing I need to do. I need to start cutting back the hours. Last couple days, I woke up this morning early and felt pretty refreshed. Maybe Saturday I'll do 12 hours, but I'm old. I'm not sure I want to do even 8 hours. So anyway, this is Colin Woodard. He talks about American culture. The book is called American Nations. You must read it. To be honest, it's required reading. And I'm surprised SKC hasn't read it. It would enlighten some of his fucking Minuteman ideas.
We are interviewing Mr. Colin Woodard, author of many books on the history of the United States, including a notable hit amongst our following, American Nations, the story of the 11 rival regional cultures that make up our history here in the United States. Colin has written extensively on many aspects of history and relevance in our country. And, you know, as a veteran myself and as a proud citizen that, like many of us, are struggling to understand how the heck our nation got to where we are today, you know, struggling with this tension, this conflict that at times feels irreversible. Sometimes it's hard to believe that we ever were one cohesive story. But what's really exciting and helpful about Colin's narrative is that he reassures us that this is actually who we really are. He tells us where these divides come from and how we can reconcile them as we go on in our nation's future.
Did you eat pancakes
I'm anticipating
and maple
lots of
syrup
live
for
Q&A
breakfast?
today. So
Why
please,
are
I've
you
built
so
room for that
peppy?
into our program. Feel free to throw your questions into the chat, or if you're watching us on LinkedIn Live or Facebook, into the comments, and I'll be happy to facilitate those to Mr. Woodard. So first off, Colin, I'd love to welcome
Hold on
you
one sec. This Colin Woodard is me. Like, what the fuck did you eat for breakfast this morning? And this little peppy person is a facsimile of questions to ponder. I, as Colin Woodard, just want to tell this motherfucker to get to the goddamn point. Next time, bring me in when you're ready to get to the point. This little pep talk you're giving to your fucking audience, don't include me, because I'm just going to look at you like I'm looking at you now. Colin Woodard, the white guy, is Stanley looking at this a Hispanic, maybe, veteran who is Pondero, El Pondero.
on the show today. Thank you for being here with us.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Right on. So let's just start off with a high level. You know, a lot of us know you from your books. You've done you've written some tremendous narratives. I'd love to just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself in your own words and just tell us a little bit about you and your life.
Oh, sure. I'm Colin Woodard. I'm the author of American Nations and 5 other books. Most of them are histories. My background is, you know, I grew up in rural Maine and in university. I'm of the vintage that I started university in 1987. And so it was the height of glasnost and perestroika. And it seemed like the Cold War, the Manichaean struggle, you know, between East and West that had dominated my entire childhood might be changing or softening. And I wanted to study that and be a part of that. That was the exciting thing then. And, you know, it seemed like Chairman Gorbachev might take actions which might shake things up. I didn't think it would be shaken up as much as it was, but I was fortunate to have been studying you know, Eastern Europe, Russia, Balkan history, and was in Budapest, Hungary on an exchange program for my junior year in the fall of '89. So I arrived there and it was communism, and by the time I left, it was gone, and I'd been fortunate enough to have witnessed many of the events of that fall firsthand, you know, just being fortunate to have the right visas to the right countries on the right weeks and weekends. And having already been studying that and witnessing all that, I wanted to go back. So I went back the following summer and to Romania during their messy transition from Nicolae Ceausescu. And then as soon as I graduated the following year, I basically stayed for most of the 1990s, which were most of my 20s, to see what would happen in that region. And that was, I figured out that
the way that I could stay there and be paid to do what I wanted to do anyway, which is to kind of witness it all and to talk to people and have them, agree to be interviewed, was to be a journalist. And so I was a foreign correspondent, and ultimately for the San Francisco Chronicle and the Christian Science Monitor and the Chronicle of Higher Education, and traveled all over the region, based in Budapest and Zagreb. Did a graduate program at the University of Chicago, somewhere in the middle of that, for a year, studying ethnic conflict and ethno-nationalism in the Balkans, and went back and covered the aftermath in Bosnia. And then later on moved to DC and was a global affairs correspondent and traveling around, but always the lessons of that part of the world and those events that were so dramatic, in my formative years, had always been in the back of my mind, that the power that history and the past have on the present and on all of us and on the zeitgeist, and the way that humans need like a tribal sense of belonging and self-identification, and what young people searching out, trying out different identities to figure out who they are. We all do that to some extent. We pick all kinds of identities, but it can be a dangerous business for Homo sapiens, because, if you don't get and find your own identity, someone may supply one to you. And you could see that in Eastern Europe and the Balkans in a bad sense, with demagogues and recasting of what it meant to be a Hungarian or a Romanian or a Russian and all those things. And then I was starting to travel around the United States more. I lived in southernmost Texas on the Mexico border, and in Chicago, and in the DC area, and started realizing as I traveled around that the lines on the map in Eastern Europe and the Balkans aren't the real lines that matter to people. Like if you're traveling between Hungary and Romania, when you cross over, the mountains in the middle of Romania and Transylvania, you're actually moving between the former Habsburg Empire and the former Ottoman Empire. Everything changes, the architecture, the cultural values, the attitudes of the people getting on and off your train. And it's fighting words about what, Transylvania really belongs to Hungary. No, it really belongs to Romania. Here's my theory. Let's fight over it. That kind of stuff happened all over Eastern Europe. Well, then I was suddenly traveling around the United States and realizing that, you could see these moments even within states where you'd shifted from one zone to the other. I would play a game when I lived in DC with a friend of mine from graduate school who was a native of Annapolis, Maryland, where the Naval Academy is. And we'd be driving out Route 50 and head off on these side roads to get down to the Western Shore. We kept this little teeny day sailor boat that we, like a 20-foot thing with a centerboard that we kept in a little town there. But when we drive around, we talk about, at what mailbox is the moment where you've shifted from the culture that's a legacy of Tidewater, slave plantation, Virginia and Southern Maryland, and into that other zone that was settled down from Philly and the Quaker, what I call the Midlands in the book, right? Where all the names on the map go from being, Anne Arundel, Prince George, Prince William County and all that, to being, Fredericksburg and King of Prussia, right? There's a different zone. And we talk about, where is the line exactly? And we look for markers. And then I started doing the same thing when I lived in southmost Texas and outside Brownsville. And you drive north towards Corpus Christi or Houston, and there's that moment where you realize you've kind of left, New Spain, Spanish America, and entered again the sort of deep south, and looking for the markers. Where's that transitional zone? And so that just all traveling around had me thinking. And then it was sometime later that I wrote American Nations, but in between the realization that the American Nations thing was a thing, and that would explain a lot about our country, and actually writing it, I had a couple of other books of history that required that I do sort of a dissertation for myself on colonial American history and really understand the past. There was one on my native state called the Lobster Coast, kind of an American Nations writ small, trying to understand what makes this idiosyncratic place I grew up tick, and why are Mainers the way they are. And then another one, the Republic of Pirates, which was a back to the archives search to figure out who, Blackbeard and this famous gang of pirates that have captivated pop culture ever since. What's the real deal with them, right? How do you separate fact from fiction? I went back to the archives. That was like a real PhD deep dive, like going to Britain into the National Archives and digging in vellum that no one had looked at before to solve mysteries with customs records and letters from obscure naval captains and stuff to track Blackbeard and his men. But in the process, I was understanding very deeply a whole zone of colonial history in the middle. So I guess what I'm saying is that that all led to the fruition point where I ended up writing American Nations. And since then there have been a couple other books. I've continued being a journalist at the same time. And here we are.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, it's so cool to hear about some of the origin stories about that. First off, your tremendous international experience, I think is you can hear that sort of clarity of thought and judgment. It's like, look, American exceptionalism can distort some people's perspective on who we really are, but you've seen so many other nations at work, over the course of your career. And I think that helps you sort of craft, the actual narrative as if a scientist was approaching the story of our origins. I think that's fantastic. I'm really, really grateful for that. So let's dive in. Like, this was so interesting because I grew up learning history as like, see, the British came over to the colonies built a society, they wanted to be independent. We went to war against an abusive king for that independence. We won. We became a country. That's, I think, typically how most kids in the United States learn about American history. Right. And it just is not that simple. So I want to highlight what I would personally call the 4 sort of anchor nations that I felt got a lot of attention in the book, and particularly because of their roots from Western Europe. And that would be Yankeedom, the Appalachian borderlanders, which are primarily Irish and Scots. I would love to talk to you about the Royalist Tidewater Virginia, and then, of course, the Deep South, slave-owning South, as kind of an opener to understanding. So if you were to kind of describe each of these, like, let's start with Yankeedom, for example. This really seems rooted in Puritan values, and I think you describe their influences is effectively what is modern day New England. Could you tell us a little bit about this culture? And I believe it was a very powerful kickoff to the book as well.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, the basic thesis of the book is that we ended up as in one federation together accidentally because we fought this shared conflict against the British, against a change in imperial policy that threatened the self-government of each of these places. And so they all rose up together to defend their own particular cultures and political systems and everything from outside intervention. And they were all, not only distinct, but they had values that were in contradiction to each other. And a case in point is Yankeedom, right? Yankeedom, unlike the others, was founded by a group of radical Calvinists who were trying to create, essentially a religious utopia. They believed, like the ancient Hebrews, that they were a covenanted people, that they had a special relationship with God, and that God had tasked them to do special things in the world. In this case, they were supposed to go to the New England wilderness and build a more perfect Calvinist society. And it'd be put a light on a hill and an errand in the wilderness. They were people literally on a mission. And they came as family groups, usually led by their clergymen, and they would set up in a sort of communal fashion communities that would be model communities. They would have you arrive in the wilderness, and the first thing you do is set out a meeting house and a taxpayer financed public school, and set out your commons and divide relatively equally all the lots and have a little nucleated village. It wasn't some Lord so and so who owns the whole thing and brings in some serfs, right? This was like a upper middle class enterprise, right? And the people who were doing it were largely from one of the most prosperous, and at this time, right, in the early 1600s, the most sort of proto-capitalist, modern part of England. In East Anglia, they were concentrated, where there was the highest level of freehold land and manufactured goods and people involved in those things. And so this was one society. And so from the beginning, they were interested in, they knew that they would be, or believed that they would be rewarded or punished by God based on whether or not they succeeded or failed as a group. And so it was really important that you kept everyone in your community on the right path, because otherwise you're all going to get in trouble, right? So it was sort of surveillance, right? It's a communal enterprise. What matters in the end isn't individual liberty, it's the success of the community as a whole. And if individual avarice, right, they believe that humans were inherently wicked, it's a Calvinist idea, you got to keep an eye on them or go astray, that there was a lot of that, right? So it's a belief in the community's success being more important than the individual if the two come in conflict, and a belief that the institutions, the magistrates and the officials are an extension of the community, right? You elect your selectmen, you control the church and the meeting house at the community level, you control the school, the central government is weak, that each town is a republic unto itself. And that's still a tradition in New England. I mean, here in New England, we still have, little towns with 500, 600 people who will have almost all the powers that in most of the country would be concentrated at the county level. But no way you would ever let a county have power, right? That's a road to aristocracy. So we got to stop that, right? So that was one set of values, and entirely in contradistinction to the other societies that you described in your big four, your superpowers.
Well, this is actually a point of interest to me, because when I think of your description of the borderlanders in Appalachia, I also feel a high disdain for centralized authority. So why is it that these two couldn't see eye to eye on the formation of the civil society if they both equally are, maybe not equally, but they both similarly have such high disdain for centralized authority? Why is it that the Yankees and Yankeedom and the Appalachian borderlands weren't able to coalesce? And even to this day, there seems to be this massive rift between the two.
Yeah, I mean, they shared that thing in common, right? A distrust of aristocracy and an inherited power and people lording over you. That was frowned upon.
To America,
and even more so in Greater Appalachia. But the difference, almost everything else was different, right? In Greater Appalachia, that region was settled primarily by people fleeing the war-ravaged borderlands of the British Isles, the English Marches, the lowlands of Scotland, and especially Ulster. And many of the settlers were Scots-Irish. And the history of that region was quite a bit different, right? This is a place where institutions and the rule of law are extremely weak, where, armies are, slaughtering people and going over the land and pillaging all the time. And you can't count on magistrates or institutions. You have to count on yourself, right? You have to protect your kith, your kin, and your cattle and your sheep. It was a pastoral society yourself, right? And if government is considered a bad thing, because it's usually comes in the form of a bunch of cavalrymen trying to mow down your family with lances. So the emphasis was always on individual autonomy and personal liberty, right? Individual liberty is freedom. And the creation of institutions and magistrates and courts and all of that was seen in the Scots-Irish context as the road to tyranny. In other words, all the things that Yankee New Englanders were naturally and reflexively building to, in their thinking, protect a free, it became a free society, protect their way of absolutely antithesis of that in Appalachia, where you didn't want any of that, right? You wanted to keep, individuals as empowered as possible, have, no taxes, no sheriffs, no magistrates as much as possible. And that way you wouldn't let any aristocrats form, right? A distrust of institutions and an emphasis on the individual. So common good, building a free community, and individual liberty, that's a huge tension point in the American story. In fact, that's the flashpoint in most of our politics pre-Trump, had been a fight between those two ideas of how you build a free society, and Greater Appalachian Yankeedom were on opposite poles in that spectrum.
That is very insightful. So it's like, the idea of aristocracy, like everybody can decide that they dislike that. That's a given. But that actually is relatively table stakes for this part of these parts of the country. There's like, listen, one side is going to really stress on those individual liberties at potential expense of the community well-being, even though that's not necessarily an aristocracy. Centralized power and community aren't necessarily the same things for Yankees, whereas they effectively were both centralization of authority that was in direct violation of individual liberties for the Appalachian borderlanders. Is that fair?
Yeah, and there were times when, because of their commonalities, they were allies more than they were enemies. I mean, even the Revolutionary period, even the Civil War. I mean, if you think about it, Greater Appalachia was on the Union side in the Civil War, right? Kentucky didn't leave, Maryland didn't leave. The western part of Virginia seceded from the Confederacy to form West Virginia. The same thing, there was an attempt to do that in the eastern part of Tennessee as well, that had to be put down by force of arms. In the Appalachian north of Alabama, the free state of Winston, same thing. Huge efforts had to be made by the Confederate States of America to put down rebellions and attempts to leave the Confederacy within greater Appalachian portions of their states. So it wasn't until Reconstruction when, essentially Reconstruction was a Yankee-led effort to take a conquered territory, maybe analogous to Iraq, for instance. You have a conquered territory, and we're going to try to impose via an occupation our values and hope that our school systems and our institutions will take hold, right? And that's what Yankee tried to do in the Confederacy, right? They sent Yankee school teachers, with Union troops backing them, and tried to redo the way everything was done, including the political emancipation of African Americans, which was absolutely the antithesis of what these Southerners wanted to have happen. But the side story for Greater Appalachia is that was so offensive that during an occupation that the Yankees were trying to, build taxpayer financed schools and little institutions and all the things that were coded as being very bad in Greater Appalachia. That's the moment where Greater Appalachia joins Dixie and becomes, the South, I guess you could say.
So then let's dive into Royalist Virginia, the Tidewater area, because I think this is where I was raised in Southern Virginia.
Yeah.
A little bit closer to the Roanoke, southern suburb of Roanoke, if you could call Roanoke.
I've had some assignments in Roanoke. It's a great town.
It's a great town. We had a lot of fun there. Blue Ridge Mountains are beautiful. But I'll tell you what, when I think of the relationship to that's actually described in your book as a part of the New World that was very aligned with the monarchy of England and the landed gentry. It was effectively a landed extension of the landed gentry of England. My mind was blown. And I think when it really hit me was when you were like, hey, just think about the naming structure of Virginia, Prince William County. The name Virginia is for the Queen Virgin. Like, it's so much of this state is actually rooted in British monarchy. So can you talk to us a little bit about how Virginia sort of plays into this relationship between Appalachia and the Deep South, which was very agrarian, very high slave owning, very capitalist, very much arguably to a fault. I would love to see how Virginia fits into this story.
Yeah, well, I mean, early Virginia and southern parts of Maryland. Maryland was dominated by a similar society in the early decades. They were founded roughly the same time as New England, and they were founded by English people, right? So they should be the same, but totally different, because it wasn't the Puritan, white fleet arriving and trying to, deploy this Calvinist utopia. It was instead the most conservative society you could imagine. It was essentially, the operation was run after the English Civil War by great aristocrats, right? The second, third, fourth, fifth sons of the great English countryside families, right? Kind of like a 17th century version of, Downton Abbey, like Lord Grantham and his family, right? And the Lord Grantham's son is going to get Downton Abbey. What happens to, the rest of the family members? Well, it used to be you were out of luck, right? You have to go to the clergy or go join the army. There's nothing for you to do here. But with the discovery of the New World, it was suddenly possible for the second, third, fourth, and non-inheriting sons to have the possibility of creating a landed estate of their own in the New World. And many of them came to Virginia and to Maryland in order to try to do that, to replicate the manners of the English countryside, literally aristocratic manners that they'd left behind. So, that's why you fast forward, the founders from Virginia, you've got, George Mason and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and they're all, James Madison, they all have these grand Enlightenment estates, manned by slave populations, right? It was they're kind of lords or aristocrats, because that was the outgrowth of the model. Originally the idea was it would be just like England. The only difference would be, instead of having to send the produce of your manor to London via wagons, you would send it from your landing, in one of the creeks of Virginia, and send it right back to the same docks in London. It might even get there faster, because the wagon roads were so bad. But that was the model. Be self-sufficient. Early Virginia and Maryland didn't really have any towns. The capital, Williamsburg, was basically a campus that was sort of open for government to show up with a a palace in it for the governor, not a state house. Manicured lawns. It was like an Enlightenment, governing playground for this aristocracy. And so each manor was trying to be self-sufficient. The original idea was that they would be serfs and they would hang out on the land. But lo and behold, in the context of the Virginia wilderness, you couldn't find anybody who was willing to stick around and play the role of the serfs. So originally they tried indentured servitude, and when that didn't work, by the time you're getting to the late part of the 17th century, they turned to the model that Deep South had perfected, a full-on racial slave and caste system, so kind of a total horror show. The difference between Deep South and Tidewater is Tidewater's initial plan was, let's be just like rural England. And that failed, and then they ended up falling into it. Whereas the Deep South, which we'll get to in a minute, was a slave society, West Indies style, from the very beginning.
Yeah, and I gotta say, some of the things about the Deep South that I read about, I mean, especially last year, I think a lot of us, quite frankly, even the founding of this program, 99 Pages, was rooted in trying to use books as a means to understand parts of our country that a lot of us aren't familiar with. I think we all who've read the book get a deeper sense of the horrors of what slavery really was and what drove it, which, if I can, it just sounded like pure unadulterated greed. I just could not think of any other word. So can we talk about what happened in the southern states? We're talking about West Indies style plantations that were trying to expand. They needed to come over to the United States, and they brought this torturous culture with them. I would love to hear what you discovered as you were researching this part of our country.
Yeah, so I mean, the third of the superpowers, the Deep South, which got its beginning around Charleston, South Carolina, and then expanded over the lowlands, where you could grow cotton and the like, that had its beginnings not with these second and third sons of English gentry, but rather with planters from the West Indies, the British West Indies, and specifically from Barbados, which was a sugar plantation where in the English colonial world, that's where the full-on, horror show slave society with chain gangs and, where 80% of the population is enslaved and staggering amounts of money are being made generating sugar for export, and lives are meaninglessly cheap. If you can get a profit out of someone by working them to death, you do. That whole experience happened in Barbados in the generations preceding the founding of Charleston and the Carolinas. And Barbados, though, was a small place, right? And there was a struggle, survival for the fittest battle between the planters and, everyone. And eventually a few of them won and were dominating Barbados. But there's only so much land. If they wanted to expand, they had to go somewhere else. And the subtropical lowlands of the North American continent and the new Carolina colony that was later split into North and South Carolina was a place where the stuff they wanted to grow could be grown, and there was an opportunity for a proprietary colony. And so the South Carolinians, so the Barbadians, basically came and founded South Carolina as an extension of their West Indies society, and created and deployed this full-on, slave system with chain gangs and everything else from the very, very beginning. And then it spread into, southern part of Georgia, and then on into, as the Mississippi Territory was created and Alabama split off from it, and onwards into parts of Texas and elsewhere. This was a place that was not that committed to, was definitely not committed to any idea of equality, but even liberal democratic ideas were not, were frowned upon, right? The model was a classical republicanism, right? The republicanism of the ancient or classic world of ancient Greece and Rome, which were societies, when you think about it, where, a small elite of the population at the very top of your pyramid had the liberty or the privilege to practice democracy and all these things, and servitude and slavery were the natural lot of the multitudes. And that was considered to be, by the Carolinians and many other thinkers in the 1600s, to be the only way a republic could exist. And so that idea remained, not only into the founding period, but it's certainly propelling the Civil War, and in many respects is still kind of encoded in our battles we have today.
Yeah, there's a quote from your book that I pulled out that really stuck with me. If you don't mind, I'd love to read it, because I think it encapsulates the message here. The goal the goal of the deep Southern oligarchy has been consistent for over 4 centuries: to control and maintain a one-party state with a colonial-style economy based on large-scale agriculture and the extraction of primary resources by a compliant, poorly educated, low-wage workforce with as few labor, workplace safety, healthcare, and environmental regulations as possible. That is a deeply disturbing way to describe it, but I mean, it's like, man, how else can you describe the roots of that, vicious agrarian slave owning culture? It's very hurtful. And I guess, for me, the more I read about our nation's history and forget just slave owning, even our racism, our relationship with civil rights in this country, lynchings, etc., I struggle a lot. I'm very proud of my country, very proud of, our aspirational ideals, what we aim to be. And I'm curious, as you went through this book and through writing it, reading it, digesting it, like, talk us about the journey of your patriotism, and how do you feel now as an American, knowing what you know about some of the in-depth struggles and moral failings that we come with? Like, how should we as Americans reconcile those?
Right. Well, I mean, I think my journey of being from rural Maine in the middle of nowhere, I mean, you sort of assume, I think all of us assume that the cultural space, the region we're from, and whatever values you encounter must be the normal values everywhere when you're a kid, right, in the United States, right, that we all hold these in common. And it wasn't until I started traveling in other parts of the country I started realizing that that wasn't true at all, that these were idiosyncratic to New England. And when I came back from being a foreign correspondent, was based in DC, and I was primarily on a global affairs beat. I was traveling all over the world, Micronesia, Asia, Antarctica and stuff. But just being in DC, starting to really follow more closely the dynamics in Congress, even then in the late 90s. Gingrich and the revolution had come in, the Monica Lewinsky scandal. I mean, that's the moment when the wheels started coming off the bus that led us to today, is, mid 90s in Washington. And you could see, though, that it was primarily a regional struggle. I mean, you could see the battle of values that many people, like Gingrich and many of his supporters, that the beginnings of that geographic divide that matches American nations was playing out. And so, the realization there was sort of a struggle or an extension of the Civil War starting to occur in the late 90s was already in my head a bit. And then as I started, really unpacking it and going into the history and stuff, I started gathering the complexities of it. So I guess the disappointment of realizing somewhere in there that, we weren't one country with a shared set of values. We weren't all on the same page about how to create a free society, or even our commitment to a liberal democracy, small l, small d, that wasn't there. Yeah, that's, kind of alarming, but increasingly obvious. By 2000 even, or 2001 or so. Since then, I've done 2 more books in addition to American Nations that really explore that, including our the battle over this book here, the Union, which is the most recent one, is about the battle over the creation of our story of who we are and why we're together, and where we came from and where we're supposed to be going and what our ideals are. And those ideals, the ones that really turn people's heads, the ones that are in the preamble to the Declaration of Independence, which were really revolutionary at the time they were first written down and are still inspiring, right? The inherent equality of humans, their natural rights, their inalienable sort of inborn rights to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness and representative self-government. Those are pretty good values, basically, for our founding ideals of a country. But, the very obviously to everyone, I hope by now, that we never have achieved those ideals, right? How could you, when you had, half of the country was in fact a, slave-holding, race-based caste system, propelled and enforced by deadly violence, all the way up practically into living memory. I mean, Jim Crow and the overthrow of that system in the South, even in formal terms, happened in the 60s. That's really, really recently, and obviously, that didn't that didn't actually solve any of those problems. So yeah, that it's the I'm still inspired in the patriotism sense of those ideals are wonderful ones and a hope for a species that has only been thinking about the possibility of a society where you could have widespread individual freedom and rights and respect. That just as an idea that's only a few centuries old, right? We have 5,000 years of human history of civilizations, and only in the past 400 did anyone think of that idea. And we've only been trying to do it for 250 years and doing it badly and making terrible mistakes. And maybe that's not surprising, but it's both the, it's moving that those ideals exist and have spread through the world as, for many people as aspirational ones. And what drives the fury against the United States, and I think a lot of young people feel this, is the betrayal of those ideals. The fact that, our history told us that we were committed to them, and obviously we weren't, right? We failed in that anger, right? That in fact, founded in racism and all these, especially in certain regions of the country, truly built on it, that's a betrayal, and therefore you should throw the whole country and the ideals out, right? But the ideals, we never achieved them. It's the beauty of them and the fight for them that I find inspiring. So it's tragedy and it's inspirational at the same time. And, our struggle in the United States is a very human struggle, right? Humans are very flawed. We are all over the world. Other liberal democracies have almost any country, if you pick at it, has a terrible story underneath it. And many of them are all in a crisis. Our peer liberal democracies are in crisis today. So, to me, it's America's story is the sort of, is a human story and is inspirational. But we got to fight for it, right? We got to fight for those ideals in the Declaration. They're not going to fight for themselves, and sort of the inertia of human society is drives towards despotism and autocracy because of greed and stuff. So you got to fight for it, and now it's another time when that has to happen. So I guess those are all patriotic ideas, right? But it's not complacency. I guess it's a loss of complacency. Over time up to a point of, absolute urgency with January 6th.
Very compelling. And I love how you put it in the framework of, look, when we look at 5, arguably even 10,000 years of human existence and, 5,000 years of civilization, the vast majority of it have been really bad. The ideas of equality, freedom, a state that works for the people, by the people, is actually a relatively novel idea. And the inertia of human existence isn't necessarily, in accordance with those ideals. So it's not like a given that we're going to succeed at them, but they are aspirational. We're going to work for them every day. Thank you for sharing that. I would love to, if it's okay with you, turn to some of the audience questions. Our chat's been going pretty active. Would love to bring in some folks. And if you have questions in it and you're watching out there, feel free to throw them in the chat. Eager to hear from you. I'd love to start with Mr. Raid Amin. He asks, have nations maintained their demographic characteristics over the past several hundred years, or did they change with time? And I think this question is kind of interesting because, on one end, there's sort of like the geographic element of where these nations rooted. Right. And of course, a lot of these areas have diversified, have brought in lots of other peoples, but, in many ways, the political culture or ethnographic values haven't necessarily changed. So right. I'm curious to hear how these nations, in your opinion, have evolved over time.
Yeah, how can that be, right? We have, mass communications and mass media and mass marketing, and people move around and huge waves of immigration into this country. How could these, different colonial era cultures still be persisting, right? The idea is that these different competing colonial cultures and regional cultures each colonized and sort of formatted the culture of a different strip of the Middle West, I guess you'd say, out a little beyond the Mississippi River through the 1840s, and that became extensions of these different regional cultures and kind of laid down their values. So how could that possibly still be the case? And I mean, my observation is we know it's persisted because if you look by any possible metric, politics and attitudes, and do you like individual freedom or the common good, and your attitudes about church and state and proper role of government, and ethno-nationalism versus a civic nationhood, they all track on these, at the county level, vaccination rates, right? Where's the vaccine hesitancy? Look at your per capita rate today. Look at the masking rates a year ago. Look at gun violence per capita. Slice and dice it however you want. Only do rural, only do white on white violence or black on black. You'll still see this staggering variance following these settlement patterns. So how can that, we know it's persisted. The question is then, how is it persisted? How could that possibly be the case? And I don't have all the answers, but some of them are that, the general idea of the paradigm is that our country and North America are like anywhere else in the world, that culture exists, it's out in the zeitgeist around you. Immigrants can come in, we can arrive from Mars or move from Yankeedom to the left coast, and we ourselves may be carrying the values of Mars when we arrived. And our brother's family may, we arrive in Yankeedom, brother's family goes to the deep south, we're all from Mars, and we still, remember our, Martian diet and pine for home. But our children, they speak Martian, but they also went to kindergarten. They speak the local language, and their friends. It's kind of a little weird that all the Martian food we eat and all that kind of stuff. So they're kind of interplay. And then their kids, right? They end up marrying maybe not a Martian, and their kids maybe don't remember the language at all, but know nominally that grandpa came from Mars. But they're actually, have acculturated to the place around them. My argument is they haven't acculturated to America. One Martian family by the grandkids generation has acculturated to Yankeedom, and the other one to the deep south, right down to the dialect of American English that they speak, right? So that's the general, that's how it works everywhere in the world, right? If you or I moved to France or to Japan, we wouldn't be French or Japanese, but our grandkids might, right? In fact, they almost certainly would be. So that's the paradigm, right? So that culture will win out in the end. Despite the fact that everyone's, people are moving around, the other factor is that as people have tracked those who move from one regional culture to another, it turns out basically what social science is telling us is that the people who move statistically are more like their destination than their point of origin. In other words, in every county on the American nation's map and every town, you have pretty much the full spectrum of individual opinion, right? From, Ayn Randers down to hardcore communists, right? In every town. But the dominant zeitgeist tends to be in accordance with the dominant culture. Well, if you're one of those people in the deep, you're in the deep south and you're a liberal-minded atheist, or you're in Yankeedom and you're a hardcore libertarian and Southern Baptist, you may be very frustrated with the dominant values around you, right? You may, all these, unaddressed, unconscious assumptions of the society around you. And you may think, gosh, it's so frustrating here. If I could only leave and go somewhere else where people thought like X, Y, and Z, I'd do it in a minute. If my job ever said you need to relocate and I had a choice where to go, I'd pick somewhere like me. And that's what people are doing, right? Statistically speaking, as people are moving around, it's people voting with their feet. They're tending to relocate, and as a countervailing force against, the purpleization of the map is the fact that people aren't moving around randomly. They're self-selecting, and as they do so, they're helping increase the differences by the big sort effect between the regional cultures.
That's so fascinating because it actually goes, almost, I hate to say it goes against the concept, like the values that we think of when we say, hey, we want a diverse area or a diverse population, because it sounds like assimilation to sort of rooted culture seems to be what ends up becoming the norm, which is a very interesting observation. I'd love to bring in Miss Grace Lee, who actually wants to ask us, what can history tell us about these settlers out west? And I think this is something that we didn't actually touch on quite yet, which is really two phenomena. One was El Norte, which is, one thing that I think in American history we don't talk enough about is the Spanish occupation of the New World, where they had been working in California and many parts of the West for long before we sent Lewis and Clark out there, right? Like it is incredible. Like we didn't just venture out into the complete wilderness. Like obviously there was that, but we had a huge Spanish population and Spanish occupation in the West, and then El Norte, as the Mexican influence and native influence came up north, they have created its own culture, distinct nation, if you will. So what are some of the tenets of this part of the country, both El Norte and the far west in California and the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, the two are quite different. El Norte is, as you suggested, I mean, it's the Spanish colonized region of what's now the United States and northern Mexico, because Spain was the big colonial power, the biggest of them all in the 16th century. And, got its start way ahead of England when England was a puny little island that, could be forgotten about. Spain was this enormous superpower, and it was colonizing south to north up into North America, and, reached, what's now Texas and New Mexico and California, not until the waning years of the 16th century and into the 17th century, but way before the United States settlers and started colonizing from east to west. And but in the technology of that time period, being in whatever Brownsville or Taos or San Francisco or what's now Los Angeles, over the wagon roads and stuff, it was like they were on the moon, right? They were so far removed from Mexico City. It took months to move things by, wagon carts and the like, and even more removed from Madrid, that it was almost like they're on lunar bases, right? You were far, far away. You had to improvise, and it quickly created a very distinct and different society in the North. And the North was, had to be more entrepreneurial, independent, a more level society, less hierarchical and aristocratic. It was there wasn't the same, in central Mexico, you'd have the Blancos, who were alleged to be pure-blooded, European Spanish, were at the top of the pyramid, and as you work your way down into gradations of how much indigenous American people's blood did you have in you, you'd be lower down the totem pole. That was not true in the North, because in the North, there was nobody who could claim to be 100% Spanish. And so that kind of faded away as well. So it was a place that started to see itself as distinct from and maybe in opposition to the authorities in central Mexico. They didn't understand us. They neglect us. Our economy, it would be easier to trade with these Americans showing up and, just took over Louisiana. We ought to go in that direction. So there was almost a sort of movement, a consciousness of being a transitional culture, stuck in between two superpowers and not wanting to be part of either of them, but wanting to have your own independent third way. And so there were secession movements, pretty early on in Mexican history, the Republic of the Rio Grande, even the Republic of Texas. I mean, yeah, Austin and his Anglos, were leading it, but it had the backing of the entire Spanish-speaking aristocracy of Texas, because they were trying to get away from central Mexico. So yeah, a land in between that hoped to have a third way and be a sort of buffer and trading partner between these two superpowers. But of course, that was not to be. So settled, that's in the entire United States, the place with the longest sustained European colonial history is that part of our map, not, Virginia and Quebec, but rather, New Mexico. So, that's often forgotten now. The other section of the interior West, not the coastal strip, between Monterey, California, and like Juneau, Alaska, is its own culture, but the rest of the interior West, starting around the 100th meridian and extending all the way up to the coastal and Cascade Mountains. That entire interior is the one place where, I call it the far West, and it's the one place that I would admit that environmental factors totally trump these ethnographic ones that we talk about with all the other regional cultures, because it was the last place that was colonized by these various Euro-American settlement groups. And in the technology of that time period, in the second half of the 19th century, I mean, it was high and dry and remote and just staggeringly difficult to get there and settle or move goods or anything else. And the indigenous inhabitants who didn't want the colonization to be taking place, still had the upper hand for a lot of that time period. So it was dangerous for the would-be colonizers as well. So it was, it ended up being a place where it could only be successfully colonized through the pre-deployment of staggering amount, industrial scale capital flows, right? You had to have the railroads built, the transcontinental railroads, and the aluminum, silver smelters, and mining equipment, and massive irrigation, schemes and dams and stuff that only these big, industrial corporations based outside of the far West in San Francisco and Chicago and New York, or the federal government could provide. And so it was treated as like the railroads came first, and then the railroads set up the settlements and brought in the settlers, right? Not the other way around. The smelter came first, the mine came first, and the people followed, but it was always treated as this sort of internal resource colony by the other regional cultures, to the lasting resentment and setting of the tempo of the people of the colonized far West, not, appreciating that, and that resistance and anger, either at some points in its history towards the Anaconda Coppers and the, Hearsts and the Union Pacific Railways of the world, but more recently, mostly towards the federal government, which still owns and controls a majority of the land in most of the far Western states.
Very compelling. Actually, one of our viewers, this book should be on every university reading syllabus, not only for American history, but for human anthropology. I could not agree more. Colin, I tell you what, that's such an interesting part of it. Like one of the only nations where it was actually the environment that dictates the nature of that culture. I hadn't actually considered that before. And, I live up in the mountains in Tahoe, not too far away from this area. And, sometimes we laugh. It's in the sense, it's like, yeah, you can't farm there, but, it's a good thing. People go off-roading there. We have Burning Man in the middle of the Black Rock Desert. We're finding utility for it, but it's very different than what I think we all thought it would end up being. I wanted to end on one question that I really thought was super fascinating. It's, and especially as a religious minority myself, I grew up very infatuated with this idea that, religious freedom is at the heart of our Constitution, of our Declaration of Independence. We have the right to worship however we want. Yet, as you unpack when we describe these first Eastern colonies, that, hey, if you look around, religious diversity really wasn't the norm. In fact, you astutely point out, New York City, the Dutch colony, if you will, of New York, was really the only place where, say, a large Jewish population felt at home. And really where we saw any, melting pot, if you will, that we try and aspire to. It really, New York City it's not only that's a part of its own history, but it's also to this day one of the most diverse cities in the world. And I wanted to kind of touch on this. Why, was New York the home of this sort of melting pot ideal, this religious diversity? And two, where did we as a nation get the idea that this was, when we actually are very religiously divided in our history, why do we have this notion that, we were founded on religious freedom? Just kind of curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's misunderstood, like a lot of things. The Bill of Rights originally was only thought to constrain the federal government, not the states, not the colonies. And that was in the founding generation by design, right? The idea was they had all, as I said, ended up, in a alliance of convenience with each other to defend a shared threat from Britain. And then they all suddenly found themselves in a United States together. Nobody knew what that was. Is it like NATO? Is it like the EU? Is it supposed to be a nation state like, Prussia or post-revolutionary France that we're building? A Hamiltonian state? Well, nobody knew. And they would fight a civil war about it and still not be entirely certain about it. But it was assumed by many, and certainly in the beginning, before the second constitution, the present constitution, that the states were sovereign, the colonies were sovereign. And while the federal government couldn't pass any law that would interfere with religion, the central impulse was that the federal government, that they were feared that the federal government would be controlled by some coalition of regions and would force the values on another of the regions. And so, New England and Yankeedom wanted to protect the Puritan/Congregational Church, which in Massachusetts and Maine and other places was the established church. In other words, it was paid for by taxpayer money. It was an official church that the state provided funding for, like the Lutheran Church in Sweden today or something like that. So not at the state level, it was a privileged institution. In Virginia, it was the Anglican Church had those kind of privileges, which became the Episcopalian Church, right? Because we have bishops, but we've gotten rid of the king and the Church of England. And so different colonies were trying to defend their own dominant religion from interference in the original interpretation. A couple of the regions, though, their regional cultures' values were based on tolerance, particularly New Netherland, right? The area around New York City, northern New Jersey, Westchester, parts of Long Island, was founded by the Dutch, not by the English, and was founded with that Dutch philosophy of freedom of inquiry and conscience and tolerance. I mean, tolerance can go both ways, right? Tolerant of slavery, tolerant of slave catchers, tolerant of anything, but also tolerant of various immigration groups and no particular. The Dutch were never in a majority, right? Even at the beginning, they were like 10% of the population when it was a village, and it never got better from there. So any religion could be there. There was no established dominant default religious tradition, and there was tolerance of many coming. So that was a safe place for people persecuted elsewhere in the world to come and also not be interfered with by, Puritan magistrates or, the vestry gentlemen at the local courthouse in Virginia or whatever. And also, as you go down into the Midlands, which were founded initially by William Penn's Quakers, right? The notion of the Delaware Bay colonies was also inherently tolerant. They were founded as a Quaker utopia, but the Quakers, unlike the Calvinists, believed in the inherent goodness of humans, right? And they have an inner light. And so everything will turn out fine. Come on in, right? They had a pretty open immigration policy, allowing people of various religions. And, so you had all sorts of, Mennonites and Anabaptists and Amish and, Germans fleeing the Palatinates and later the Germans fleeing the 1848 revolutions and the Scots-Irish. The reason Greater Appalachia forms, it forms first in the back country of Pennsylvania because the Quaker-dominated authorities in Philly were like, sure, you can come, go to the frontier, do what you want, right? So that ended up also being a place where many religious persuasions could show up and practice, and that was fine because that was the model, right? A mosaic of cultures side by side, retaining their own, way of doing things and no dominant culture overhead. But that's confined to just small strips of the United States, right? That's contrary. Even Yankeedom, like at its best, Yankeedom attracted tons of immigrants, but the notion has always been melting pot, right? You can come here, but you must become like us. Maybe you don't have to be a Congregationalist, but we have these taxpayer-financed public schools in the 19th century, but it also has a curriculum that is very clearly coded towards making you all good, Marx Weberian, Protestants, right? And so the Catholics are like, no way, we're going to set up our own parochial schools, and that caused lots of friction because you're not assimilating. You came here, right? Whereas that wouldn't have been an issue in the Midlands or in New Netherlands. So that's kind of the backstory to it. But that all got confused later, right? When the Bill of Rights, starts being interpreted post-Civil War as is a right for all individuals, that state governments can't interfere with that. Then we sort of reverse imagined that at the beginning there was freedom, personal freedom, and individual freedom of religion must have been the impetus. Far from the Puritans were about as intolerant of other religions in the colonial period as you could possibly imagine, right? And they were coming for religious freedom, their own, not anyone else's, right?
Very important distinction. I will say that. Look, Colin, I did a horrible job managing our time today. I just really enjoyed it. I mean, I honestly it was so fun to hear you just give body to this really powerful piece of work. Before we go, I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your other two books that you've published recently, namely Character and Unity, which I think are fun. I mean, if you enjoyed American Nations and you saw on the social media engagement, folks, like this was a very beloved book across our following. I am very keen to now start on Character and Unity. Could you tell us a little bit about what to expect?
So it's now a trilogy. I mean, after American Nations, I did two other books. The last one just came out last year. American Characters, this one, it's essentially, how do you, this came out in 2006, I was writing in 2015, it came out in 2016, a little ahead of Donald Trump clinching the Republican nomination. So didn't quite see that specific thing happening. The book was about how do you protect and sustain a liberal democracy in general and ours in particular. Ours in particular, given the balkanized nature of the country described in American Nations. How do you manage to get, how could you build again, how did it happen in the past, how could you do it now, a super majority of the regional cultures? What would they agree on that you could form as a political philosophy for whatever, one of the parties or a new party or whatever, that could actually successfully control the levers of power in the federal government and, lead the country forward at a time when it was paralyzed? And we better do it, the book warned, because, iceberg ahead if we don't, right? The country is very brittle. The increase in inequity, legal and material and otherwise, is growing rapidly because of a disconnect between those two forces I talked about, right? The subtitle of the book is The Epic Struggle Between Individual Liberty and the Common Good. We've gone way too far over on the individual liberty side in recent decades, and it's destabilized the necessary equilibrium. So that's that book. I think it's essential because that's how we right the ship again when we get a chance to right the ship. And, how do we stabilize ourselves to make our country healthy again so that nothing like we're in now ever happens again? That would be the story. But the book came out and then we hit the iceberg like 3 seconds later, right? So understandably, rather than everyone wanting to read a book about how to avoid the iceberg, everyone's like, where's the lifeboats, right? So the new book is about something more fundamental, Union, which is about, that where did the story, the idea that we were one peoples, that myth that concealed the differences between the nations that many of us grew up with, where did that come from? And when did it come? Who wrote it? How did they succeed in propagating it? Why were they doing it? And quickly, what I discovered when I went back, it starts in the 1830s, is that there wasn't one story, there were two, almost immediately. One is that story of those ideals we were talking about earlier, connected to the Declaration of Independence, our liberal, democratic, and inspirational values. The other one, the counter story that came almost immediately out of the Deep South, you'll be shocked to hear, was that no, Jefferson was wrong. We are, humans are not equal, and in fact, only one set of humans have the genius and the capabilities to practice those ideals in the Declaration. That's the allegedly superior Anglo-Saxon race, full stop. And the United States is a collection of the homelands of the superior Anglo-Saxon people, and everybody else is here provisionally to be enslaved or on leave or probation. And that was the ethno-national argument. We are a homeland of a specific people, right? And ethno-nationalism is always about, it's not everybody who belongs, somebody doesn't. And that, the book traces how that changed over time, right? It became, Anglo-Saxons a pretty flexible concept. Saxons, oh, I guess that means Germans, we can bring them in, and pretty soon you can change it to any kind of Protestant, maybe eventually bring in Catholics. Okay, we'll let the Greeks in and the Hungarians and, but always somebody else is out, right? We're gonna exclude the Chinese, or later we're gonna exclude the Muslims, not you, right? You're too strange, right? So, but it's always somebody is not the real Americans. Anyway, it's about the battle, the struggle between those forces, and how deep the ethno-national one goes. The same fight that we saw on January 6th on the steps of the Capitol has been raged, since the 1830s, and that's why that's why the curse goes back so deep. But also the inspirational struggle by the people on the civic national side. It's been a tough slog for a long time.
Indeed, it has. Well, sir, I hope you don't mind if we have our following read those two books and we have you back on the show to promote them, because I think they're vitally important to our country. And we had a lot of engagement over the course of this past hour with you. I think a lot of heads turned, a lot of people getting excited about your work. I think we had like 50 or 60 people on LinkedIn just watching it. So thank you so much, Colin. I think just not just for coming on the program, I thought this was a phenomenal discussion, but just for the hard work you put in. Folks, like, writing nonfiction is a labor of love, right? It is, and these authors that we have on, particularly guys like Colin, that are putting their heart and soul into these stories, it is just so meaningful for our national fabric. And so, Colin, just thank you very much for writing this book. Your hard work is going totally appreciated, totally noticed, and I just hope you feel that from us here at 99
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for your interest in having me on. It was a great pleasure. We'll have to do it again.
Absolutely. All right, 99 Pages. Thank you so much. We're going to be back in a
Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn on the I usually just assume if I speak everybody listens. Uh this racist is overused stuff, SKC, that's by people who don't know what the terms mean, racism and racist. Literally, I don't use it lightly. If I call you a racist, I actually think you're a racist. And as usual, I can tell you why and ground it in some decent, thinking. Um this whole Enrique thing, Ryan, I don't know why he even came up. Apparently it was on your mind. And I saw this guy and you wanted to go, oh, he looks like. I'll let you fill in those blanks. Let's see. So anyway, this just popped up and this is breaking my heart. I used to get the Atlanta Journal-Constitution delivered to my dorm door. Apparently, Atlanta Journal-Constitution to quit print cold turkey. Oh, that hurts my feelings.
Atlanta Journal-Constitution to quit print cold turkey. This article is by Katie Robertson and read by an automated voice. When Andrew Morse joined the Atlanta Journal-Constitution as its president and publisher in January 2023, the company had plans to stop printing the newspaper by that June. He quickly hit the brakes. The timing was not right, he told his new colleagues. The Journal-Constitution's digital news product was not yet robust enough to compel enough readers to subscribe and make it profitable.
Which, by the way, you
now,
have to pay money to even get the digital
version. The Journal-Constitution will stop publishing a print newspaper at the end of the year, Mr. Morse said, and divert all of its resources into the digital news operation. The company has published in print since 1868. The fact is, printing newspapers and putting them in trucks and driving them around and delivering them on people's front stoops has not been the most effective way to distribute the news in a very long time, he said. Still, the Journal-Constitution is one of the largest daily newspapers yet to completely abandon print. Local newspapers have faced precipitous declines in circulation for the last 20 years, and much of the advertising revenue long ago moved to online platforms. But most major American cities continue to have some version of a print newspaper, in part because the print editions often remain profitable, at least for the moment, unlike the online operations of many outlets. Roughly a third of the country's more than 1,000 remaining daily newspapers still print 7 days a week, according to a 2024 report on the state of local news by Northwestern University. Many others have reduced their print frequency to cut costs. The same study found that about 180 newspapers that had once printed daily put out newspapers fewer than 3 days a week. Some recent examples include the Star-Ledger, New Jersey's paper of record, which stopped printing altogether in February after cutting back to 6 days a week in 2024. In Iowa, the Dubuque Telegraph-Herald and the Cedar Rapids Gazette announced in January that they would cut their print frequency to 3 days a week, with the publisher of the Telegraph-Herald blaming, quote, the evolving landscape of news consumption and the economic realities of print media. The Journal-Constitution's editor-in-chief, Leroy Chapman Jr., said the newsroom had been operating for some time as a primarily digital publication, with editorial meetings no longer focused on which article to put on the front page of the print paper. We understand that it's a matter of inevitability for print, he said, adding, I've been here since 2011. This has been an ongoing conversation about the when. Mr. Morse, a digital news executive with stints at CNN, Bloomberg, and ABC News, said he knew he was coming into a challenging environment. But, he said, he thought there was a way to make a local news outfit work in a city the size of Atlanta, which has a greater metro area population of 6.3 million and is in a crucial swing state. The Journal-Constitution's owner, Cox Enterprises, invested a reported $150 million over 5 years in the publication's digital transformation. Mr. Morse said he had focused on building out the news outlet's product, technology, analytics, and marketing teams. The newsroom has also grown, adding a digital video team and new Georgia bureaus in Macon, Savannah, and Athens. Mr. Morse moved the Journal-Constitution's headquarters back to the Midtown neighborhood of Atlanta and introduced a new slogan, "The Substance and Soul of the South." The Journal-Constitution created partnerships with universities and local institutions to offer corporate subscriptions and launched UATL, which comprises a separate website, a newsletter, a podcast,
like
and an
down
event
south.
series that covers Black culture in the city. Everything we're doing is designed to protect the journalism, to build the best products we can, and to get it in front of the most people, Mr. Morse said. Early on, he set an...
Well, all right. I'm verklempt, but so we go. So this is this what living under a dictator looks like? Not yet, but give it till Christmas. He has already told little girls they can only have 2 Barbies versus 30.
It's Thursday, August 28th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, the show sending as much love and support as it can muster for the folks in Minneapolis, Minnesota, forced to reckon with another school shooting. On today's show, the Food and Drug Administration approves updated COVID-19 vaccines with some caveats, and the alleged DC sandwich thrower dodges federal charges. But let's start with President Donald Trump and what Trumpism, whatever it is doing to us. Trump hosted a 3-hour-long cabinet meeting this week, and the entire thing can basically be summed up by the following 36-second montage, courtesy of CNN.
It's an honor to do this job under the president's leadership.
You are the single finest candidate since the Nobel this Nobel Award was ever talked about.
Thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense.
This is just such a great opportunity, really, to recognize your leadership.
It's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who loves labor.
You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again.
You are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt.
I feel the overwhelming desire to wash my hands, but those are our cabinet secretaries at work. It would be obvious if it were another country, wouldn't it? The excessive fawning over the dear leader would raise more suspicion if it were taking place in Greece or Colombia or anywhere else. But it's not another country. It's the United States. And we are in trouble with a president musing on an almost weekly basis about how great it would be if he were a dictator, despite being very unpopular. So what do we do now? I called up Bill Kristol. He's the editor-at-large of The Bulwark and someone who worked in Republican politics for decades before Trump came around. We talked about Trump, the GOP, and what new coalitions can arise to meet the challenge of the moment. Bill Kristol, welcome to What a Day.
Hey, thanks, Jane. Good to be with you.
We are now many months into the Trump administration now. Back in 2020, you warned the Republic would be tested by a second Trump administration, and you repeated that last year. Is it worse than you expected?
Somewhat. I mean, I was always alarmed about Trump. People would say, "Oh, why are you so never Trump?" You know, it was just the tweets. I said, I think he'll really do damage to the country. We made it through the first term. I thought, okay, maybe, back to a certain kind of normalcy. January 6th, I thought maybe the Republican Party will finally turn on him. But I think it is bad. We're 7 months in. And a lot of people, I think, still want to say, well, we've probably seen the worst of it. The Doge thing was kind of crazy and some of this other stuff. But that's not the right way to think about it. The right way to think about it is we're only 7 months into a 4-year term. And I'd say the pace of authoritarianism is probably accelerating, not decelerating.
Earlier this month, you wrote, quote, "The dangers to our free political institutions are clear, present, and increasing in strength." Now, there's lots of stuff that Trump is pushing on or testing. What's the thing that you are most concerned about?
I mean, I think the authoritarian project has different spokes and they do complement each other. So there's the internal consolidation and personalization of power in the federal government. And politicization of everything. That's pretty obvious. DOJ, DOD, DHS, Federal Reserve this week. And that's, we have a big government and a big executive branch. And if it becomes entirely a tool of the president, the way Justice and FBI have seem to have become, that's very, very dangerous. If you combine that with the intimidation of outside institutions, that is to say, intimidating state governments and city governments, but above all, I'd say intimidating and corralling into your control universities, law firms, business, media, sort of the whole outside side, you might say, of the authoritarian agenda, combining the internal consolidation and personalization and the outside consolidation of power or exertion of power and intimidation is very dangerous. And then finally, I'd say the intimidation of people. I mean, let's call it the John Bolton side of things. So there's the Federal Reserve side of things. There's the, universities, law firms, business side of things. And then there's the intimidation of critics, opponents, using the federal government, the Justice Department to go after them. You put all those together, that's pretty bad.
Here's what's bothering me. You wrote accurately that Trump is not very popular, and he is likely to become even more unpopular. And yet the courts and Congress seem totally fine with Trump wiping away their own spending decisions and even watchdog organizations. Trump is not popular. Why do you think our institutions are acting as if he is?
That's a very good question. And I think kind of a somewhat deep one and complicated one. First of all, he's not as unpopular as he could be or should be. And well, arguably, if he were 32% approval instead of 42%, we would see Congress behaving differently, the Republican Party behaving differently. And when we say Congress, we really mean the Republican Party, since it controls Congress and it's the one that's confirming all of his nominees and refusing to challenge any of his policies. Courts are a little more mixed, I've got to say, but they're probably not able to save us ultimately. But in any case, they're not doing as much as they could, certainly not the Supreme Court. But I would say I would extend your point to elites in general. I mean, one way of thinking about it, I think the public is actually better at this point than the elites. The degree of elite accommodation, including from center-left elites, is really extraordinary and much greater, I'd say. The public is actually put off by a lot of these things, and his numbers have gone down pretty consistently, only gradually, but maybe a point a month. But it's gone from 50 to 42. That's not nothing. I feel like the momentum is the other way, with the business elite, with, even people who don't like Trump personally, university presidents, some media big shots. We don't have an establishment that's willing to fight Trump. We don't have a center-right establishment that's willing to fight Trump. We don't have a center-left establishment that's really willing to fight Trump and to take risks in fighting Trump. And I would say, though, when you step back, the Republican Party has been key. I mean, if you think of Trump trying to do all the things he's doing as an solo actor without control of the Republican Party, which means really the Republican Party in Congress, with, losing some of his nominees, getting overruled on tariffs, getting rebuffed when Kennedy tries to stop vaccines and so forth, it'd be bad. It would be a mess, but it wouldn't be this, he wouldn't have this ability to just steamroll things the way he's doing now.
Yeah, I think that's something else. Congress has not really stepped in to keep itself powerful, not even to check Trump, but to say, like, hey, we're in Congress, we do things. GOP representatives and senators are basically avoiding meeting their own voters at town halls, and they just cede all authority to Trump. As someone who's been involved in conservative politics for a really long time, does that surprise you? And how do you explain that?
It surprises me some, though it's been going in that direction for a while. I mean, party loyalty is trumping what was supposed to be the institutional checks and balances, right? Congress is supposed to stand up to the president, according to Madison and the founders, partly because they would have a self-interest in doing so. It turns out that party loyalty, and especially party loyalty on the Republican side in the age of Trump, trumps, the normal institutional checks, which certainly operated when I got to Washington 40 years ago now. We had huge I was there in the Reagan administration, second term at the Education Department, and then with Vice President Quayle in the White House. We had huge problems with the Republicans in Congress. They didn't think their first loyalty was to rubber stamp whatever George H.W. Bush wanted or whatever Ronald Reagan wanted for it, whatever his great, popularity. I mean, and so hyperpartisanship followed by real polarization of the country has obviously contributed to the collapse of Congress as a kind of real barrier to Trump. But I come back to the Republican Party. We would have much less of a Congress problem if we didn't have a massive Republican Party problem.
I think that you are actually an interesting example of what I'm about to ask, which is that we're in the midst of what I would call a crisis. Trump's second administration is a crisis. It's legally, politically, economically, I would argue also culturally. During a lot of crises, we see new political coalitions form to meet them. And I think that you're an example. I mean, the number of people I have seen who are staunch liberals and leftists who are like, that Bill Kristol, he gets it. Are you seeing any other new coalitions coming together that give you any hope?
Well, I think there is this broad pro-democracy coalition, pro-liberal democracy coalition, pro-free society coalition. I don't want to overthink this. I mean, this is pretty simple in a way, the things that I think are being defended by everyone from conservative or maybe ex-conservative, never Trumpers, all the way over to pretty left-wing Democrats. I'm a little frustrated by some of my Democratic friends, and I have many more Democratic friends than I used to. The centrists want to relitigate different fights with the left. The leftists want to relitigate different fights with the center. And I'm not against that. They should obviously debate issues and go whichever direction they want to go. But you don't really have to resolve that now. We have to, it'll be good to elect Abigail Spanberger here in Virginia, where I live. If the New Yorkers want to elect Mamdani, it wouldn't have been my first choice or second or third choice. But you know what? It's okay. We don't have to have a heart attack about all that. And meanwhile, can we just, focus on stopping Trump and not just final point. I've just been obsessed with this the last day or two. Everyone's 2026 elections. We've got to think hard about that. We have to weaken Trump now.
I think my last question for you is that you are someone who, as you mentioned, came to D.C. in the midst of the Reagan administration. And I was thinking that one thing, I mean, sorry to make you feel old because
I'm used to it. Tim, half my colleagues at the poll work do it every day, so that's okay.
I keep thinking about how for the young MAGA crowd, Ronald Reagan is as ancient to them as it would be during Reagan's era to keep talking about FDR or to keep talking about Herbert Hoover. You keep seeing people being like, oh, Reagan wouldn't have done this or this other conservative wouldn't have done this. But like this era of Republicans clearly doesn't care. So what does conservatism fight forward for now?
So I think your point about just the time is really key. I mean, literally, that Reagan is as far from where we are as FDR was from where things were when I came to Washington. And I've tried to stop actually using the Reagan tropes. I mean, of course, it's legitimate to say we wouldn't have done this. And it's interesting historically to say, how do we get from here to there? Conservatism, I'm not sure conservatism means anything anymore. And I don't really call myself a conservative, partly because I have changed my mind on some things, partly because the point of American conservatism in the Reagan-Bush way, in my view, was to defend liberal democracy and in a way to defend liberalism, to correct it and push it in certain directions where it might have gone off the rails. So I do think it sounds like a cliche. We need to have fresh thinking and leave some of these old, categories behind, except what one can say is, at the end of the day, Reagan and Mondale, Bush and Clinton agreed on certain basic things about what America should be and should do. Trump doesn't. And I do think at least an updated version of the, let's call it the Reagan-Mondale agreement or the Bush-Clinton agreement is far superior to where Trump wants to take the country.
Bill Kristol, thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure, Jane.
I know it's hard to stay informed during this flood the zone hellscape, but people like you tuning out is precisely what the MAGA rage bait media machine is going for. By subscribing to our channel, you're helping to surface progressive, painstakingly researched, fact-checked, and delivered with the appropriate amount of snark. So subscribe to our channel, and if you're already a subscriber, thank you.
What on earth did that happen?
What Today is brought to you by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon makes high-protein, zero-sugar cereal and treats reinvented from your childhood. So much nostalgia.
We can't see the lesbian.
Every serving of Magic Spoon high-protein cereal has 13 grams of protein,
Richard?
0 grams of sugar, and 4 grams of net carbs. They come in nostalgic flavors like fruity, cocoa, and frosted. Magic Spoon's high-protein treats are crispy, crunchy, airy, and an easy way.
Let me help you out, CKJ3. How he already won? Well, looks like he has disabused people, a lot of people in the federal government. Maybe you are a young man, CKJ3, so you don't have the time to read about this. Part of the flood the zone philosophy is to break the government to a point to where it can't be rebuilt. Trump is a problem. We have already passed a tipping point. If you don't think we're broke, you will soon find out. And you may not be affected by it. I may not be affected by it. But when you have masked men running around accidentally arresting people who are U.S. citizens. When you have American citizen children being deported, this is a problem. He won. He's not weak, not yet. This is his last term. Not particularly. How do you know? Don't take Trump so lightly, CK. And I had no idea lesbians would be so popular with you, Richard. You weren't looking hard. You weren't looking with a hard, but you asked, I didn't. So I started watching this. This wound up being interesting. And let's see, where are we? We are at 5 hours, 19 minutes. Probably won't go too much farther than 6 hours. I'm in there actually doing a crock pot thing, getting it prepared to turn on. If it gets exciting, I may stay. If not, I will not burden you all with my boring ass for much longer. But this wound up being
it's a
good.
very real thing that I don't think a lot of men have yet
The
to
Roger
realize amongst
report.
black
Maybe
men.
some of y'all are familiar with it.
When we go out our way to try to impress women, they were basically asking, can you be a liability in my life? Now, I am not saying a woman can't be an asset in your life. I am not saying she couldn't be. It's just the chances of
By
her
the way,
becoming one ain't all that great. That's
for me, it's okay to watch and listen to. I don't want this shit on my panel or even my show associated. We must rise above this uneducated bullshit.
That's all it is. She could become one, but she probably won't.
If a black woman is talking about, I need to rest in my femininity, she's a liability.
You know what? When I first heard that, I started cracking up. I ain't gonna even lie. The first time I heard somebody say that as if it made any level of sense, I just started busting up. Now, let me say real quick, shout out to Roastmaster One. Hey, appreciate you, my brother. He just dropped $20 on the Cash App. Says great content, bro. Hey, appreciate you big time, brother. Appreciate you big time. Real talk. And shout out to There I Said It. He said forced fatherhood as he dropped 5. Hey, appreciate you as well, big brother. Appreciate you as well. Okay. Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of forced fatherhood, a lot of times they come in with children already. And not only do they want you to quote unquote qualify to pay for them, they want you to qualify to pay for their children.
Exactly. And on top of that, you got to beg them to adopt them so that you be liable for child support. Hey, baby, please let me be liable for this child support. I got to be liable for this child
This is like Hood Servant Show without the lisp.
Yeah, it's something that, you know, people, I mean, we really need to grab hold of this concept. Now, me, I ain't gonna let this go, y'all. I ain't gonna let it go because I know this is just a necessary thing. I know this is the real issue, and people really need to look at how they moving in life to say, you know, can I make a better move here or there? Ain't none of us got to be perfect, y'all, but that don't mean we ain't supposed to want to improve. And at the end of the day, does it make sense for me to beg a woman for me to say, can I spend my money on you? Exactly. That don't make sense.
Exactly.
Now we got a new person to join the panel. Demonetized Keisha has joined us, but I believe it's your first time being on the panel, so I'm gonna say welcome to the show.
Nah, it's all my hoes demonetized, man.
Oh, I know, but whatever you put as a title, that's what I go with. So I saw demonetized Keisha, but okay, it's all good. But you got the flow, my brother. How you doing?
I can't complain, man. Well, you know, I was just listening to the topic, man, and I laughed because, you gotta think dudes been groomed since they were little to kind of be subservient to women. Like when you have a little sister and you're about to go outside with your friends, what does your mom tell you? Take your sister with you. Then you look at it when she sees you with a toy or something. What does she want to do? She wants to come play with that toy. She takes it away from you. Your parents say, hey, just let her have it. So all of these things since you were a kid, it kind of plays into your psyche to where when you become an adult as a black man, you tend to do these things as if they're just normal to you to be in a subservient position. So I think it's part of grooming in our society, and also just the whole dynamic of that we just continue to allow black men to feel like, okay, well, this is just the way that it is, and it's sad.
Absolutely. And that's why I say we as black men, we really got to start coming to some real conclusions. Because, if you want a better society, you got to participate in making the society better.
That is literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So this motherfucker was subservient to his little sister? Oh my God. Whew. This motherfucker must have been lying on either John Galt's couch and Universal Jones was his fucking psychologist or counselor. Literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. This motherfucker is mad because he had to take his sister outside. The fuck?
If we change our thought processes, I'm not saying the women gonna change because we change, but I know things will get better just on us changing our thought process up. Because
you have to control the narrative.
Absolutely. And
we gotta demand better. We gotta demand better, right? When we're wifing up and stuff like that, we gotta start demanding and make it socially acceptable to say, because I mean, black women, for all their angst, they're really good at marketing, right? They're really good making the average man believe that they got standards. They're all up here talking about 6 figures, this and that, and we outpace you. I mean, even though none of that is true, like we're more educated than you, we're outpacing you, even though none of that is true, they are great. They are great at marketing. And like,
it is statistically true, son. Blackdemographics.com.
They're great.
Shout out to Hood Conservative.
Yeah, you ain't lying. They definitely promote stuff. Well, alternative facts. I'll just call it.
Yeah, because I mean, bro, who in their right mind really believe that a black woman is more educated than the Asian community? Come on.
Here's the kicker too. Now you're actually having the narrative be thrown out that they're out earning us.
See, this is why
always is
folks
funny to
like
me because
these,
I'm like, okay,
these little boys. No one ever said black women were more educated than the Asian community. These motherfuckers, dude, this must be the channel where YNs go to vent, and I'll learn my facts because I don't have time to read a book. That's what it seems like.
Where is that narrative really being played into society? Are you saying it because the majority of the men you hanging around aren't doing anything financially, or is it just the fact that you've maybe been a high earner and now you thinking that that's just across the board with all the women that you hang with?
Well, I'm gonna say shout out to Roastmaster One. He says marketing equals lying. I'm gonna just go with that. I think black women just like to lie.
Yeah, they lie. They love
lying.
Wow, felt like that though.
I think a lot of men just don't necessarily get it because we haven't been taught to think about it from that concept. We're always told stuff like a woman reserves her right to change her mind. My thing is, if you told me you was gonna meet me here and then you quote unquote change your mind and didn't meet me here, you lied. That's what that is.
Oh,
I understand if something stopped you.
Where do they come up?
I didn't lie.
Why do they put themselves in the middle of some maxim? Because they're stupid and they literally don't know how to think. And if you tell a woman she's going to meet you here, or y'all will meet at a particular place, and she goes, well, you come over here, I want to meet you here, then motherfucker, you don't meet her there. That's not the agreement. Hopefully she's not your wife or your little sister. You know, this motherfucker took his little sister out because his parents asked him to do so. And then his sister called him 2 hours later and said, I need you to come and meet me here. Why'd you stop watching me? This dumbass is mistaking responsibility for looking out for your younger sibling with subservience. Literally, your sister didn't ask you to take her out. You're subservient to the parents who told you to do it. And this dumb fuck can't even think his way out of his own stupid analogy. It's disappointing, quite frankly.
I changed my mind.
Yeah, that's a lie.
And there are a bunch of channels like this that I listen to, including some that all of us listen to regularly. I might even get drunk enough to name names, but this is just fucking disappointing. No wonder YNs are fucking up. This motherfucker thinks he was subservient to women because his parents asked him to take his sister outside, and then she called him up going, hey, you lost me. Come meet me over here so you don't get your ass whooped when you walk into the house alone. And one of the parents is going to go, where's your sister? She's looking out for you, motherfucker. Maybe that's why you're subservient, because she was smarter and she kept your dumb ass out of trouble. Of course, I'm making up the story.
But see, we've been socially conditioned to take things from women and somehow come to a conclusion that she didn't just lie. If we say we're going to meet at the mall at 5 o'clock and you don't go to the mall at 5 o'clock. Now, it ain't nothing stop you. It ain't like you got hurt.
Well, if you don't go to the mall, how are you going to meet, dumbass?
Like that's a lie. I don't know what you tell me.
Roger,
that's a lie.
They don't do that, Roger. They don't do that. You're at the mall. It's 5:45. You call them, hey, are you on the way? Yeah, I just got in a taxi. Knowing goddamn well they're still getting dressed. That's how they be lying up in here.
Here's the kicker.
You know what? This shit is upsetting.
I just got a taxi, still putting on
I don't know that I can go much farther with this stupidity.
How about the one they tell where they always say that a man is intimidated by what they earn and he could not handle me? And really, you look at it, I say, sister, if you were reverse it on the other foot, a man talking about what he has and what he's earned, does that make him a good candidate or a good mate to be with? That doesn't. That's not the factor of how you choose mates. Most of the time, it's something within their character that makes you want to be with them. So as a result, they don't look at it as you could just be a shitty person.
Well, the thing is, well, let's watch the cursing. We're gonna try to watch the cursing, but no problem. But I'm gonna say, the thing is, she just want to say what she want to say, because again, y'all, I remember this when I was young. When people say, well, what if you meet this person who's a celebrity? Beyonce was the one that used to come up back in the day. I think it was Beyonce a lot back in the day.
Oh, and Oprah.
Yeah, Oprah, definitely Oprah. And the thing, I would always say, no, I'm not doing anything with them. I'm not going to leave my job because I'm working at the time. I'm not going to leave my job and go somewhere on a Tuesday to go kick with them for 2-3 weeks at a time, whatever it is. I'm not doing none of that. If she want to date me, she got to date me while I work over here. Okay. And, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't even had the greatest job at that particular time, because this is when I was still trying to get into the rap game and all that type of stuff. But no, you got to come meet me where I'm at. Why?
Oh my God!
I don't care about your money if it's not going to be used to take care of me. How do I consider money that I have no access to? I consider it as non-existent. Okay. Right. Trump got a lot of money that I can't touch. So Trump money don't mean nothing to me.
It just don't. Absolutely nothing.
No, but I can't lie. If Oprah was like be my pool boy, I'm doing it. I'm sorry.
Oprah can give me a job and I can give her sex too. But the only thing you can do is employ me because you ain't gonna give me no job. I ain't trying to hit. Yeah,
No,
and that's shaky.
bro. If I was Oprah's sex toy in a year, bro, I'd be a billionaire. I'm gonna use everything in my wheelhouse to climb up that ladder.
Yeah, as long as you're under the assumption that that money is accessible to you, then sure. But
No,
for the most part, no.
It don't even have to be like that. Like, look, Gail, your girl is stingy with her stuff, and I'd be eating coochie like nobody's business.
Gail ain't gonna help.
Yeah, Gail's not gonna help you.
Or whoever. I'll get the white girlfriend. I'm like, look, baby, I got that silver tongue. How far you cracking open that wallet?
Well, my thing is, if you gonna get direct money from her, then see now I can understand something. Because my thing is, I can't give up a source of income. I don't care how crappy it is, unless you're gonna replace it.
My point is that even if Oprah is stingy, right? The sooner she had her house party with her white friends, right? I'm jumping shit. That's all I'm saying. She was just a window, right? So you gotta step back, jump forward.
He gonna be like Chappelle with the crown, man.
Oprah was just a strategy for him. I get you. I get you. But Tunnel Runner has come up, y'all. So I want to get I want to get Tunnel Runner in here. But let me say, shout out to Dusty Hotel. He say Roger gonna be fighting with Stedman. Shout out to Stedman though. Shout out to Stedman. But Stedman ain't never had to take care of Oprah, y'all.
These dumb
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Stedman rich too. You know. So her being rich didn't do anything for some man that wasn't rich. Stedman was rich too. He just ain't as rich as Oprah, but he was already rich. So my whole thing is you ain't getting nothing when it comes to money. But who cares about a woman's money? I can't access it, so it don't matter. But let me let Tunnel Runner have a flow. You got it, my brother.
All right, my brother. Can you hear me? Hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say all women are delusional, but it seems to me the black women are the most delusional and stay the most delusional for the length of time. Because a lot of foreign women, they always delusional at 12 and 14. They start getting 16, 18. They start to realize what's really going on. But it seems like a lot of the sisters, they have stayed in delusion until they're like 62. Then they start to realize, I might need a husband and I might need to, settle down. I might have to settle. But it's just the delusion is just very strong in these some of these sisters. And they will not, like I say, with the standards and all this other stuff, when they don't have standards and they're trying everything and doing everything, they're like boats without a sail. They're just out there lost and they need some guidance. And only thing going to bring them some guidance is a husband or a man. And some of them are not willing to submit for that guidance to get somewhere.
Now I'm gonna throw it on out there. We have seen women now, thanks to so many cameras available and social media. There's been so.
Yeah, well, can't do anymore. Gonna turn this on. You know what? Fuck. I think I have had my fill with dumb YNs for the day. Guess let's see how this goes, and if it's not that interesting, I will end the show. But I've been wanting to show this. This is Andrew Jackson and the Trail of Tears.
Thank you for that most generous introduction. I am delighted to be here, and I'm especially delighted to be here as the guest of Redex. And before anything else, let me deliver the commercial announcement, which I am not required to deliver, and so this is from the heart. I am the editor of the Papers of Andrew Jackson, and Papers of Andrew Jackson is a project to collect and publish all of Jackson's extant literary record, everything that he wrote and everything that was written to him. So we deal at my shop with primary sources, primary documents. That's what we live by. And as the editor, and even before I was the editor, all the way going back to when I was a graduate student, I immersed myself in primary sources, and that means that Redex and I have had a very beneficial relationship for me, going back decades, back to the days of microprint and the old machines. And we use Redex databases every day, literally. The early American newspapers, there's a great new territorial papers database that I'm sure we're going to buy as soon as it comes out. If you want you and your students and your colleagues to have the opportunity to use primary sources, Redex has a bountiful assortment of them. And I could not give you this talk today without the use of them. Well, Andrew Jackson's reputation has undergone some remarkable somersaults over the years. Once upon a time, scholars and citizens alike acclaimed him as the hero of New Orleans, the avatar of democracy, the defender of the Union, the point man of manifest destiny, and the champion of the working class. And while Jackson has always had detractors, many of them well-armed with strong evidence and good argument, each of these identities seemed to most people to be admirable ones. Jackson was one of those Americans who teachers told their students to be proud of and to look up to. One of our great presidents. After all, it's only great people that we do this for. Only he's coming off. Only maybe he's not coming off. Well, all that has changed now, as you know. Today, many Americans know a very different Andrew Jackson, not the champion of democracy, but the slave owner, and especially the architect of Indian removal and Indian dispossession. And our textbooks reflect this in their allocation of space. Far more students and other Americans today recognize the Trail of Tears than have heard of the bank veto or the Nullification Proclamation, or maybe even the Battle of New Orleans. Well, this generational shift in our perception of Jackson is so complete that it's difficult even for historians to realize just how recent it is. Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr.'s The Age of Jackson, which was published in 1945 and is still the foundational work for modern Jacksonian scholarship, famously, in 523 pages of text, devoted 2 sentences, count them, to the subject of Indian affairs. And even at that, those 2 sentences didn't discuss Indian removal at all. They merely brought up the Supreme Court's Worcester versus Georgia case that I'm going to talk about in a little bit, in a chapter titled Jacksonian Democracy and Religion, about Chief John Ross and the Cherokees, about the Treaty of New Echota, about the Trail of Tears. Schlesinger said in The Age of Jackson, nothing whatever. Now, Schlesinger, I should quickly add, was no racist. And though he did admire Jackson, he wasn't deliberately suppressing an unpleasant subject in order to make his man look good. Indian removal simply didn't seem that important to him, and in truth, to most of his readers, in 1945, and it didn't fit well into his story. For Schlesinger, it was an anomaly, an outlier, a sideshow, and so he simply left it out. By the way, growing up in the 1950s and 1960s, there was maybe a paragraph on Indian removal, maybe a paragraph in my textbooks. Well, no historian or biographer would dare to do that today, and Schlesinger, to be fair, long before he died in 2007, publicly regretted doing it in 1945. That is, just leaving Indian removal out. But today, Indian removal has become, for many of us, again, the primary lens through which we view Jackson. And in our textbooks, where it takes up a lot of space today, the story is usually told as a fairly simple morality tale, and it goes something like this. And what I'm going to do now is just quickly summarize the story you usually see in the textbooks. At the time Jackson became president in 1829, the Cherokees and other Indians were occupying their ancestral lands east of the Mississippi, which the United States had guaranteed to them in perpetuity through solemn treaties. By the way, that part of the textbook story is absolutely true. But white people wanted those lands for themselves. As the textbooks will tell you, the discovery of gold on Cherokee land in Georgia triggered a stampede of whites onto Indian land. The Indians appealed to the Supreme Court, which in the case of Worcester versus Georgia in 1832, upheld their right to stay where they were and to govern themselves. But Jackson, who everybody knows was an Indian fighter and Indian hater from way back, defied the Supreme Court, saying, John Marshall, the Chief Justice, has made his decision, now let him enforce it. And so left without recourse and with their lands being overrun by white intruders backed by state authority, a small unauthorized minority of the Cherokees signed a treaty, the Treaty of New Echota, in 1835, calling for their removal to present-day
Well, gee,
Oklahoma.
I would call that white
And
supremacy.
then when the vast majority of Cherokees, including the legitimate leaders of their government, refused to submit to this fraud, they were rounded up and removed by military force. This, the forced Cherokee removal in 1838, one on which many hundreds of people died, and historians are still arguing about how many hundreds, was the infamous Trail of Tears, though out among out among the general population, the phrase Trail of Tears has kind of expanded to include not only the forced removal of the Cherokees in 1838, but all of the Jacksonian era Indian removals. All right, that's the standard story, the one that everyone thinks they know in a nutshell. And although the 1838 deportation was actually conducted under President Martin Van Buren, because Jackson wasn't president anymore, Van Buren was Jackson's hand-picked successor, and in fact, the removal was clearly the fruit of Jackson's policy. Now, there's no question that Jackson is the central villain in this story, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't be. As the editor of Jackson's papers, as a Jackson scholar, it is not my business to defend Andrew Jackson. I don't think I would want to, even if I was supposed to. I'm not here to give a special brief for Andrew Jackson, but I will say that, as often happens, this standard school book version of the story sacrifices some historical accuracy for moral clarity. In offering up a tale of transparent right and wrong, it obscures the true depths and difficulty of the problem. And in offering up an easy villain to blame, it allows the other actors in the drama, historical and living, perhaps even you and me, to escape taking their or our share of the responsibility. If it's all Jackson's fault, then the rest of us get off scot-free. So I'm going to go back now and complicate this story, mess it all up with some inconvenient facts, not alternative facts, real facts, and then try to take some stock at the end of where this complicating leaves us. The first and most obvious complication is this: Indian removal didn't begin with Andrew Jackson. White people, or Europeans, had been wresting land from Indians and pushing them out of the way, generally westward, since they first landed on American shores. And indeed, as Jackson himself pointed out, the result, and sometimes the avowed aim, of Indian policy among some early Americans had been not removal but extermination. Back in New England, of all places. If you're familiar with King Philip's War from the 17th century, it became an exterminationist war. Just kill them all. Well, at the same time as white Americans had been pushing Indians out of their way or simply killing them, they had also, right from the beginning, mounted efforts to Christianize and, in their words, civilize them, to assimilate them into white society, perhaps to the point where Indians would literally meld into that society and cease to exist as separate people. The leaders of these civilizing attempts, by the way, this was Thomas Jefferson's idea, is that we'll just absorb them into us. The leaders of these civilizing attempts, many of them Christian ministers, claimed to be, and no doubt were, driven by the highest motives of charity and benevolence. But seen from today, they can appear just as arrogant and condescending as the outright Indian haters. As the so-called civilizers saw it, the greatest favor they could do for the Indians would be to strip off everything that made them Indian. their religion, their customs and folkways, their family and clan and tribal organization, their language, and replace them with their own, turn them basically into white people. They called this progress, or rather they called this program civilization. Today we might call it cultural genocide. Well, these two impulses, to thrust Indians out of the way or to absorb them in, had coincided and competed right from the beginning. And indeed, though they seem contradictory, they had often gone hand in hand, because experience seemed to show that when Indians encountered white society up close, their own society, instead of simply merging into white society, instead fell apart. So the obvious solution, as it seemed to many whites, was to remove the Indians out of harm's way, to quarantine them somewhere where they would have time to acquire the benefits of Euro-American culture while safely screened off from its vices. Now, another simple solution, of course, would have been simply to leave the Indians alone where they were and stop the encroachments of Euro-Americans that kept bringing the two into close quarters. That solution, though we might think today that it would have been the correct solution, was never seriously advocated by any white person of importance that I have ever encountered. So Andrew Jackson didn't originate the idea of Indian removal. He wasn't even the first president to proclaim it as national policy. In 1825, President James Monroe, two presidents before Jackson, and who, unlike Jackson, had never fought Indians and has never been accused of simply hating them. In 1825, James Monroe told Congress, and these are Monroe's words, that the removal of the Indians from the lands which they now occupy is of very high importance to our Union and may be accomplished on conditions and in a manner to promote the interest and happiness of those tribes. In other words, it'll be good for them if they remove. And for that very reason, Monroe said, and he wasn't merely looking forward, he didn't say we ought to adopt this policy. Monroe said, this is in 1825, again, two presidents before Jackson. Monroe said, for that reason, the government has already been long pursuing this policy. Still, while it is true that Indian removal was already settled policy long before Jackson became president, it is true that he brought a new urgency to the issue. And of this, there can be no question. Previous presidents, including Monroe and the guy in between Monroe and Jackson, that's John Quincy Adams of Massachusetts, had addressed Indian relations only when the issue was thrust upon them. They didn't go looking for it. They didn't make it a priority. They simply acted on it when they were compelled to, not Andrew Jackson. When Jackson came to the White House, his views on many matters, including those that came to define his presidency, were still in flux. On big economic issues like the protective tariff and federal transportation projects, known in those days as internal improvements, or even the Bank of the United States, which became the signature issue of his presidency, Jackson, when he came into office in 1829, had so far taken either no position at all or else taken a tentative position, which he would soon reverse. He wasn't dug in on any of those things, but he was dug in on Indian removal. Jackson's first definite presidential pronouncement on any issue of national policy was an address or a so-called talk to the Creek Indians, urging them to remove, they were mainly in Alabama at this time, urging them to remove west of the Mississippi. It was issued on March 23rd, 1829. Jackson had been inaugurated on March 4th, 1829, so he'd been president less than 3 weeks. His administration had barely begun. Martin Van Buren, his Secretary of State, and who would become his right-hand man and presidential successor, hadn't even reached town yet. And yet this talk to the Creeks presented Jackson's removal policy fully formed, so much so that all that followed flowed directly from it. Indian removal was quite literally the first thing on Jackson's policy agenda. The federal government administered its Indian policy, interestingly, through the War Department. There was no Interior Department in those days. through the War Department, and Jackson chose his secretaries of war. First, John Henry Eaton, and after him, Lewis Cass. Not for their knowledge of military matters and the Army, but because of their enthusiasm for Indian removal. That was their main job as Secretary of War. Let the commanding general of the Army run the Army. You, as Secretary of War, are in charge of Indian removal. The Indian Removal Act of 1830, which I'll come back to, which authorized the president to treat with the Eastern Indians for their removal west of the Mississippi, was the only major piece of legislation passed by Congress at Jackson's direct behest during his entire presidency, which is itself interesting because Jackson is usually listed among those strong presidents. And we think of strong presidents, we think of usually one of two things, either presidents who were president during a major war, or else presidents who put through a major program. If you look at Jackson's legislative program, it's the internal improvement veto and the distribution veto and the Bank of the United States veto, 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 veto. If you look at his, you might say, positive accomplishments, things that Congress did because Jackson wanted them to, it's Indian removal, period. And Jackson, after that Indian Removal Act passed in 1830, regarded Indian removal as so important that when Congress adjourned after passing it, he hightailed it down to Tennessee to conduct the first removal negotiations with the Chickasaws in Mississippi in person. So when the textbooks stress the importance of Indian removal to Jackson, they get it exactly right. Whether they get his most...
Let's look at... WhiteHouse.gov. Guess it's the daily briefing. Oh, it hasn't quite started yet. Damn it. Oh well. Guess we'll stay there.
It's quite right is another matter. And it is important,
well, we'll
I think,
watch
to
the
state
daily
Jackson's
briefing when it
correctly,
comes
not
on,
to
and then
excuse
that'll be
but
it for the
just
day.
to see it as it was. Like many other white Americans, Jackson simply assumed that Indian civilization was incompatible with and inferior to his own. He was not, as he is sometimes portrayed, simply a bloodthirsty frontiersman bent on Indian genocide. That caricature is definitely out there. It has, if anything, become stronger within the last few years. It's a caricature. He was not that, but he was no modern racial egalitarian or multiculturalist either. He did not hate all Indians, and I would argue that he did not hate individual Indians any more than he hated everybody else who got in his way. Andrew Jackson was definitely what you might call an equal opportunity hater. He personalized all political disputes. Now, I think it is not true that all political disputes emanated from personal animus. He had some deeply held convictions on some things, but he always personalized his disputes. He did come to hate Chief John Ross, principal chief of the Cherokees, but no more than he hated Nicholas Biddle, president of the Bank of the United States, or John Quincy Adams, who he had run against twice for president, losing once and then winning once, or Henry Clay, the main leader of the political opposition. And the people he really, if we talk about a class of people, rather than individuals, the people he really grew up hating most from childhood were not Indians, but the British. But he did, if he didn't simply hate them, he did patronize and condescend to Indians. Now, all presidents at that time adopted the persona of the great white father in dealing with Indians, but Jackson seemed to especially relish the role. He regarded Indians essentially as children, sometimes merely feckless and irresponsible children, but often violent and recalcitrant children, untutored savages who didn't understand their own best interest and were always in need of governance, direction, and discipline from their white superiors. This shows clearly in the language of that talk to the Creeks, which I mentioned at the beginning of Jackson's administration. And Jackson later had this same talk sent to all the other Indian nations as well. Let me read you a little of this. Friends and brothers, By permission of the great spirit above and the voice of the people, I have been made a president of the United States, and now speak to you as your father and friend and request you to listen. Your warriors have known me long. You know I love my white and red children and always speak straight and not with a forked tongue, that I have always told you the truth. I now speak to you as to my children in the language of truth. Listen. By the way, when I first came across this document, I thought, your white father does not speak with forked tongue? You know, I thought that came out of, the Westerns I used to watch on TV or in the movies in the 1950s. It actually comes from Andrew Jackson. By the way, as some of you know, Jackson was in part using a rhetorical mode that was well established, the great white father bit. And at that time, white people believed that Indians expected to be talked to in this way. More recently, historians have said, no, Indians never actually said they wanted to be talked to in this way. It was whites' fantasy that Indians thought they wanted to be talked to in this way. So Jackson wasn't the first one to use this language, but again, he used it, he reveled in it. So let me continue with this. This is Jackson again. Where you now are, you and my white children are too near to each other to live in harmony and peace. Your game is destroyed, and many of your people will not work until the earth. Beyond the great river Mississippi, your father has provided a country large enough for all of you, and he advises you to remove to it. There, your white brothers will not trouble you. They will have no claim to the land, and you can live upon it, you and all your children, as long as the grass grows or the water runs. In peace and in plenty, it will be yours forever. That's Jackson in 1829. Whether Jackson perceived Indian inferiority as being cultural or racial, that is a matter of upbringing or of genetics, nurture, or nature, is something that, as far as I can see, he never thought about. And quite probably trying to make that distinction between things you're born with and things you acquire, between nurture and nature. If he were alive today and we tried to explain it, he would be simply baffled, as would a lot of people at his time. That's a post-Jacksonian era distinction. Well, as Jackson saw it, Indian nationhood or sovereignty was essentially a fiction. It might have been necessary or useful sometime in the past to deal with Indians just as one would with foreign governments, but that day had long passed. The Indians, this is Jackson's thinking, if they had ever really been independent, clearly were not so any longer. They were in effect public wards, dependents, within and under the government of the United States and of the individual states. Now, back in his years as an Army general, Jackson had protested dealing with Indians through the formal trappings of negotiations and treaties, because doing so, to his mind, clothed the tribes with an independent character, a sovereign character that they didn't really possess. He continued, of course, as president, to follow those same formalities. The treaties that Jackson negotiated were all, just like foreign treaties, they had to go to the Senate, be approved by a 2/3 majority. But Jackson's conviction that these formalities weren't really legitimate freed him, I think, in his own mind to use means in negotiating Indian treaties, and those means included coercion, threats, bribery, that he would not have dared to employ, means he would not have dared to employ, nor thought proper to employ, in dealing with people whom he respected as genuinely sovereign and equal. Jackson pulled tricks in negotiating with Indians that he never would have tried to pull in negotiating with, say, Britain or France. And really, the justification in his own mind was, and this is a very self-serving justification, these people, they're like children. They don't know what's good for them. I'm going to do what I know is best for them, and I'm going to get them to sign it, and any means I can get them to sign it are justified. Well, these views on Jackson's part pretty much guaranteed that in any direct confrontation between Indian tribes or nations and state governments, Jackson would side with the state governments. The state of Georgia counted on this. In December 1828, Jackson had been elected the month before. He hadn't been inaugurated yet. In December 1828, Georgia, the state legislature of Georgia, passed a law disbanding and outlawing the Cherokee government within the state of Georgia and asserting legal jurisdiction over all of the Cherokee Dominion within Georgia, which was most of the northern part of the state. By the way, footnote to the textbook story, this was not a response to the gold rush. Gold rush hadn't happened yet. Nobody knew about the gold. There is, I think, something that induces us to say, oh, it's all about gold. That's simple. You know, it's easy to explain to 8th graders. It's all about the gold. And it happens with the Cherokees, and then it happens with the Black Hills in the Dakotas. This was not about the gold. The discovery of gold on Cherokee land shortly thereafter helped accelerate the building confrontation between Georgia and the Indians. It in no sense was responsible for it. It didn't start it. That confrontation was already far advanced before anybody knew there was any gold. And I see no reason to think that events would not have developed pretty much the way they did, whether there was any gold or not. Mississippi and Alabama, where there wasn't any gold, immediately followed Georgia's lead in 1828. And the same thing played out in Mississippi with the Choctaws and the Chickasaws, as did with Georgia and the Cherokees. Well, Jackson's position was simple. The Indians could retain their tribal governments and their identity and remove west across the Mississippi beyond the boundaries of existing states, where, as we've seen, he told them, the land will be yours forever. Now, we know this, of course, turned out not to be true. The land was all theirs in Oklahoma until the same thing was played out, and they were not forced to remove, but they were reduced to a much smaller reservation than they had originally been given. Whether Jackson knew or suspected that something like that was going to happen, or whether he actually believed that the land would be theirs forever, we'll never know. That was one option that Jackson offered the Indians. The other one would be to disband their governments, submit to state authority where they were, and remain as individuals within Georgia and the other states with whatever rights as citizens those states were willing to allow them. Now, in fact, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi made it plain that if the Indians remained as individuals, they would remain as some subordinate form of people, not without full rights of citizenship. Jackson didn't address that at all. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't his business what states did with their own residents. Well, the Indian Removal Act passed by Congress in 1830 gave Jackson authority and money to implement this policy. The act itself, by the way, was very short. It's amazing if you go back and look at laws in the 19th century, how simple and short they were. Major pieces of legislation today run often hundreds of pages. You can go back and look at something like the Compromise Tariff of 1833 that saved the Union. It's like 2 pages long. The Indian Removal Act was about 2 pages long. That's all. And its actual language was quite innocuous. It authorized the president to lay out districts west of the Mississippi, where there weren't any states yet, to offer those districts west of the Mississippi to the Eastern Indians in exchange for their current lands where they were, to pay them for improvements and any property that was immobile and that they couldn't take with them, to pay all the expenses of removal and of subsistence in their new home in the West for the first year, plus all sorts of other benefits, schools and school teachers, blacksmiths, agricultural implements, a lot of swag. This is in all the Indian removal treaties. And along with authorizing this, the Indian Removal Act appropriated $500,000 as a start. If you simply read the text of this law, you might wonder what all the shouting was about, and there was a lot of shouting then and now. The law's wording was permissive. It authorized the president to treat with the Indians and offer them all this stuff. It commanded nothing. It required nothing. Everything it authorized was already legal and was, in fact, already being done. As I've said earlier, Indians were being removed under previous presidents all the time. By the way, by the time Jackson became president, there were already substantial populations of Creeks and Cherokees in the West, in what's now Oklahoma. They had moved years before, not all of them, but some of them. Still, as everyone understood, the Indian Removal Act of 1830 was momentous, not for what it said, but for what it signified. And that was that Indian removal was now a top administration priority. Jackson had already announced to Congress his view that the Indians could not, under any circumstances, be allowed to remain as autonomous, self-governing communities within a sovereign state, Georgia, and that for their own good and even for their own survival, they all ought to move. Given the tools at Jackson's command and his willingness to use them, there was little doubt that Jackson would succeed.
All right,
now that
well,
he had
Trump's
congressional
news conference is starting.
Children, and this sacred religious service was desecrated by an evil monster. We are all eternally grateful to the heroic law enforcement officers and first responders whose courage and swift response aided all of those impacted by this horrible tragedy. As Director Kash Patel confirmed yesterday, the FBI is currently investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. President Trump signed a proclamation yesterday following his call with the governor
hate
of
crime
Minnesota, Tim Walz,
towards
acknowledging the victims
Catholics?
and their families.
Jesus
and directing
fucking
flags to
Christ,
be
these
flown
people are
at half-mast.
fucking morons.
President Trump and the First Lady encouraged the entire nation to join all of us in praying for the victims and their families as they face
The problem is you are literally investigating it as a preconceived notion. Amateurs.
to New York City on September 22nd to address the United Nations General Assembly on Tuesday, September 23rd. On another matter, as Americans make their Labor Day weekend travel plans, they will be able to enjoy 5-year low gas prices thanks to President Trump fully unleashing American energy dominance. President Trump ended Joe Biden's Green New Scam policies and is delivering on his promise to make America affordable again. These savings at the pump are giving everyday American families more room in their budgets at the end of each month, which is the exact opposite of what we saw under the previous administration. And as we commemorate Labor Day this year, we finally have a president who fights and delivers for the American worker every single day. President Trump believes that American workers are the heart and soul of our economy and our national identity, which is why he's championed an agenda that puts them first always. For decades, the hardworking men and women of our country who built the greatest nation in world history were sold out by selfish, greedy, short-sighted globalists who put our country on a path to economic and cultural ruin. They hollowed out our factories and towns and betrayed the American working class by shipping jobs overseas and importing millions of low-wage migrants to replace American workers. Under President Trump, this national disgrace is over. American workers are, once again, being put at the center of national trade policy, and the dignity of American labor is being defended. As a result, President Trump has already brought in nearly $10 trillion in new private and foreign investments so that the top businesses in the world can create high-paying jobs in America and hire American workers to fill them. In fact, since President Trump took office, the economy has added more than 500,000 new jobs to the workforce. In a stark reversal from the Biden administration, all of that job creation has been driven by private sector growth, and all employment gains have gone to native-born Americans. Wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in the past 60 years. And the average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year alone. Thanks to the largest middle tax cuts ever signed into law by President Trump with no tax on tips, no
Have
tax
you
on
noticed
overtime, no
how
tax
much she's
on Social
bouncing?
Security, Americans in all 50 states will keep more of their hard-earned money. The average American taxpayer
Like she has to
will see a tax
convince
cut of
herself to
nearly
believe what she's saying.
because of these pro-growth provisions, according to analysis from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. In other news, President Trump continues to deliver on his promise to restore law and order to our nation's capital. Since President Trump's intervention, there have been more than 1,283 arrests right here in the District of Columbia. Total crime in D.C. is down 19%.
But Sandwich Guy is free.
Carjackings in the district are down 67%. Homicides are down 57%. Robberies are down 40%. Motor vehicle thefts
Nope,
are down
can't get those numbers in a couple weeks. Wrong.
Down 23%, and property crime is down 18%. These numbers prove the president's bold actions to make D.C. safe.
Prove the numbers.
Again are working,
all wrong.
Just like
You've only occupied for a couple
Monday,
weeks.
The president took additional action to sign an executive order taking steps to ensure that cashless bail in Washington, D.C. is eliminated. For too long, D.C.'s reckless cashless bail policies have allowed dangerous criminals to be quickly released, which endangers everyone who lives in and visits our wonderful capital. No cash bail has also foolishly forced law enforcement to repeatedly arrest the same offenders over and over again, only for them to be released back into our nation's capital. This is the definition of insanity, and the president is seeking to end it. He also signed a separate executive order
I'm gonna have to start watching these
in
press
DC by
conferences.
instructing the National Park Service to hire additional United States Park Police officers to support public safety, and directing the U.S. Attorney's Office for D.C. to hire additional
How long do you think they'll be able to get away with this? You literally have occupied D.C. for a couple to 3 weeks, and you're already claiming numbers?
Including local D.C. leadership,
Oh boy.
business owners, and residents are rallying behind President Trump's crime crackdown. According to new polling, 81% of Americans say crime is a major problem in large cities across the country. And a clear majority of Americans believe the president's actions are justified and necessary.
Not a clear majority. Certainly not 81%.
Indu Patia, who runs a liquor store a half mile from the White House here just down the street, is one of those Americans who are grateful for President Trump's public safety push. Indu recently told the New York Post that her store was robbed so many times that they had to spend exorbitant sums of money on security, jeopardizing her family's financial future.
And guess what? In a month, I hope she's saving up that money, because in 30 days, you'll be back to ground zero.
Feel really happy when they
Unless extraordinary things happen.
Washington, D.C. Mayor
Who knows? They
Carol Bowser
might.
credited President Trump for surging federal law enforcement personnel and said neighborhoods, quote, feel and are much safer. We thank Mayor Bowser for her cooperation and her willingness to help us make D.C. safe and beautiful. This entire effort has vindicated what President Trump and law and order advocates have been saying for years, and this is our message to Americans in Democrat-run cities nationwide. Decline is a choice. You don't have to live in constant fear of being robbed, raped, or murdered. Your leaders are lying to you, and they have been failing you for decades.
Yeah.
President Trump's approach
Dirty
of
dude.
upholding law and
This
order
is
by
so
letting our
sad.
brave men and women in blue
I like how she
actually do their
bounces,
jobs
though.
to aggressively fight crime works. In just a few weeks, President Trump has done more for D.C. residents than Democrats did in 50 years. And this can be replicated in other crime-ridden
50
cities
years?
across the nation. As President Trump has said, all of these elected officials in charge have to do is pick up the phone and ask for the president and the federal government's help. President Trump
Yeah,
doesn't
they're going
care
to
if
do
they
that.
are a Republican or a Democrat
Pritzker
leader. He
is
wants
on
Americans
speed
to be
dial.
safe, and for every law-abiding American citizen across the country to be able to thrive in their city and in their community. With that, I'll take questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have social media influencer, content creator, Brandon Tatum. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us today. Why don't you kick us off?
Holy fuck, they got Officer Tatum there? Oh, this is a new low.
Millions of people that follow me, I want to say thank you for making the sacrifice and dealing with some of the most disingenuous people on planet Earth at times. I have two questions. The first question is associated with the shooting that occurred the other day, and I want to ask the question of
The other day, which shooting, Potato Head?
any rational person knows it's not a gun thing.
Which shooting?
Mental health issue. So I want to know from you, what is President Trump and the White House going to do to address mental health issues around the country associated with these shootings in the
It's a mental health thing.
You know, Anybody with
It was crazy to bring your dumb ass up. What shooting? The shooting the other day? You mean yesterday?
laying dead in the middle of the streets every single day in Chicago. No president has addressed any of these issues. And so what is the White House going to do to
How
address issues
fucking long are you going to ask the question, Potato?
conflict and violence in Chicago?
Sure. Well, to your first question about this shooting in Minnesota, right now, the administration is focused on helping.
She had to correct him, and it wasn't the other day, it was yesterday,
This
asshole.
tragedy happened. We have federal law enforcement on the ground assisting local law enforcement. This investigation is ongoing. There's still a lot of facts to understand about these circumstances. And so we're going to continue to do that. As for Chicago and cracking down on crime, it is a priority of this administration to ensure that American cities are safe again. And I'm so glad that you brought up the crime in Chicago, because we've been seeing the governor of Illinois.
I'm glad too,
parading out there
Brandon.
saying that there's nothing wrong with Chicago. It's a great place.
He
to
is
live.
dark,
There's no crime
Brandon.
there. He doesn't need President Trump's help. Well, I think the residents of Chicago beg to differ, and the statistics beg to differ. And I'll just share a few of those statistics with all of you. For 13 consecutive years, Chicago has had the most murders of any U.S. city. This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities with more than 1 million people. In 2024, just last year, Chicago's murder rate per capita was 3 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable. There have been more illegal guns recovered in Chicago than in New York City and Los Angeles combined. The number of reported motor vehicle thefts last year was more than double the number in 2021. And Chicago has also, just like DC, come under scrutiny over discrepancies in its homicide data reporting. So as bad as these numbers are, perhaps they are even worse. And this is Governor Pritzker's legacy. He should put politics aside. He should pick up the phone and call this president, who would be more than happy to do right by law-abiding American residents in the city of Chicago, and we hope that he will. Gabe, and thanks for being here, Brandon. Gabe.
Yeah, thank you so much. First on the firing of the CDC director. First,
Sure.
Who will replace her? And then also, overnight, the White House said that she did not align with the president's agenda. Dr. Menard's attorneys say that she refused to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated health experts. What specifically did she do wrong?
Look, what I will say about this individual is that her lawyer's statement made it abundantly clear themselves that she was not aligned with the president's mission to make America healthy again. And the secretary asked her to resign. She said she would, and then she said she wouldn't, so the president fired her, which he has every right to do. It was President Trump who was overwhelmingly reelected on November 5th. This woman has never received a vote in her life, and the president has the authority to fire those who are not aligned with his mission. A new replacement will be announced by either the president or the secretary very soon. And the president and Secretary Kennedy are committed to restoring trust and transparency and credibility to the CDC by ensuring their leadership and their decisions are more public-facing, more accountable, strengthening our public health system, and restoring it to its core mission of protecting Americans from communicable diseases, investing in innovation to prevent, detect, and respond to future threats. That's the mission of the CDC, and we're going to make sure that folks that are in positions of leadership there are aligned with that mission.
And briefly on another topic, alligator Alcatraz. Last week, a judge on an environmental concerns lawsuit said that the administration had 60 days to wind down operations there, state officials did. Now, the administration has not been shy in fighting back against what it calls activist judges, but why is it backing down this time?
We're not backing down. We've always said that we are going to continue to fight in the court of law for what's right, because we know that what this administration is doing with respect to all policy, but also immigration policy, is above the books, and we're abiding by our nation's immigration laws. And we think it's despicable that an activist judge has inserted themselves in this migrant detention facility to the point where DHS is now having to relocate these illegal immigrants to other detention facilities around the country. That is an unnecessary burden on the Department of Homeland Security and these agents who should be removing these criminals from our community. That's what the American people elected this president to do. So we've always maintained, Gabe, we're going to comply with court orders, but we're also going to fight back on them on the merits of the law. And DHS is in compliance while we disagree with this decision, and we'll continue to fight it in court. Let's go to...
Hey,
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. So just following up on the CDC firing.
Sure.
Yeah, I guarantee you that alligator Alcatraz bullshit isn't going to make it to the Supreme Court. Fight it because you're not.
Through in a very sort of organized fashion. Is there a task force that's going through high-level appointees to see who is or isn't aligned with the mission? Like, should we expect more changes?
Not to my knowledge. I understand there were a few other individuals who resigned after the firing of...
What tranny are you talking about, Slick Rick? Is every woman a tranny to you?
Pregnant women as pregnant people. So that's not someone who we
Do you not know who this woman is?
People are not aligned with the president's vision and the second
Carolyn?
vision to make our country healthy
Oh,
again.
Caroline Levitt. She's your Lord and Master Trump's press secretary.
Behind you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Caroline.
Yeah, she's literally President Trump's press secretary. Is this the first time you've watched one of these? What? Oh, my Lord. And she's hardly a tranny. That much I have to give to her.
I won't get ahead of the president with respect to any military action or questions about that ever. But what I will
You know, I actually have to ask you, Slick Rick, if you think she's a tranny, what the fuck do you think a woman looks like?
And the president is prepared to use every element of
Trashy
American power to
trash?
stop drugs from flooding into
Wow.
our country and to bring those
Interesting.
responsible to justice. And as I've said from the
Trashy tranny? She doesn't even look a little bit like a tranny, or believe me. You should watch these daily press conferences more often, Slick. I tend to show them, not every day, but when I get a chance to. Oh, and by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button, and if you're new, please subscribe. I could use the subscribers.
Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
And by the way, where's your girlfriend, Questions to Ponder? I haven't seen her in a couple hours.
Frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that in a time of mourning like this, when beautiful young children were killed while praying in a church, it's utterly disrespectful to deride
I'm waiting. She's gonna do it.
and it's disrespectful to the millions of Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Psaki.
So this is a war on Christianity. How much you want to bet this kid was a Christian? A war on Christianity. Oh, okay. Well, good. Then she's in her natural element. She doesn't belong in this chat. CT's a lot more patient with that kind of woman.
John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions on two separate issues. First of all, the drone and missile strikes that took place overnight in Ukraine. General Keith Kellogg, the president's special envoy, has described these attacks as egregious. Do you agree with that description, and do you view President Putin as an impediment to getting peace between these two countries?
Well, it's not about if I agree, it's about what the president thinks, and I know what the president thinks because I talked to him about this. He was not happy about this news, but he was also not surprised. These are two countries that have been at war for a very long time. Russia launched this attack on Kyiv, and likewise, Ukraine recently dealt a blow to Russia's oil refineries. They have taken out, as a matter of fact, 20% of Russia's oil refinery capacity over the course of their attacks throughout the month of August. So the president is continuing to watch this intently, and this killing, unfortunately, will continue as long as the war continues, which is why the president wants it to end. And that's why he's worked harder than anyone to end this war, which would have never started if he were president. But perhaps Both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves. The president wants it to end, but the leaders of these two countries need it to end and want it to end, must want it to end as well. And I think the president will make some additional statements on this later.
My second question has to do with Lisa. I just had one more, if I may. It has to do with the president's intention to remove Lisa Cook as a member of the Federal Reserve Board. He is going or acting upon allegations that have been made by Trump administration officials, Bill Pulte. These are just allegations. She hasn't been convicted yet of any crime. Is the administration opposed to allowing Ms. Cook to have due process, to challenge what has been alleged against her?
I believe she is challenging it. I believe she just filed a lawsuit today, and Mr. Pulte has deferred those allegations over to the Department of Justice to investigate them. What I will say is that you had these mortgage receipts very clearly shown to the president, and he has the cause that he needs to fire this individual. He laid it out in the letter that he provided to her and to the public as well. And so we'll continue to fight this battle. Carrie.
Hi, Caroline. So the president just announced that he wants to have a convention right before the midterms next year. The GNC has countered that they too want to have a convention.
So the president saw the evidence and he is the motherfucking judge and jury? What kind of fucking bullshit is this? Hey, we have crossed the line into an autocrat as president. The motherfucker saw the receipts and said guilty, she's fired? What kind of bullshit is that?
In United States history, a crackdown on crime here in our nation's capital, an attack or a reversal of the attack on our energy industry from the previous administration. As I just pointed out to you, gas prices today, this Labor Day, are the lowest they've been since Labor Day in 2020. Our economy is bringing in trillions of dollars.
Yeah, the year the last time he was president?
President and for Americans across the country to be proud of, and I think the president wants to see that celebrated. But for any further details on this as they come, we'll provide you with them. Iris.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions on the shooting. What's the administration's message to some concerned parents across the country who might be now worried about their kids' safety in light of the latest incident?
We completely and totally understand the concerns of parents across the country. This tragedy it's heartbreaking. As a parent myself, there are no words to describe.
They did what to him, CKJ3?
That these families must be enduring.
Last I checked, there were judges that said Trump was guilty. So you'll have to remind me, did it to him? I assume the him means Trump. Trump was found guilty in a court of law. He isn't giving anyone else that opportunity, apparently. He just fucking fires them, and he saw the receipts. And we know he can't read.
Large capacity feeding device, unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. A search warrant was executed. 7 firearms were recovered, and the juvenile was arrested after an investigation was initiated based on social media posts allegedly threatening violence towards a school. So this was a juvenile who was a risk to not just himself, but the community here in Washington, and he was removed.
Well, people who can't read elected Trump because he couldn't read, apparently.
To the statement of our wonderful First Lady that she released yesterday. She wrote, "The tragic mass killing in Minnesota illuminates the need for preemptive intervention in identifying school shooters. Early warning signs are often evident, with many individuals exhibiting."
Honestly, I think Americans are the most patient people I can think of.
If you see warning signs or threats, report it to law enforcement. This administration, federal law enforcement, will take those reports and those threats seriously. They will be treated as a law enforcement emergency, and we will act accordingly.
And on the First Lady's statement, would the administration consider ramping up resources on these fronts to parents and schools across the country to help them look into these signs and prevent more tragedies?
It's a very fair question, Iris. As for any potential future policy decisions or funding questions, it's just been...
That's a very fair question, Iris.
Tragedy occurred. Right now we're focused on the FBI and their
fucking questions aren't supposed to be fair.
And we'll leave those very important policy discussions to another day. Go ahead. Megan.
I had a question about the Lisa Cook lawsuit that you mentioned. Does the president plan to wait until that lawsuit is resolved to appoint her replacement?
I will leave that to the president to make that decision in that announcement himself. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. Bouncing off the CDC situation at CDC, I'm curious if administration officials are pushing back on the president's agenda, privately, publicly, however, should they fear to lose their jobs going forward?
Look, I think if you're doing your job well, and if you are executing on the vision and the promises that the president made to the public who elected him back to this office, then you should have no fear about your job. Just do your job. That's what this president wants to see. He wants to see people solving problems.
Not only does he want to see it, he wants you to tell him how great he is for letting you do your job. It's your privilege to work for the president who was elected.
Make America great again, or in this case, make America healthy again.
On the Intel deal, where the U.S. got a stake in that company, just two things I want to ask about that. The first is, what did the U.S. get back in return for that deal? And the second thing is, what are the future plans for giving any form of money to another company? It could be through the CHIPS Act, like this deal, or some other form of funds. What are the plans there by this White House administration?
Well, look, as you know, Brian, very well,
Drill, baby, drill. Buy, baby, buy.
By the Department of Commerce, the T's are still being crossed, the I's are still being dotted. It's very much still under discussion. But the president's thinking, I can share with you, is certainly to ensure that the United States government is making our country wealthy again and is benefiting from some of these deals. And it's a creative
Okay, the
solution. I know it's
country is not a profit-making enterprise. What the fuck are these morons doing?
Is working on putting into action. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a couple questions on the shooting yesterday. The first one, this is the second
Making wealthy again? Really? Who's the shareholders of this company?
Do the gender-affirming therapists, doctors, or even the parents of these shooters face after these types of shootings?
Well, as for the parents and potential therapists in this case, again, all of that is still currently being investigated by the FBI. I know the Secretary of Health and Human Services this morning said that HHS is investigating perhaps links between some of these drugs and these prescription drugs that some of these minors may be taking, and an increase in violence. And obviously we have mental health problems in this country that this administration and Secretary Kennedy will continue to speak out about.
No, we have a parenting problem in this country. We need better white people.
One that I've seen on the right actually is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration
would So there's going to be trans terrorism? Oh shit. There's going to be trans terrorism.
Yes, I mean, look, we did say that once the big beautiful bill was signed into law, we're going to see the effects of this massive pro-growth piece of legislation. As I laid out for you, as we head into the Labor Day weekend, there's many positive economic indicators that the American people can be hopeful about. But don't forget, we are reversing 4 years of reckless spending from the previous administration, of slamming regulations down the throats of American business owners and consumers across the country. But the administration is working very hard to unravel all of that and to ensure that small business owners and workers are thriving and that they have more money in their own pockets to spend. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Back on the CDC, there was reporting that some of the initial problems between RFK and the CDC director stemmed from miscommunications or differences on vaccine policy. So I wonder if you could just say whether or not the president believes that the COVID vaccine should be available to and covered by insurance for all Americans, regardless of age and pre-existing conditions.
What I will tell you is that the FDA
Well, obviously he doesn't. They just said it's for high risk. What the fuck? Why is she asking this?
Vaccines with 2025 and 2026 formulas. The reason for the revocation of that emergency youth authorization is because obviously the COVID pandemic and the public health emergency is over. But just to correct the record, because there's been a lot of misinformation on this, the FDA's decision does not affect the availability of COVID vaccines for Americans who want them. We believe in individual choice. That's a promise both the president and the secretary have made, and it's a promise they have now delivered on.
Question, if I could, Caroline. Second question, if I could. Sorry. I wonder if you could answer why the president hasn't acknowledged the shooting at CDC headquarters that took place earlier in August, where a police officer was killed.
Because that guy was a trans terrorist.
For the shooting was somebody who was really unhappy with the effects of the COVID vaccine.
We absolutely were very much aware of that shooting. The Secretary of Health and Human Services put out a statement immediately. He was in touch with the CDC, and he actually traveled to Georgia to assess the situation.
That's not what the question was, dear.
People who work in that building there. So. Go ahead.
With respect to Labor Day, one of the most underrepresented groups right now are police officers. 30,000 police officers short in America right now. To Brandon's question, 1,300 short in Chicago, 3,000 short in New York, 500 short here in Washington, D.C. What can the White House, what can the president do to help recruitment of police officers? He's done well with the military and Border Patrol. What can be done to get more police officers on the streets of America?
Well, the president has certainly been very successful in recruiting federal.
No, he hasn't.
If you look at the ICE recruitment campaign that was led by
The question wasn't about federal.
We've seen more than, I believe, 130
Streets of America
to join ICE, which is just amazing. There's more applicants now than there are jobs to fill, and we're very grateful for that. Clearly, Americans want to.
She won't answer the question, apparently.
Who encourages them to do so. So maybe Governor Pritzker should spend less time demonizing the police, more time trying to recruit more police, and more time trying to call the President of the United States to get crime in his city under control. The President wants to allow law enforcement, whether it's state, local, federal, to do their jobs, to arrest criminals, to put them behind bars.
Oh my God. The job of a cop is to arrest criminals? Really? Interesting. All right. Well, you know what? How much more exciting can something like this be? All right. Well, let's see. Where are we? We are at 6:40. That seems about right. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out, unless anybody wants to come up to the panel and say something or say hi. I guess this will be it for the day. And kind of sad, but it will have to do. So I should be back around, I did 6:45 this morning, just about worked. It wasn't planning on doing a show till this afternoon, but there were some things that didn't work out, so I will have to delay what I need to do. Mike 123 isn't in the audience, is he? And you know what? I'm sure Mike is busy. Don't see him in the audience. So you tell Mike I said hello, and maybe I'll see him tomorrow. So I am out, folks. I will see you in the morning, and who knows what I'll think of the show tomorrow. And I appreciate you all being here. And that's it. See y'all later.
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old saying, girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and puppy dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God